Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and welcome back to Topstep TV. This is the opening call today, March 30th, 2026. We got a great day of trading lined up ahead for you today, starting with the opening call. I'm Jay in the middle. He's back. John the Goat Hoagland. Welcome back, Hoag. And to his far right, JD. Hoag, JD, how you guys doing this morning?
I'm doing great, man. It is great to be back. It's great to get away, but it's always good to get back. Takes a little time to kind of get reacclimated to the markets and everything. But did a little research yesterday, a little research this morning. If you think I feel like I'm ready and raring to go. And if this doesn't work out, I'm going to become a country music star down in Nashville.
Okay.
Had a blast down there. Had a lot of great music. What a lot of fun. Got spotted. Well, maybe we'll talk about that later, but good to get away and great to get back. I've missed all of you. JD, how you feeling this morning?
Excellent. Thank you. Good morning, Jay. Welcome back, Hoag. Great to have you back. I just pictured an entire amusement park themed after Hoag. Hoagland. It's your name,
Hoagland.
Hoagland, right?
It's right there.
Yes.
It's there. Everything it's setting up perfectly. Happy Monday. Good morning to all of our friends and traders in the chat. Looking forward to this week. Let's get into it, guys. These markets have been moving all night
Yes, they
long.
have been. Yes, they have. And we're going to take a look at a gold opening range trade here. We got gold opening up in about 2.5 minutes. Gold right now trading 45.90 evens. Gold does open up at 8:20 a.m. Eastern Time, 7:20 Central. We'll take a look at a 1-minute opening range trade here. Really nice rally in the overnight session in gold. We're up about 1.5% right now. Hoag, welcome back. You gave us the warning last week, and you said, when I go on vacation, these markets are going to be wild, and it has been nothing short of that. What are you seeing for an opening range trade here, potentially in gold?
All right. So just by looking at the range from Friday, it was a double distribution trend day to the upside. We've looked at the lows. On the daily, I think we have a little bit of excess on the low. Looks like we're going to be opening with a little bit of a gap. Uh, opening outside of range, outside of value. Just traded right to a naked point of control from back here on the 20th of March. And I think we're still in short time frame control. I'm in for either way. I think that there is cause for both sides of this market, and we did have some news come out right around 6:30 that knocked the markets around a little bit. So I'm I'm looking for longs, but probably looking for longs in all the wrong places.
There you go. That sounds like your first country music hit.
There
JD,
you
what are you
go.
thinking for what are you thinking for this gold opening range trade? You like what you're seeing here?
A little bit. I mean, we got overnight inventory a little bit to the long side. We opened sort of mid range from Friday last night. We tested the lows from Friday. Didn't quite take out last Friday's lows. And then the buyers did step in. Looks like we had buyers step in across the board, right? So I think overnight inventory might be a little bit to the long side. It could be a bit choppy to start the session, to tell you the truth. I think I see opportunity on both sides of this market right now. But I am ready to get into this trade. Let's do it.
Let's do
I'm
it.
looking
Gold
at.
up 1.56% right now. Go ahead, JD.
I was just gonna say. I've got the 1 minute chart up. I've got the micro contract open, and let's get into it. Didn't really take too many opening range breakout trades last week. Basically a scratch for the week on these. Pretty quiet all around, but we were getting super heavy movement. And headline risk is still on, guys. So we'll be keeping an eye on that.
And gold is officially open. And we're taking a look at a 1-minute opening range trade here. 62% long in the tilt right now. Average price 45.68. And we'll wait for a 1-minute candle to close and then 1-minute candle to close outside of this range for a potential trade. We long above the high, short below the low.
As long as they're getting paid right now, huh? Did you say
Yeah, they are.
45.68?
45.68. Yep.
Who's long gold overnight? Raise your hand.
Yes. It's a great trade.
Well, I can see the liquidity didn't really come back. It's still pretty thin.
Mm-hmm. We did roll. We're trading the June contract this morning. We were still trading the April contract on Friday. We have rolled to the June contract. We're trading the most liquid contract on Topstep X now. Back to normal.
And all
Looks
the,
like
weekly kickoff levels, daily levels are for the June contract, by the way.
Thank you. Looks like we got a 51 tick wide opening range.
Got a high of 57.90, a low of 92, or sorry, high of 97.90, a low of 92.80. Looks like we're getting ready to take out the low here.
Yep,
All
off by a
right.
tick on both sides. I've got a high of 97.80, low of 92.70. Did we take out the low there by a tick?
Yes, we
We're out
did.
by
Yes,
one
we
tick.
did.
One tick in the micros. One single tick.
One tick.
One little ticky. This little ticky went to the market.
So this is now
What, we
either
gonna
a
take
short
out-
or no trade. We're going to take out both sides.
I think so. It looks like we're about to invalidate this trade. Let's see what happens. No signal yet. Trade in mid-range.
No gap close. Session gap, that is.
Mm-hmm. There's a lot of trap setups last week in the opening ranges, Hogue. A lot of trapping action.
Yeah, I think there were 3 days where I think every day, JD, you're like, okay, it's another trap, and it was a valid, valid read on the market. It looked like it was just kind of hanging out there, tempting you to take the trade, and then once you're in,
doing right now. Yep.
Yep.
Aggressive traps too.
Yeah.
Well,
not look.
Good to see nothing's changed.
Another no confirmation there. We're gonna wait at least another minute. JD, we got anything on that economic calendar that we need to watch out for today? Maybe that's what gold's waiting for.
There is quite a bit on the eco calendar front. Headline risk again is very, very high this week. We had some headlines coming out already this morning concerning the war in Iran. Trump on Iran. President said the U.S. is in serious discussions with a new and more reasonable regime to end our military operations in Iran. And then went on to make some veiled threats about cutting off electricity and oil wells. So hoping a deal is reached there. But again, we're going to be looking at these headlines all day long. Because last week you saw it, you were here. The headlines were moving faster than the markets at some points. And I don't anticipate that really changing too much this week. What else is going on? Plenty of talking Feds. That's starting today with John Williams. John Williams is first scheduled Fed speaker today at 3 o'clock p.m. Central Time. And then we've got a bunch more peppered throughout the week. Austin Goolsbee will be speaking. Alberto Musalem, Lori Logan, a couple of more peppered in throughout the week. We'll keep you posted every time we get a Fed speaker on the podium. We'll also be looking for the president to obviously run into a microphone and a camera a couple of times this week. Nothing on the schedule just yet, but I'm sure something will be popping up. Grain planting season on Wednesday. We're going to get expectations for grain planting. Seeds are about to go in the ground. It is that time of year. So if you're a grain trader, make sure you're paying attention on Wednesday at 11 o'clock a.m. Central Time. We've got some more key inflation reports coming out throughout the week. Most importantly, retail sales on Wednesday. We're actually going to have a special guest here on Wednesday to come in and talk through that retail sales number with us. On the jobs front, it is jobs week, guys. Pay attention to your calendar because that jobs number, the unemployment situation, is still scheduled to come out on Friday. Let's go through the beginning of the week, though. We've got the JOLTS number, job opening and labor statistics, out tomorrow at 9 o'clock Central Time. We've got the ADP employment report on Wednesday at 7:15 Central Time. Thursday, we've got jobless claims and the Challenger job cut report. And then Friday, the employment situation. The CME Group does have an abbreviated trading session going into Friday. It's a federal holiday. It's Good Friday. the Easter holiday. So markets will be closing very early, but these reports are still on the schedule to come out on Friday morning. So we'll keep you apprised of that. Also, we will be off stream on Friday, so we won't be here to talk through that number with you. So stay on your toes. Hogue, we were talking about the CME Group holiday trading calendar. I'm going to run through that one more time. On Friday, Good Friday, interest rate markets will be closed at 10:15 Central Time. Equity markets are closing at 8:15 a.m. Central Time. FX currency markets are closing at 10:15 Central Time, and crypto markets closing at 10:15 a.m. Central Time. So be aware of the trading calendar and the economic calendar going into the weekend. All right, folks, don't get all biffed up for no reason. You can't get out of a trade, right? There's your
That's
eco
right.
calendar for the week. We'll keep you posted on everything going on. As far as today is concerned, not much on the dock. We've got the Dallas Fed manufacturing survey out at 9:30 Central Time. Farm prices out at 2 o'clock, and then John Williams is speaking later this afternoon. That's what we're looking at for today.
Awesome stuff.
And
Thank you for that, JD.
energies,
Hogue.
metals, and energies, metals, grains, and livestock. None of them will open at all on Friday. Take the day off.
Good day to take the day off. I think we just technically closed under the 1 minute low. There are a ton of wicks down here though. Technically the bigs just closed under that 1 minute candle low. If we do still want to take that trade, shout out to Coach Hoop in the chat, posting the link to the trading hours from the CME Group. Hogue,
Yes.
you're back. It's checklist time. Let's do that homework, Hogue. Let's make sure we are prepared for the trading day.
Absolutely. You don't do your homework, you don't get to play. You don't get to play. So what are we doing here? We're pre-market research. It's all about context, risk management, and patience. Make sure you do your pre-market research, your morning checklist. Coffee, water, fed, dog walked, exercise, check. Mindset check. Are you in the right mindset for trading? Happy traders make better traders. Always check your mindset. Trade entry checklist. Got your hypotheses. You've got your strategies attached to those hypotheses. Write down those trades. Do your journaling throughout the day, because at the end of the day, you are going to be doing your post-market checklist, which means reviewing those trades, taking a look at how they performed. What might you have missed? What did you do well in those trades? Finish your journal, review the trades, and of course, watch at the buzzer at the end of the day with Coach Jay and Coach Paul, and be ready for the next trading day. By the way, today is Monday, March the 30th. Tomorrow is Tuesday, March the 31st. That marks the end of the month and the end of the quarter. Never know what kind of rebalancing can happen here at the end of the quarter. One last thing to mention about basic market information here this morning. Good to be back. Feels good.
Awesome stuff. Good to have you back,
Wonderful.
Hogue. Good to have you back. Good no trade there. In gold, you said it, JD. It felt like
Wow,
a trap,
look
and
at
that was definitely a trap. They said,
Definitely
"Hey,
a
you want a
trap.
candle close outside the range? Here you go. Take it."
Saved ourselves a little dough there. That's okay.
Yes, we did.
Mark it down. No trade. Trap.
Good no trade. A lot of indecision in this zone here. We are going to take a look at some of the higher time frame charts. JD, before we do that, you want to get to any news?
Yes, consumer sentiment has dropped to 6% amid this war with Iran. Let's learn some more. Americans are bummed about the economy right now. A University of Michigan poll showed consumer sentiment is down 6% this month. That's more than economists predicted. It's at its lowest point since December and fell across all income groups. The war in Iran is the reason. Not only has it caused gas prices to spike, anyone with a 401k or investment portfolio of any kind has almost definitely seen its value fall. Worries are getting louder that a prolonged war could send the economy into a recession. Consumer confidence is starting to wane. Consumer sentiment is starting to wane. We will be seeing some consumer confidence numbers coming out just tomorrow. More inflation reports on the way.
Thanks for that,
So
JD.
what
You
you're
heard,
saying-
Someone in the chat says, I see no rollover on my end as of yet. The Topstep X platform rolls over automatically. You don't have to do anything to roll over on Topstep X. And gold is trading the June contract right now. That is the roll contract. So we're trading April on Friday. We're trading June today. The roll is happening in gold. Not sure what you're looking for. I don't see. Yeah.
Don't look at your 401k right now.
Yes.
Good point.
Yes.
Good point. Nice pop there.
Always
in
looks
gold.
the worst
Good.
at the bottom and the best at the top.
Good no trade there in gold. We did just take out the high, that opening range, trading 45.99.10 now. Gold continuing to push up. Feels like the trend may be up for the day, up 1.6% on the day right now. Tilt still 60% long. Oh, what do you say we take a look at some of these higher time frame charts and we take a look at where gold might be trading to today?
Absolutely.
Let's do
All
it.
right. So Mondays, Fridays, I like to look at the longer time frames. This is the monthly chart, what we're getting here on Topstep X. Still very volatile, still very illiquid. The market is still seeking some sort of balance. I'm liking the fact that on the monthly chart here so far, and we're almost through the end of the month, that we're seeing some pretty decent excess on the low. Excess high, excess low. The market is doing what it should be doing, and that's seeking an area where two-sided trade can occur. What about the weekly chart? Well, we've certainly broken upside structure on the weekly chart as well as the monthly chart. We do have excess on the low from last week. So, are we finding an area where we can kind of be comfortable looking for two-sided trade? Maybe we can start to see some of the volume coming back in this market. Not necessarily seeing great volume on the weekly chart, just about the average. That's the 20 session simple moving average of volume down there. And on the daily chart, we are really seeing an area of balance. So here's the big pullback. Still very volatile on the longer time frames, but in the shorter time frame, we're starting to see the market seeking balance. Balance. But again, we're still not seeing tremendous volume. We're not seeing anything great as far as open interest is concerned. We lost 7,900 in open interest on Friday on an up day. That would have been the last day for the April contract. You can see in the March contract how low the volume was. Volume is now overwhelmingly in the March contract, so we are trading the March contract. Always be trading the contract with the highest volume. So market is seeking balance. Open interest in actually we added 16,000 in open interest. I'm sorry, that's my bad. I read that in the wrong spot. So we added 16,000 in open interest on Friday. Volume is of course still going to be blurry because of rollover as well as open interest, but it's encouraging that we saw an increase in open interest on a pretty decent up day, and we'll see that out that a little bit more that update on Friday a little bit more clearly on the 30-minute chart. Actually, no, I was correct. We lost 7,900 in open interest. I'm just getting back into this, folks. Give me a second to find my bearings here. So we do have excess low. We have excess high on the monthly chart. So the market is seeking balance, but again, still very low volume, still very low liquidity. The market has been a tough market to trade. Although there are still some pretty decent opportunities as the ranges have been pretty big. Jay, what are you thinking here on the daily?
On the daily, that big pullback. Hogue, you were talking about music earlier. You said the big pullback, and instantly James Brown, the big payback, popped up in my head. But 45.62 is that price. March 23rd, that was the pullback to the 200 moving average. What we've been looking for in gold is, can we get a candle close outside of that range? If we do, if we and right now it looks pretty good, right? We're trading about 40 points off the high of that candle right now. If we get a daily candle close above that high, then I'm looking for maybe a week or two of a rally in gold here. We did have some aggressive sell-offs into that 200 moving average, but holding up pretty well. But this candle, since we printed it, has been the range. We looked outside of it. What was this, Wednesday of last week? We couldn't find buyers to sustain price above the high, but that may have been a function of rollover, right? We have this rollover range that we're seeing, but on the daily now that rollover is over, I'm questioning whether or not we can get directional again here in gold. Daily ATR $184. So far, high to low range, we're at about 160. So there is still some range left on either side of this market if we were going to see an at range day. But what I'm looking for gold to do today is, where does it close in relation to the high of this March 23rd candle? If it's above the high, that is what Coach Paul and I call a J trade, where we close above high volume that made a low. And we could potentially be seeing, and that was lows of the year there in gold. Very interesting spot here for this daily candle close.
Excellent. Right up against last week's high as well, 46.34. Take a look at the 30-minute chart. So losing 7,900 on Friday. Short covering. It's also probably partially a function of rollover. A lot of positions were probably being liquidated as we come into the expiration, and the expiration for the April contract won't come for a little while, but the volume and open interest is pretty much gone in it. So the opening range, the initial balance was relatively small on Friday, and once the market broke that initial balance, it was pretty much all buyers for the better part of the rest of the day. It did create a double distribution trend day to the upside. So when we have an up day and we lose open interest, generally that's going to tell me it was probably short covering and not so much new longs coming in. Does it make sense that we did see some short covering on a Friday coming in after the week where we looked lower, we couldn't continue lower, downside short time frame structure broke, buyers came in and covered all of those shorts down there. All right, so where are we now? We've opened. We have not been able to close the session gap to Friday's session high, which was 45.8370. So that tells me with the inability to close that gap, we probably should be looking for opportunities for potential longs, which is a good thing we didn't get trapped into that short off the opening range trade, because as we speak, we are still looking like we are putting in regular trading hour session highs. The overnight high traded directly to a naked point of control from back here on the 20th to the tick. Is that correct? Almost to the tick, within 4 ticks of it. So that tells me the short time frame traders are still in control. Does that make sense? Well, it does, because there's still some rolling going on. Although rollover is by and large pretty close to being over, there's still probably some of those longer time frame traders trying to move those positions into the June contract or other future contracts. So the one time framing on the daily has ended. We've got a double distribution trend day to the upside. The single prints, if price does approach them, could end up being somewhat supportive. It's when the market's accelerated and we left an imbalance basically in those single prints, and those single prints go from 45.1760 down to 44.98. If price does approach those, that offers opportunity to hopefully limit risk. First things first, we've been unable to close the gap. Second, overnight traded to a naked point of control. We've got to take that out in regular trading hours. What we need here, my dear friend Jay, is new buyers.
New
We need
buyers.
new buyers coming into this market. Do they show up? Time will tell. I do not hate the longs here, as long as we do not close the session gap to Friday's high or find acceptance back below that level. Jay, what are you seeing on the 30-minute chart here?
Exactly that, Hogue. We need some new buyers. We are above, so the 200 moving average for the past 2 weeks has been a pretty steep downtrend. Towards the end of last week, we started to trade both sides of it. We finally have some volume trading back above it again today. That 200 moving average on the 30 is all the way down at 45.05. But right now we got VWAP at 45.34, which again, Hogue, buyers above that 200 moving average for now. But as we approach some of these big fat round numbers, of course, 4,600 is where we're sitting right now. Do we see more volume up at these highs, which we haven't done over the past week or so? This has been an area of rejection here. Again, rollovers coming to an end. Can we start to get directional again would be my question. But we do need to see some buying here. I do want to zoom in on a shorter time frame really quick, because I think that's what I have on the 30. On a 3 minute, we saw with the president's comments about an hour ago, there's a 3 minute candle that goes from 45.73 up to 45.95. In the middle of that candle, there were about 250 contracts that traded in a second in a smaller range, right at the 50% mark, actually 45.84s. The way I'm looking at this market is I'm bullish above that 45.84 and bearish below it. Whatever buying presence created this flow in the market, if they're going to defend this price, then that gives me an area to potentially limit risk. But below that, if we're assuming that that's a buyer that came into the market that is directional, and again, that is just an assumption. We don't know what their intentions are. But below this 45.84 level, I would think that if anyone is long, they start to cover and maybe pushes back down to VWAP. So that's the line in the sand for me today. This 3 minute candle here, which was 7:42 Eastern time, 6:42 Central time. But yeah, bullish above that candle, bearish below that for now. Until something changes. Something will definitely change.
I don't know about you folks, but I certainly just wrote down that 45.84 level that Jay just pointed out right there. Because when Jay talks, people listen.
Hopefully the markets listen, Hogue. Hopefully
Yeah,
the markets listen. But the markets are people, right?
Yes, they are. Do we still look at silver? I know it's kind of gone by the wayside as far as the shiny object that everybody was trading for a while. Do we want to look at it, or do you have another market that you've got in mind that's interesting you right now, Jay?
So what I learned last week, Hogue, is that you do weekly kickoff levels for the euro currency.
I do.
Honestly, Ray and I were talking about the euro every day last week. It turned out to be a pretty good trade. We don't have to talk about it today. I know it's your first day back, so I don't want to throw a curveball at you. But silver's pretty interesting. But I think the euro has been an interesting trade, at least with what's going on with the dollar. Right, we're seeing dollar strength. The dollar's trading at the highs of the year, so it's kind of an in play trade right now. But your call, Hope. We could either go to silver or we could just go to the equities. Your call.
Let's just take a quick look at silver, if that's all right with you guys.
Let's do it.
I did some light research on it, and let's just give it a look. I know it's going to be very similar to the gold market. So just going to go to the daily. On the daily, we do see some excess on the lows from last week. All right. Somewhat range bound, very similar to gold. We're really still. I mean, we barely looked below the 47.5% off the all-time high in silver, and we did leave excess there. So it really failed downside auction there, or an excess low. Well, auctions have a tendency to die in excess, and what this market did was it looked lower, failed to seek continuation down there. We didn't even get to the 200 session simple moving average on the daily chart, and now we've fallen into range. So we're kind of pinched here between maybe the 200 session simple moving average and the 100 session simple moving average. There's excess up there on the daily chart. We're in the middle of it. So the market is really seeking that area of balance that it has been seeking since back here, the end of January, beginning of February. And it's doing a pretty good job of it now. Jay, is there anything on the daily that you want to point out?
Very similar to gold here on that daily. That candle did not test, and it was March 23rd, which was a big day for every market that we trade pretty much. But if we close above that high, which is at 71.27, very similar to gold, I think we do see maybe it's short covering or did longer time frame market participants come into this market. And silver did not test that 200 daily moving average, but since we made that low, we've held 50% of that daily candle. Looks pretty bullish for now. Bullish to range bound is what I'm seeing here in silver. Daily ATR is $6.20. We're at about $4 right now. So there's $2 on either side of this range. And silver's up 2.5% right now. So for now, looking pretty bullish. Can we sustain price above 71.27?
All right. On the 30-minute chart, the one major difference that I'm seeing in the very short time frame difference between gold and silver is Silver did not open with a gap. It opened inside the range and on this platform inside of value. So if you're trading silver, I think that there's a lot better probability of better trade locations happening later in the day. If we put in the low here in gold, that's going to be your best trade location. But because we're still in range and still in value in silver, I would be looking at, possibly a little bit of a different situation. And if I'm going to trade them, if I'm going to trade silver, I'm going to trade on what I'm looking at in silver. I'm not really going to be counting on what's happening in gold for that. We do see that the market is holding some overnight inventory to the long side. So if we take a look at where we opened 5 o'clock last night, we got a little bit short, but now we're considerably higher than that. But again, we're still inside range, inside value, not really necessarily seeing an urgency in this market here just yet. If we were to get into and perhaps close this session gap, which goes way back to March 19th to the 18th, we have traded in there. We even put a day session range inside there, but we haven't closed that gap yet. So if we do find buyers and we leave this range, the upper part of this would be a decent target, which would be 75.63.5 cents. I'm not seeing that though. I'm not seeing that happen. Not saying it's going to happen, but if we do find buyers that come into this silver market, that would be a pretty decent target for us. Jay, what do you think?
Agreed. We need new buyers here in silver. On the 30-minute, we are price-wise above the 200 moving average, $70.32. But we can see that's been in this kind of zone up here, 71s up to 73s has been in a rejection area. If we don't find volume, in my opinion, above $70, then silver's coming right back down to try to find that volume. So really nice overnight trend. Can it sustain this move without volume? I don't believe so. So then it could be a great opportunity for a range trade, risking the prior day highs up here around 70, 71, 75s. It's up right now, but we've seen silver do this before. And again, if this VWAP can't reclaim that 200 moving average, I think we see a range bound day here, which could be a pretty nice trade.
Awesome. Thank you, Jay. And I think
Thank
that's
you,
what we're
Hope.
looking at for silver. Back to you, JD.
Thank you. Thank you. Let's take a look at what happened overnight before we get into these equity charts. Overnight, markets in Asia closed mostly lower. The Hang Seng Index closed down 0.81%. The Nikkei closed down 2.79%, and the Shanghai Composite closed up 0.24%. Stocks in Europe currently trading higher this morning. We've got the DAX trading up 0.46%, the FTSE up 1.08%, the CAC 40 up 0.5%, and the Stock 600 up 0.72%. US dollar index still hovering above 100 right now, 100.342 last on the dollar, up about 0.19%. The VIX is down about 3.5%, just under 30, 29.96 last print on the VIX. And the yield on the 10-year U.S. Treasury note, 4.368%. Your Mag 7 stocks closed all in the red on Friday, with Amazon and Meta taking the biggest hits. Meta closed down on Friday, down 3.99%, and Amazon closed down 3.95%. Those are just closing prices from Friday on the Mag 7. All right, guys, let's get into those S&P charts. What do you got for us?
All right. As usual on Mondays, I like to start with the monthly and the weekly. Obviously, the monthly chart has broken upside structure, it's broken balance structure. And yes, as we were talking about a couple of weeks ago before I went on vacation, the market was peaking over the edge of the cliff and it has jumped into the cliff. However, it does seem to be kind of holding on to some sort of weeds or something along the way down. Maybe it has a little bit of a parachute because it hasn't been really aggressive as far as the downside move is concerned. This is the weekly chart. Obviously, the weekly chart, we've broken the structure to the on the monthly chart. Weekly chart, we're already one time framing lower, lower highs, lower lows. This is multiple time frames acting in concert in price action. Okay, so now that we know that we've got multiple price, multiple time frames acting in concert. This is where it starts to become a little bit scary because the opposite moves in markets like this can be absolute face rip and rallies. And that's going to make everybody believe that the low is in. And if you're short it, you're going to get your face ripped off. And if you're not in it, you're going to go into FOMO. And if you're in it, see money take money when you see these big rips to the other side. And I'm not suggesting at any time will they happen or is there a guarantee or anything like that. I've just seen this before. Opposite moves in directional markets can be vicious. So the market is getting a little bit scary. Why? Well, when we see the volume on all these down days, it's been basically about the moving average of volume. All right. So, well, we know we just recently had a rollover, but still, on Thursday, on Friday, the volume wasn't tremendous. We added 16,000 contracts in open interest on Friday. I haven't had the chance to go back and review the open interest over the last week, but just the fact that we put in the low of the week on Friday, the market closed on its patoot at the end of the week, and we added a whole bunch of open interest states to me that, yeah, we saw some new selling coming in. Time frame is, of course, unknown of those new sellers, but the market always looks the worst at the bottom and the best at the top. So just beware. We talked 2 weeks ago about the market looking over the edge of the chasm. The market looked over the edge of the chasm. It's been not a wash to the downside, I would say. Now, Thursday and Friday, you could say, yeah, this was pretty ugly. All right. So it was ugly, but the volume wasn't tremendous. We added only 16,000 in open interest on Friday on a day that ended on its, again, patoot. What are we doing now? Jay, we're below the 200 session simple moving average. How
Yes, we
close do
are.
you think we are till we see the death cross?
It's pretty close, Hogue, and it's much closer in the Nasdaq. We'll see that when we get there, but it's pretty close. That angle of the 50 moving average is starting to get pretty aggressive to the downside. 68.65 is the 50. 67.86 is the 200 moving average. So we got a little way to go, but if we hang out down here, I think maybe by the end of the week. What I'm seeing here on the daily though, Hogue, daily ATR 124 points so far, high to low. We're at about 120. So we've already seen a daily ATR move. Always got to question how much room is there left in the New York session if we've seen the daily ATR move in the overnight session. But 64.80s, that was the prior low of the year before Friday. We saw a ton of volume trade at that price, which makes sense, right? I'm sure there's some stops down there. I'm sure there were some buyers ready to get a discount down there as well. 64.81 is the high of the session today. So, interesting spot. A ton of volume getting traded here. Curious to see how directional we get after already seeing a daily ATR move in the overnight session. But the equities have been presenting great opportunities. Really nice sell-off day the last 2 days of the week last week. We will see what they cook up for us today. And of course, headlines have the potential to move anything around. What are you seeing on the 30, Hogue?
Let's take a look. I wonder how much the employment information may keep things a little bit under wraps a little bit maybe this week
Yeah.
with all the employment information. Of course, as Jay just mentioned, any headlines can certainly change the face of these markets in a heartbeat. But here on the 30-minute chart, overnight inventory is obviously long. There's our 5 o'clock open last night. We were pretty much flat, and we've been kind of getting longer and longer ever since. We are inside range. We are inside value. We have a couple of things in the profile from Friday that we're going to take a little closer look at now. So, Friday, pretty much a double distribution trend day to the downside. The market did not close well. Didn't really leave a late spike to the downside, although one could call this a late spike to the downside. But where are we now? Well, we're above the late spike to the downside. Where were the single prints on Friday? The single prints on the double distribution trend day were right here, 64.40 half to the downside, 64.48.75 to the upside. You can see where the overnight move stopped inside of the uh, the single prints. Well, some news came out and it pushed us up above those, and it's been holding largely above those single prints ever since. So does that mean that the market is going to rally? It doesn't, but there is the probability of that. And if we're using these single prints as a reference level, they offer us the opportunity uh, to limit risk. Now, Jay, I know is probably going to be focusing on the 6:30 bar, the 6 o'clock bar here. So, Jay, what do you have to say about the 30-minute chart here, my friend?
Exactly that, Hogue. So that 30-minute bar, we had Friday's open, Friday's for first 30 minutes of the regular trading hour session, and that 30-minute bar, there's a ton of overlap here. Kind of goes back to what we were saying, right? There's a ton of volume that's trading in this 64.80, 64.50 up to 64.80 area. So this is a decision-making zone. If we are going to see the market trade above this, we need to find new buyers here. Again, VWAP is 40 points below where we're trading right now. Really nice overnight session. I would not be surprised to see the market kind of consolidate in this range for a little while. This is one where, Hogue, you remind us all the time that better trade location might come later in the day. And because we've already seen a daily ATR move into what is somewhat of a traffic jam area, we can see Friday was a really nice sell-off, but it took 3 hours for the market to get out of this range, and we sold off in the later half of the day into the end of the week. So again, I wouldn't be surprised at a little consolidation, little traffic jam up here in this area. And if you are looking for the markets to be directional, understand that we've already seen a daily ATR move. So how much direction are we really looking for, especially for continuation to the upside? If it happens on higher volume, of course, anything can happen. But I'm gonna temper my expectations for either side of this market right now, and let the market decide what it wants to do.
Yeah, I mean, anytime we open inside range and inside value, it usually tells me maybe a pretty good probability of better trade location as the day goes on. So I'm going to try and stay patient in the S&Ps as well. That's what we've got for the S&Ps. I know we'll be looking at crude oil and looking at the 1 minute opening range trade in crude oil. But JD, do you have any news?
We do. Oil prices are climbing after the Iran ground invasion warning. Oil prices rose on Sunday after Iran issued a warning to the United States about a possible ground invasion. Let's roll it. So Brent crude oil is the global benchmark. It rose 2.6% to $115 a barrel overnight. U.S. crude rose nearly 3% to $102 a barrel. Here in the United States, we trade West Texas Intermediate crude. Iran's parliament speaker said his forces are waiting for American troops if they invade the country. There are reports the Pentagon is preparing for weeks of ground operations in Iran. Meantime, the United States continues to build up its forces in the Middle East. On Friday, the president said negotiations between the United States and Iran are ongoing, and the president extended his deadline for Iran to reopen the Strait of Hormuz for 10 days or face even further military action. We saw some more threats on military action coming out early again this morning. Some people in the chat asking, what was the news out at 6:30? That is what the news was. More headlines coming out of Iran from the president, or coming from the president about Iran, I should say. So still market moving, headlines hitting the tape. I don't expect it to stop at all today, folks. Always keep one eye in the ditch, right? All right. We doing this?
Right.
We doing crude?
Let's do it. Crude is getting ready to open here. Opening range trade. Crude opens up at 9 a.m. Eastern, which it is open now, 8 a.m. Central Time. We are seeing some selling coming in early here.
Immediately, right on the bell.
Wow.
Institutional traders still respect those regular trading hours, those old school regular trading hours, those pit trading hours. 8 o'clock a.m. Central Time is the opening bell for Crude. You saw that liquidity injection right when the bell rang. Something to look out for if you're trading this market.
Pretty big range here. 50 ticks
Sellers
already.
still stepping in.
60 ticks, 63 ticks.
60 ticks.
You know what they say.
What do they say?
60 ticks is 60 ticks.
Damn right. 60 ticks. 60 ticks. All right, we got about 4 seconds till this opening bar closes. We're going to look for a confirmation, either above or below this 1 minute range. Our purpose for taking these opening range breakout trades is to catch a good chunk of the move. We're trying to call the high or the low for the day in the first minute.
Just took out the low.
Just by a couple ticks, yeah.
In the big contract, yeah, we got to be careful with that one because I'm looking at the overnight high. Overnight high in crude oil in the big contract is 103.39. The overnight high in the micros is up at Hoag's weekly kickoff high, 104 evens. So definitely a little spread going on there, especially on the open. Yeah, I mean,
that is
it was on the opening
pretty
candle.
wide gap there. Yeah.
Yeah.
That is slippage right there. Who paid the top of the crude move this morning or last night? Someone got stopped at the top. But man, 50 tick discrepancy between the micro and mini. That's pretty wide.
Yep.
That's crazy.
Yes, it is. We took out the low, so this is either a short or a no trade on an invalidation. If we take out the high here, crude oil right now trading $100.07. Of course, this $100 level is going to be a interesting spot for crude oil. Everyone in the world is watching crude at $100, and we just bounced off of it there. Tilt right now, 50-50. Crude is, what we got? Up about 0.5% on the day right now from settlement, 99.64. Is this another trap, JD?
It's got the makings of another trap, Jay. What's that, Hoag?
We just closed by 5 or 6 ticks to the high from Friday's regular trading hour session range. We opened with a gap. The first thing we did was close the gap. This could be supportive. If not, then we could see this market pull back to value low from Friday, which is around 96.96. 96.96.
So technically in the micro, contract, we did trigger a short, Jay. But I see what you're saying. It's got that feeling of a trap again, just like last week. We keep trading around the low of the opening range without any significant follow through, and then it just rips another face rip and rally, Hoag. That's what it looks like it's poised to do. We could get in this trade if we want. I really don't like it though.
It didn't trigger though yet, did it?
It did in the micro.
It did. Yeah, it did.
It did not in the mini? No trade in the mini?
It did. Man, that last 1 minute candle did.
I don't know. It seems to be rejecting the range from Friday, so I'm in for a pass. Unless we get a really good push. I'd rather sell it lower than sell it here.
Good point. Yeah, under 100, we might see it start to really liquidate, but right now, it feels like a trap. We're inside the highest volume 1 minute candle from the the headlines that came out from the president the other day. Not the other day, earlier today. Yeah, I'm okay with no trade there on that. It's probably going to be the one that works, but
guys, there's a platform-wide YouTube bug with the view counter right now. Look at the likes. There's plenty of people here.
Plenty of people here. Well, we'll sit on this trade. We'll see what happens with it. I think it was a good no trade in gold. Would have triggered us out. Why don't we take a look at these charts and see where crude oil might be trading to today if there aren't any headlines that come out and move it around? What are you seeing, Hoag?
Let's do it.
All right. So monthly, obviously, market disruption. Weekly. Indecision just under $100, just right around $100. We got 3 weeks with nothing but shadows or wicks and very small candle bodies. Although last week's is a little bit interesting because there's very little wick at the top of this and nothing but excess below. The market is still feeling the pressure of the geopolitical situation, and that could of course change. We got tweets in earlier today, and that changed things immediately. Daily, we are in a bit of a range. Um, we are looking like last night, we had an attempted breakout above last week's high and above the upper area, the upper extreme of the current area of balance that appears to have failed, finding support at the high from Friday's regular trading hour session high. I did not want to sell that. Did not want to sell that, and it's looking like we're going to invalidate the short within the next few seconds. Anyways, so back to the daily. Volume remains extremely low. There's a lot of people that are just sitting waiting for something to happen, something to change, fundamentally and geopolitically in this market. Open interest, we added 17,000 contracts on Friday. Big push to the upside, news driven, and part of the push to the upside in crude oil was part of the push to the downside in equities. When something changes, things are going to switch directions, and they're going to switch directions quickly, and we can all pray for peace. Of course, now we just took out the high of the opening range. Good no take on that short. Let's take Jay, what are you seeing on the daily?
On the daily here, daily ATR $7.45. We are at a $3.75 range so far today. We are back above the March 23rd candle, which again is the candle. It might replace October 10th Hogue. Uh, the March 23rd candle was significant in pretty much every market that we traded. That was, hey, we are coming to some agreements in Iran. That's how we started the week. But we didn't close above that high, but a daily candle close above that high has me looking up at the extreme of the year so far. We're right below those 120s. We are looking like we might have some volume building at these highs if we sustain above $100. Friday's close was the highest close we've had in years in crude oil, right below that $100 level. So I'm seeing bullish market structure here. Of course, it's a fundamentally driven market. Anything can change that, but the 20-day moving average started to act almost like a trend line and holding the lows of this market and pushing us up here. Of course, what's going on in the world right now can change with a headline, so we'll see that. But from a technical perspective, this looks like a bullish market, and again, good no take on that opening range trade there.
Take a look at the 30. All right. So we've got weaknesses in structure down below. There's gaps of go, session gap, naked points of control, naked points of control. Actually, this move to the upside off those lows has been relatively emotional, which emotions usually aren't going to be good decisions. But the only thing running the decisions in this market is what is happening overseas and what's going to happen overseas. Nobody can predict. We can pray, but we can't predict. Overnight inventory is a little bit short. The market opened with a gap above Friday's regular trading hour session range high. That high, to be precise, $100.04. The market opened, left the opening range at the dead ass high, closed the gap just by a few ticks, but showing signs of rejection. We all agreed. We said, you know what? We don't like this short, even though it triggered us to the short side. I would have preferred to sell this market at a lower price after the market marked some sort of acceptance inside the range for Friday, which it rejected, and the market is continuing this push to the upside. So I guess our overnight high in the micros was weekly kickoff high, $104. If we continue to reject the range from Friday and we continue to see buyers coming into this market, we are going to have to see new buying coming in above the VWAP, which is sloped to the downside. So with our overnight inventory to the short side, shorter time frame, weaker hand sellers have been in control. And looking at the 6 o'clock bar here, we haven't really seen much participation below the second half of it. We're starting to see the regular trading hour volume coming in. Do we like the long side on this? Jay, what do you think?
I think so. I think so, Hoagie, especially with the reaction that we just saw at $100. I'm looking at another platform here, and there's that selling at 100 is getting absorbed there. Somebody's trying to push it under 100, and the market is saying, "Okay, thanks. We'll take those, and we'll buy some more." We've looked below $100 twice already today. Now, is that just continued selling pressure against a level that'll eventually break if buyers don't want to defend it? But I think for now, you kind of look at that area as a spot to limit risk to the upside. We had these settlement tests. VWAP is pretty much a flat line. I did take some trades last night in Crude. They were shorts on this first 30-minute range that we had here. And we looked at the high and didn't have any volume. You see how flat this VWAP was. Looking for range, because I think that's what Crude does until it doesn't. It's a range bound market, so I wouldn't be surprised to see it stay above 100, below 103 the entire day, which is a huge range to trade. Until a headline or something comes out that takes us to wherever the next zone that we're trading. But yeah, for right now, it's coming off the lower extreme of the range. I think if I'm trading this, I have to trade it like a range bound market and looking for opportunities to long back up to VWAP, 102 quarter, and then the high of the day up here at 103.30s. Very interesting market. Again, it's not the most illiquid market for what we're seeing as far as the volatility goes. There's still some decent size on the order book. So it's not like what we saw in gold and silver during that crazy volatility. But of course, I don't want to be the sitting duck in a crude oil trade. If it's not going right away, I'm more inclined to probably just get flat, because that means the next headline is probably around the corner there. So trade the momentum. It has been my game plan in crude oil. I got your mute feed this week, Hope. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, Jay, you just mentioned right around $100,
Mhm.
and that you saw some absorption going on there. And I'm looking here, and I see it as well. There were
Yeah.
most of the volume that occurred as negative delta, which means that there was somebody putting in bids there and scooping up whatever they could get, and you were like, "Yes, thank you, we'll take those." And
We'll
now
take
look at them.
those. Yeah, we will take them. Crude is an interesting market right now. And of course, it is affecting the equities. We're going to give the people what they want. Take a look at the NASDAQ coming up here, trading 23,500s. But JD, before we do that, got any news?
We do, just a little bit. Yesterday, Sunday, the Trump administration officials said TSA workers would receive paychecks in the next couple of days. Starting to see that back pay getting processed. Let's run it.
For them.
Under the president's plan to unilaterally fund the agency, this comes after President Donald Trump's executive action Friday ordering that TSA workers be paid immediately. One former TSA administrator said the follow-through on this is critical. A spokesperson for the American Federation of Government Employees, which represents TSA officers, said Sunday that some officers had started seeing their back pay being processed for payment, but only the 2 full paychecks missed in March, not the rest of the partial payment from late February. As of Sunday night, the funds had not yet hit their bank accounts. It's not yet clear what the immediate impact of the restart in pay will be on long airport security lines just yet, but at least some people are getting paid. That's a relief. Glad to see that happen.
Yes. Thank
Pay the
a
man.
TSA agent today. If you are in an airport, tell them thank you.
They were starting to
sure.
quit in droves last week, but the pay is coming in. All right. Let's give the people what they want. It's 8:14 a.m. in the Central Time. Let's hit those NASDAQ charts, guys.
All right,
Let's do it, Hogue.
Let's go. Monthly. Balance. Well, upside and balance both broken to the downside. Yes, the market is looking and sailing into the chasm to the downside. How has it done? I don't think it's been particularly scary on the way down. I think it's been relatively organized. There is some emotion, of course, always involved to the downside. But again, on the daily chart, or this is the weekly chart, we're seeing just basically average volume on the weekly chart. Take a look at the daily. Meow, meow. All right, so here's the daily. And again, on these deep pushes to the downside, volume has been basically to the average of the moving average of volume. It hasn't been huge volume coming in and lots of sell pressure and new things coming in. We did add 7,700 in open interest on Friday. Well, again, the market was kind of affected by crude pricing. We saw the market break. We saw it close on its patoot. But again, the volume not all that tremendous, and 7,700 in open interest increase to the downside, and the Nasdaq is substantial, but not to this point where I believe it's kind of getting scary. And I still feel like the scariest part of these equities markets are, you know, when we get too short and the vicious face rip and rally comes in, and if that face rip and rally is basically just that we got too short and now everybody decided to cover all at once, or if there's good news that comes out, wait till you see what happens then. I don't know if and when that's going
Yeah.
to happen, but just be careful. You always want to use a stop. Jay, what are you seeing here on the daily?
On the daily, Hogue, you asked about the death cross in on the moving averages. We are almost on pace to do this at the exact same time as what we did it last year. The 250 moving average is at 25,135s, 200 moving average 25,052. The last time the 50 crossed below the 200 was almost exactly a year ago. April 3rd was that day. So we are been asking that question. Does 2026 remind anybody of 2025? It looks very similar here.
Hey, you've been saying that for weeks.
It looks very similar here. That's what I'm looking at. On the daily, 23,609 is 50% of yesterday's range. We're trading lows of the year. We made a new low of the year in the overnight session. Daily ATR 540 points so far. We're at 480. So there's a little bit of room on either side. We'll see if we get a range expansion day today. I wouldn't expect one, but we will see what happens here. What are you seeing on the 30-year-old?
All right, to the 30. All right, um, so we have left, some weaknesses in structure above price. We've got a session gap here. We've got naked points of control, another session gap here. The market was a double distribution trend day to the downside that closed on its patoot on Friday. Overnight inventory has grown to be a little bit to the long side. Here's where we opened last night, pretty much flat for the first couple of hours, and we've been rallying ever since. Value on this platform, value high is the high from Friday, value low down here around 23,380. We're in the middle of it. Again, when we do have the market opening in range and in value, my tendency is to say I'm going to stay patient. I believe better trade locations may occur as the day goes on, but you've got to be ready for any kind of change that might happen right after the open. If we leave the opening range one extreme or the other, that can change that hypothesis relatively quickly. But for now, I'm thinking stay patient. There's a lot of information coming out this week. There's a lot of uncertainty in the market. And we've seen the market come off those highs. It has fallen over the cliff, but again, it's holding on to weeds or grabbing trees or something. It's not like necessarily dropping. It's been relatively organized, although a little bit emotional, which again leads me to be a little bit frightened of the eventual possible, don't know if it's going to happen or when it's going to happen, face rip and rally to the upside. Any good news, be careful. If we start to get the idea and we can look around the pit and we can say, wow, everybody is short, be careful. Face rip and rallies can wreck you. That's what I'm what am I looking? What's the word I'm looking? I'm not afraid of it. I'm peaked for it. I'm looking for it. I'm watching for it. If you miss it, you miss it. What you don't want to do is get smacked by it. Last thing you want to do is get slapped by a face slap and rally. So be
Yeah.
careful, be patient this morning. Again, we are in range, we are in value. Jay, what do you think?
I think it's a good plan to not get slapped by the market today, Hogue. I'm gonna keep that. I'm gonna put that in my notes. We got a 23,570, which is the overnight high. That is 50% of the first 30 minutes on the sell-off yesterday. We can see there was some resistance there before we eventually broke. Very similar to the S&P here. I'm gonna be patient in this range, 23,470s up to those 570s. We'll see what the volume says when it comes in for the New York session. Like you said, Hogue, overnight inventory is to the long side right now. We got the NASDAQ up just over 0.75% right now, but we are in a decision-making area. I think I want to let the market make a decision before I do about how we're going to trade here. And could we see some short covering coming in and push us? There's a ton of room to the upside that I don't know that I need to be the first in this trade. But again, the markets have also been in a downtrend, so I'll let it decide. We're not really out of balance like we have been. When we came into the open on Friday, we were out of balance talking about, hey, we have the potential to run and make new lows of the day, new lows of the year. We made those lows in the overnight session, new lows again of the year. But right now we've seen some short covering come in. So I'm going to be patient here. There's going to be an opportunity in all of the equity markets. But I'm cognizant of the fact that I don't have to force that opportunity. The market's going to present it to you.
Let the market tell you.
Let the market tell us, Hogue.
It's trying
Let
to
the market tell us.
We would just listen. All right, thanks, Jay. That's it. That's what we got for the NASDAQ. Again, it's great to be back.
Good to have you back, JD. We got to go through that schedule. We got fast markets coming up in just a little bit here. Hogue is going to stick around for fast markets, but who else do we got trading with us on Topstep TV, JD?
We got a great day of trade entertainment coming your way right here on Topstep TV. Coming up next in Fast Markets, Andre and Jack are driving the bus. Hogue's going to be jumping in there too for a little bit. We got a couple rotating guests. Ted, our buddy Ted's going to be here from 8:30 to 9:30, and Dakota from 9:30 to 11. Hogue will be back with the morning highlights at 11 o'clock a.m. Central Time. He's going to talk about the markets, why we didn't take any of those opening range breakout trades today in gold and crude oil. And maybe we will take some trades during fast markets. We'll go over those too. Group coaching at 12 o'clock p.m. Central Time. Gabe, Deanna, and Anne-Marie. We will be pinning a form to the top of the chat in just a little while. If you've got a question for Gabe, Deanna, or Anne-Marie, or all three of them collectively, grab that form, fill it out, click submit, and they will answer your questions live right here on Topstep TV. 1 o'clock p.m. Central Time. Trade with Topstep. I'm going to be here with first-time guest Ethan T. and Gabe. We're going to tear it up in that 1 o'clock hour. 2 o'clock Central Time, we've got Power Hour. Andre, Braden, and Jack will be here to close out the day. Don't forget, we got At the Buzzer with Coach Jay and Coach Paul at 3:15, and then Slow Markets with Dakota and Jay later on this evening, 7 o'clock a.m. Central Time. That is your schedule for today here on Topstep TV. Don't go anywhere. We are here bell to bell for you all day long. Let's go.
Let's go. We got markets moving around right now. No trades in the house count. Good no takes in both of those. We're seeing crude oil catch a little bit of a bid, and gold is trying to figure out who it wants to be today. JD, you got any other news before we get into fast markets?
Yeah, we do. I got one more piece of news to share. It's nothing too important. You know how I love a good heist story, and especially a good heist story that involves one of my favorite candy bars. Let's roll it. This wasn't your typical theft, everyone. When a person steals money, jewelry, or other valuable possessions, this is something a little different. Someone in Italy stole a truck containing more than 400,000 Kit Kat bars. That's correct. The chocolate treat had a special design. The bars were shaped like F1 cars. Can you believe that? The overall haul weighed more than 12 tons. Nestle is the maker of the Kit Kat bars. The company says the truck left the production site in central Italy and was heading to distribution centers in Europe and eventually ending up in Poland. Nestle says while this was a lot of chocolate taken, the theft will not impact Kit Kat bars' availability in stores. Police are still looking for the truck and the person responsible for the theft. How do you fence 400,000 F1 car-shaped Kit Kat bars? You do it one at a time? You probably got to know somebody, right?
How many do you eat while you're while you counting up the loot, right? Put 100 in the bag, I eat one. Put 100 in the bag, I eat another one. I've seen the Italian job also.
Yeah, I feel like it would have been easier to just steal It would have been easier to just steal the plain ones, right? And not the F1 car shaped ones. That would be making things a little more difficult on you, right?
Right.
Oh well.
Yeah.
Well, you never
There are
have to buy
reasons.
Halloween candy again.
Exactly. All right,
Good
guys.
stuff. Good stuff, JD. I think we're ready to go. Hogue, it is time. Do the thing. Take us into fast markets.
All right. Well, thank you, Jay. Thank you, JD. And as always, thanks to all of you for trusting us with your time. Fresh back from my trip to Nasdaq, I did the thing quite a bit while I was listening to some really good music out there, but I'll spare you the thing today. As always, I like to I like to call out the first people in the chat. We have Joe Siplon. We have Rich Quas, good to see you. Shubham, Trader Hub, Anastasios, Coog, Tommy C, Lou Gold, John Jones, Charles Henry, and Benji Mag. Pedro is asking about the weekly kickoff levels. The weekly kickoff levels are just levels where I believe important longer time frame traders will look to adjust inventories. Just levels, Pedro, just levels. As for everything else, as you get into trading today, remain humble, grateful, creative, and centered. Pray for peace every day. I'm excited to be back. Let's head into fast markets in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Go to the market. Let's go.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Fast Markets on Topstep TV. Get it. Second to last day left in March. We got chocolate pirates on the loose in Europe, it sounds like.
Oh, boy.
There used to be rules, Andre. There used to be rules, and now there is nothing. We rallied 100 points off the lows in the ES so far. How are you doing, Andre?
Doing quite well, Jack. It's just you and me, and 32 people watching us right now live all across the globe. So, yeah, those 33, welcome everybody. Topstep TV.
Yeah.
This is Fast Markets. It's just you, me, and 33 people. No, I'm kidding. There's a little bug in the YouTube. Welcome everybody, Topstep TV. This is Fast Markets. It is Monday, also shortened trading week. Friday we'll be off. We got non-farm jobs report on Thursday. We got Powell speaking in about an hour or so. Like Jack said, we got crude pulling off just a little bit. Seeing equities up going into this New York Open. Well, we got ES trading right around. Well, there's a big spike about an hour ago. Jack, thoughts coming in. 10-year yields have retreated underneath 4.4%. VIX is still hovering around 30. Oh, we have also Q2 starts this week. Q2 2026
yes.
starts this week. Hell of a week already. We got lined up. What's up, Jack? Thoughts coming in?
Interesting day. I also hope that these 32 people are actually 32 giant watch parties in cities across the globe. That's what I'll put on. That's what I'll imagine right now. Yeah, a little bit weird off the bat. Had some positive news from Trump tweeted around 6:30. The oil's still pretty high, but the bonds came back. Stocks bounced a little bit. Will be very interesting to see what happens the rest of the day. We've been in this pattern of stocks dumping towards the end of the week, Thursday and Friday, gapping down on Sunday, and then getting sent. So, yeah, we'll let this settle out a little bit. What do you think, Andre?
Well, correction. Non-farm is still Friday. Still non-farm Friday, even though it is Good Friday. Thank you for that, JD. Well, who's at the door? Fashionably late. Just kidding. We still got 30 seconds. The man himself, Ted. What is happening?
Hey.
30 seconds coming in this open. Thoughts coming in to this huge week.
Good morning, guys. Happy Monday.
Yeah.
Gonna be a good day. The implied move in the S&P was 126 points. It was factored into the option premium in the spider on Friday.
Okay.
So
10 seconds.
look for some fireworks.
10 seconds.
Yes.
All right. Up to 34. 34 people watch us all across the globe right now on Topstep TV. We are now open 50-50 on the tilt across the board. Initial MOO, market open orders, a little bit of a pullback.
Mm-hmm. All
Whoa, we
right,
had
I'm short 2 MESs.
There we
What
go.
price?
6461.
6461. 6461. I want to
Yeah.
talk about
Third major resistance level coming into today was 6460. And we have had 100-point rallies just about every Sunday night coming into Monday.
right. 6461. Let's take a look at gold. Gold trading 4600s right now. Crude oil. All eyes on crude, still above 100. Really trading $101.58. Got a little selling here in the NQ.
Short
Down
5.
about short 5. Ted.
Ooh,
adding
wow.
In Ted, what
Mhm.
price? What's your average price on the short?
646125.
61
And we have
quarter.
Powell speaking today at 10:30, by the way. FYI.
Yes, we do. About an hour from now.
Yes, he'll be at Harvard for a moderated
Okay.
conversation about all that good stuff.
Right.
And a macro 101 class too. Like, man,
Mm.
Harvard gets that's what they get. JD in the
They get
chat
Powell.
says we're well over 3,000 viewers. JD, I'm only seeing 36. I don't know. JD's saying there's 3,000 watching. I'm seeing 36, not 35. So seems to be conflicting stories here. So to all 35 of you, I'm just joking. Keep an eye here. A little pullback in crude. Jack, what was that? What was the tweet? I assume the sentiment was something about a deal, but we did see that reaction.
Yeah, I think it was like everything's almost over.
Gotcha.
There's going to be a deal, something like that. That's the third time. There's been a little bit of diminishing returns of that. I was pointing this out the other day. Like if I go to the hour chart here,
Yep.
you can see we still have. Remember, this was Monday morning. Got 240 points. The second one faded back quick, and then this one this morning, even a little less. So the market may be calling for some tangible results before it wants to take off.
It seems like the ATSs
What is
are the
that?
ones that take the bait on that. We do have a quote: Trump participates in a photo op. The president's photo op 45 minutes from now. 72% long on the tilt in the NQ right now. Pretty muted open. NQ trading right back to where we opened, 23,514. Ted, what's your downside target on this trade? Or is it see money, take money? How do you
I'm going to scalp and build some cushion, but I would like to see at least 5-4, 6-4, 5-4, second major level.
5-4. Alrighty. Take a look here. Still 72% long on the tilt in the NQ. Take a look at the ES ladder. Pretty thin. We got 200, about 300 lots, a couple points lower right now. Using that level 2 data on Topstep X. Take a look at the NQ ladder. Pretty thin as well. Got 30 lot, about 5 points lower from where we're trading right now. Jack, 10-year yields did see some relief in
Not
terms of
crazy
They
about
did.
that.
We're off about 10 basis points, I think, from the highs the other day.
Long.
4.35 in the 10-year. Ted is in.
Ted is now, you're now long.
I'm looking to maybe close this out and buy a long. They look like they really want to buy this thing. I'm not crazy about it just yet.
Dow catching a bid here. Dow.
Yeah. There's
70
some bids
points
coming into the market.
60 points off the highs.
All right.
Oh, we might see a little selling. Got a little selling here in the NQ. NQ seeing some downside pressure. 3,480, now 475 trades.
I am back to break even in my short on the ES.
Or down to a little selling here.
Throw a couple bids in there. Take it off. Oh, I don't want that. I want one at a time.
And about a 10, 12 point turnaround. A little bit more selling here. There we go.
Let's go. 5-7.
Crude catching a bid here.
I'm taking 2 off. Building some bank, so I got some more to play with.
Head now short 3, shaving 2. More downside here in the NQ. NQ selling off that tilt, long tilt, and the NQ did level off to 50-50 now. Looking at about a 70 point, now 80 point turnaround to the downside in the NQ. Crude back above $102, now $102.12 prints. Gold selling off. ES selling off.
Done. All right, 5-4 target hit right there. That was my
Ted.
trade.
Ted,
Let's
off the
go.
rip.
Nice.
Let's go.
There you go.
Look
There you go.
around as we open up. Apple's still the contrarian. They are down 0.4%. Everything else is up in the Mag 7. Leading the way would be Meta. Meta is up 1.3%, but that's kind of like that meme with the podiums and the guy in last place sipping champagne. Meta was down 8% Thursday and like another 4% on Friday, so they could use a little help.
Okay. A little bit more buying. Well, we got selling more buying in crude. Crude now trading $102.17. We're seeing gold sell off. Gold sell off about $20 right there. 45.83 would be the last price. Get some more downside follow through here in the ES. ES 64.49 now trades.
Let it out. All right, what's the next level?
What is the next level?
Major. 2.6 is the next major level.
6426. Where do you get these levels, Ted? Or how do you
Charting, good old fashioned charting.
screen time, baby?
Take a longer time frame. Take a short time frame, zoom out, zoom out, zoom out. It is an auction process. So where is the largest amount of volume that exchanged hands? That's what I'm looking for. And if those levels match up with good old charting 101, where you see support and resistance, those are my levels.
Like it. Okay. We got more selling here in NQ. NQ about 100-point turnaround lower. NQ trade 23,433. Call it 430.
Yes. 6407 in the SPX, so we're about 6 points above a big round number, 6400 there. Looks like there could be a little bit of gamma support coming down to it. Andre, at some point, once Ho gets on, I might need to step off for a few minutes to update some information so I can get live data on some of these things, but I'm winging it, baby.
Oh,
It is
I like it. We're going to need that. More buying here in crude. Crude trading $102.24. Crude up about 80 cents in the first 7 minutes of this New York session. You heard him talking about levels. Oh, we got those Topstep daily levels for you. We're pinned to the top of the chat. Those are updated, refreshed before every New York Open. You don't have to necessarily go there. You can click on the indicators tab, the Topstep X there as well. Type in Topstep daily levels. Have them right there on your charts. You got updated, refreshed before every New York Open. More buying crude. Crude up about $1 here. First few minutes of the New York session.
I don't think we've had a day where we've traded longer than 3 minutes in the cash open 9:30, where crude is traded over $100. I think every time it's traded over $100, it's been in the pre and post market.
Interesting.
Another reason why I felt good about the short.
More buying crude. Crude continuing to push higher here. $102.35.
Short at 5.4 if it gets back.
Ted, we go back to the well. I like it. We're buying crude. We're selling Dow. We're selling ES and the NQ.
Oh, God.
Looking at about 30-point turnaround to the downside in the ES NQ. 140-point turnaround.
Jack, it looks like NVIDIA just went negative.
I was just gonna say the same thing. We had a the flippening. Broadcom, Google, NVIDIA all down slightly now to join Apple.
Jesus. Momentum to the downside.
Continued selling equities. NQ 130 points lower. Last 5 minutes or so. ES about 32 points lower right now. Crude up about $1, $1.20. First 9 minutes of the New York session.
You good, Berica?
Love it. All right. Upper left-hand corner of the screen. You got the name of the segment. You got the name of the show. It's called Fast Markets. We got Ted joining us at Fast Markets. Why do I tell you that? We'd like for you to hit us up at Topstep TV on the X using the hashtag Fast Markets or hashtag Power Hour. There's some cool stuff. Let's see some chart setups. Let's see some payouts. Let's see some trader wins. See some calendars. A wall of green. Again, Topstep TV on the X using the hashtag Power Hour or hashtag Fast Markets. We will turn that around to you later on in the day. All right, new 5 minute They want to take this.
Well, they're taking it right now. We're at 6,400 in the SPX, and
More
it
selling.
Yeah.
went through it
Wow.
pretty easy.
Wow. Here we go. Next
I
level
wish I
downside.
had a runner. Sorry, there'll be another shot at it.
Yep.
Only 10 minutes into the day. We got all day.
That damn right, Ted. We got 140 point sell off in progress in the NQ right now. 23,400. Closing in on that. Yes, closing in on 64.40. About 2 points to go there. More selling in the NQ. Stops just went off there. 23,390. New session lows all across the equities right now.
Truly wild times, Andre. I'm sure some of you saw over the weekend. We had the self-proclaimed Speaker of Iran telling us to fade the futures overnight market. Never seen that before.
No, it's there's a lot going on. Yeah.
There's a lot. You think you've seen everything.
Yeah. That was a great time to buy. Now we're seeing
Yes.
faded. More selling here. 64.35 last trade. About a 45 point turnaround lower in the ES. All session lows. Printing in the equities. Crude continue to move higher. $2.51 last trade there. Crude up about $1.50. About $1.50 for 11 minutes. This New York session. More selling NQ. Here comes some selling now in gold. Gold just dumped about $15, $20 now.
$15.
Gold trading 45.78. We're trading right around 4,600s when the New York bell did ring.
We do have on the sell-off. We have the VIX back above 30.
New session highs crude. $102.65. It's printed. We're selling in gold. And Paul will be speaking. I don't know if the cameras will be there. It's a moderate discussion at Harvard. That's about 45 minutes or so. We will keep an eye on the wire when those headlines do hit. Little about a 20-point bounce here, maybe some short covering in the equities. 20-point bounce in NQ back up to 23,400. All right, last time I make this bad joke, but for all 31 watching across the globe, if you'd be so kind, click subscribe, click like. How do we have 400 likes if we have 30 people watching? Click notify as well if you'd be so kind. Ted, we're not pulling the ratings we used to, man.
Yeah,
baby.
No, it's so weird. It's like, usually you expect that gradual decline maybe, but I was shocked to lose 99.5% of our viewers just in one day. Or there could be something wrong with the YouTube counter.
Really?
So I'll let the educated people in chat figure out what's going on there.
It's my last day, I promise. It was my fault.
Now, Ted. Now.
You only have 30 people. There's only 30
buddy.
people. It's like, no, there's not 30
That's
people
it.
watching. Like 22.
Nice.
In the chat, Justin says, after 1 year, I realized this is a clown show. Just keep you busy. You're talking about us or the markets? It could be both, I guess.
Yeah.
Thank you kindly for watching.
Took you a whole year?
Yeah, it took you a year for that. More selling here in gold. 45.75 last trade.
All right.
What do we get down to in the ES? ES one got down to 64.35, call it.
Hmm.
50-50 tilt.
Still hanging around this 6,400 level.
We
Don't
get another push higher here.
too much below here for now.
Crude pulled back just a bit. Looks like we might get another round of buying here in crude. $2.59 trades in crude. Might get another round of selling here in gold as well. We're 15 minutes into the New York session. So we got a little buying stepping in. ES in the equities. ES Dow and in Q.
So, Ted,
Yes.
can you do a little recap? Explain like how you came to take that short right off the open? Was it just a level that you've been looking at?
So when I look at the options data from Friday in SPY, there's a math that I use.
Mhm.
If I was to go buy a spider call or a spider put on Friday for today's expiration, there is a premium in it that's in that option contract.
Mm-hmm.
And somebody sold me the contract if I bought it, right? So that could be another person that was on the other side of the trade, or it could be a market maker like a Citadel or whoever. If somebody sells me that, they are pretty positive because now they're short, right? They're pretty positive that that premium is going to protect them on the other side of the trade.
Mhm.
But coming into today, that premium,
Wow.
as some of its time premium, is going to come out of the option. And that's kind of where I find some of these levels as well. That was the highest premium you could have paid on Friday, was that 64.60 level in the ES, which is equivalent to like 60,
Heads up.
what is it, 50, 20 points or 30 points premium to the cash.
Nice.
I don't know if I'm getting too over my skis into the chat, but that premium is going to come out of that option by the end of today, right? Unless it's in the money.
Excellent. Selling off a little more here, aren't we, Andre?
Sure are. Just saw another round of selling. Just put in some new session lows there in the equities. Ted, I also want to talk about that 100-point imply that you're talking about when we came on. But it looks like we might have another round of selling coming in your equities. Equity ES
Right.
just bottomed out 64.30. 4 points from that downside target. Dow continuing to sell off 50-50 on the tilt. And Crude didn't even pop there. Crude about 15 cents off the session highs. Crude trading $102.53. We are seeing red in the equities right now. NQ bottoming out 23,360. We're looking about a 200-point sell-off in the NQ. Dow continuing to see sellers.
There we go.
Wow.
Six.
Look out below. 2.6 is incoming, Ted.
You might get a little support here at 2.6. It's a major level.
2.6 incoming. More lows. Crude on the move higher here.
In the SPX right now, I got us 8.85% off the all-time highs from back in January.
Okay.
Correction would be 10%. We did not get there, I don't believe, in the SPX yet.
What price would 10% be again? Future, what?
10% would be
6,300?
around, around 6,300 in the SPX. So like 6,343
Right.
in the futures.
Okay. New highs crude, $102.86 last trade. Gold. Gold trading 45.63. We're down about $40 here in the first 20 minutes or so. Headlines. Dow continues to sell off.
This will be a slightly unusual or like a little different Powell conversation in that it's kind of a
Teaching class.
I don't know if it's a roundtable or a discussion or something like that. I'm not sure what kind of questions are going to come, but always fun to have. Got to enjoy our Powell while we still got it.
Yep. Indeed. We got Powell. That is all scheduled to begin in about 40 minutes or so. a 6-month auction. We do have Williams speaking around the close of the New York session. Of course, all eyes on the headlines. For now, we'll get another round of selling here in the NQ. NQ continues to print new session lows. Now 23,347.
Casual 40+ point sell off in the ES since the open.
We hit 64. 22's hit. 26 is hit, Ted. 64.
Yep.
26.
The falling
10.
knife.
Yeah.
Falling knife. Next big level down is 64.11. It's a level of interest, I think, for a lot of longer term buyers. That's
64.
July of 2025's market prices in the futures.
July 2025. Were we making like new all-time highs? That was 2024.
I think if you go back to July 2025, you'll see this is where the ES was after all the new contract splits. So we bounced right off 26.
It sure did.
Mm-hmm.
Damn, we had that. I didn't feel good about it. It looked like a falling knife to me, so sat on hands.
Yes, there's about maybe some short covering here in the equities. Looking at 10-point bounce off the lows ES, about 25 point bounce in the NQ. Wow. Dow seeing some buyers as well. You still like shorts, Ted?
Is a lot more. Not really.
Oh,
I'd like to see this. I'd like to see this thing go sideways for 15 minutes and compress a little bit. But that would have been good for a nice 5-point scalp in the ES, which is a nice trade. I don't know how. I watch NQ, but I don't know how big the bounce was off the 26 level on the S&P or ES.
Bounced about 30 points or so.
It's a good trade.
Yes, it is. If you got to take it, right? Watch out, Nvidia.
If you stepped in and bought it and closed it, do it again.
Yeah, as people are pointing out, let me see this real quick.
Take the shorts here. I want to take a short here.
Nvidia is trading prices not encountered since September, but they're right. The September lows.
What happened? $1 trillion.
Double bottom there in July and August.
Right.
164.40. And that would be a pretty ugly looking. If you're looking at the chart of Nvidia, it's a pretty ugly looking breakdown if it gets through there.
We'll pop here. Keep an eye on gold.
To me, that's a bullish sign. That means if I was behind and I'd say the market ran all-time highs and I had cash on the sidelines, you mean I can buy the market where it was in July of 2025? And if you watch what it did from July into the end of the year, I think it rallied straight up. So that's not a place I'd want to short where there could be buyers that are behind the 8 ball in their portfolios.
Top of the hour coming in about 7 minutes. Crude pulled back about 30 cents, 35 cents to be exact, off the highs there. Crude now trading $102.50.
Sounds insane, but Nvidia is in danger of slipping below 4 trillion in market cap.
We're just at 5.
They were just at 5, but remember, we didn't even have a publicly traded company worth 1 trillion until like 2018. I think Apple did that.
You know what they say? The first trillion is the hardest. Once you get through that,
yeah, easy street.
Yeah. Watching buyers try. How long would you, Chad? You want to see? You said you want to see ES trade sideways for a bit. You said for about 15 minutes or so.
Yeah, I'd like a little. I wouldn't mind a little bar coding, little compression.
Watch
to see if we spring out one way or the other.
50 cents off the highs. 50-50 tilt. Top of the hour, 5 minutes. Sellers seem to have stepped back. Man, they're just going to sell this without crude. Ugly equities.
Yeah.
Right. Wow. Yeah. 64.
Gonna mark out 63.65 here.
Wow. Look at that.
Right.
We're selling in the NQ
So
here.
I guess the what's that?
Oh, go
I
ahead,
guess the
Ted.
logic behind the premium, I guess the best example would be if Jack and I went to Andre, he was a market maker in Apple options, and Jack and I walked in and said, we want to buy an Apple option that expires on Friday. And we bought it from Andre, and he sold it to us with a premium there.
Mhm.
When we walk out of the office, Andre might say, well, I agree. I actually think Apple will be up on Friday, but now I'm short because I sold them the call, right? We bought a call
Yep.
on Monday for Friday's expiration. That puts Andre short. So he has to figure out a way to hedge and get neutral. And that's what that premium is I'm talking about in the options the day before in Spider. They have daily expiration. Somebody sold calls and puts on Friday at the money for a premium, and that premium is going to come out over time as it decreases. Does that make sense?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Gotta get out.
So we bought it. We're long. Jack and I are long Apple options. Now Andre's short. He's got to figure out a way to get market neutral. He can't just turn around and flip out of those, I don't think, if he's a market maker.
Yep. They do that. They buy the underlying to hedge their delta, or they can sell puts.
Correct.
All sorts of fun ways to do that.
Ted, you
Correct.
Ted, you nailed it.
I'm not
I am
smart
indeed.
enough to figure that out. I'm just smart enough to see the premium on Friday. That's it.
Mm-hmm.
Ted, I am
How about
indeed short.
VWAP
I had to get
in
short.
the ES?
I got I got short from 64.21. 64 short from 64.21. We got NQ making new lows. 23,000.
You love shorting the market, Dre. I love it.
I just I mean, we're going lower.
There's always
You got
buyer.
short too, Ted.
There's always
Ted, you
buyer.
got short in the tops, man. I'm getting short in the hold down here.
here.
I wish I was short from where you
I
are.
love
I'll cut this quick if it doesn't go.
Yeah, but I'm out. I only got a little bit of money.
I'm trying to get a little bit of money. A little bit of money adds up. Base hits add up.
Totally.
We're stalling
100%.
out here. Stalling out here.
Tony
Stalling out
Gwynn.
here. Oh, Tony. Yep. Ichiro. New lows Dow. New session lows Dow. Stalling out down here. Crude pulling back. Might be running out of steam to the
20,
downside. Might be running out of steam.
20 below 26, you have two levels, 64.17
Okay.
and a major at 64.11. Yes.
All right.
NVIDIA finally went pretty negative $1 now.
Sheesh.
Let's go, buddy.
You said what? What was downside?
6417, but major level 6411 in ES.
641. All right. Last trade 6418. 6418 looks like we might see. We'll get another round of selling here. Well, stalling. Wow. More selling Dow, more selling NQ, more selling ES.
Nice short.
Crude selling off too, though. I covered two. Just leave the one on.
17. Nice.
Yeah, just leave one on to let it run. Gold, look out below. 45.51 last trade. ES selling off. NQ now beneath 23,300. 23,297 trades. 70% short tilt in the ES.
23,650, maybe. No, we already passed that. 512 past that.
We're selling gold. Here's the thing. Crude pulled back about 50 cents off the highs, and equities continue to sell off. I feel like some buyers are going to step in here. We'll see if that happens.
Maybe. I got
So
60.
we zoom.
Go ahead, Ted.
What? No. You go, Jack.
Hammer
To
this.
say I marked most recently, there might be a little spot to look for support. 63.65 SPX. I have that around 64.08 in the futures. Yes. We're kind of near the bottom of, I think, the implied like straddle from the open, at least in the SPX.
Yep. You can zoom out on a 5-minute chart in the ES and totally put your crosshairs and see 64.08 around there. We had good compression on the 26th.
Wow.
Looking at the longer term, we're still very much in a downtrend.
Here's your green candle. Oh, cover that. All right, it looks like we have some buying. Top of the hour has now hit. Again, Powell scheduled to speak to a Harvard class, moderate discussion, if you will, at the bottom of the hour. We'll keep an eye out for those headlines if they do hit. Crude's about 60 cents off the highs. Crude seen a little bit of a grind lower, $102.29 last trade. We got equities catching a bounce here. 10-point bounce in the ES.
Is smacked down.
Saw right into this thing, maybe. If Crude pops right here, you saw right into this thing.
Bottom of that.
Once Hogue comes on, Andre, I'll update my live stuff. Where is oil trading right now?
$102.34, about 50 cents off the highs.
Ooh. That's spicy.
Yeah, right on the headlines. We need to do Crude needs to pop 50-50 on the tilt. 315 people now watching us. 555 likes though. 207,000 subscribers, none of which are paid for. Thank you kindly if you did click subscribe today. Short right on this thing. Watch Crude.
How you doing?
I'm doing great, Ted. How are you?
I'm asking my girlfriend. She's a trader also.
Right. Oh, right on. Okay.
Erica, but her real name is Barrica.
No, you don't have to say the real name. You don't have to say the real name, Ted. We love you don't have to say it on here.
Love shortening market.
I know there's 300 people watching. Myron's on. Oh, Myron's on CNBC right now.
Hell yeah.
Myron was just still fighting the good fight. How many rate cuts? Here, all right. We have a little bit. See a little bit more buying here in the equities. Gold, about a $15 pop off the lows in
negative.
gold.
NQ's negative. I think S&P.
Looks like we got a little more selling. A little more selling Crude here. 60 cents off the highs now.
Anything on the wire?
No.
Nothing much. Where is Myron speaking? I gotta find him.
CNBC. Traditionally, the Federal Reserve looks through an oil price shock. This is coming from Myron. Nothing to see here. A little pop, crude, little pop in Crude here. Oh, just to be some selling. Ooh, a little bit more aggressive selling on Crude. Here from Myron. Myron's saying no evidence of a wage price spiral. Seems extremely unlikely. 50-50 tilt.
So yeah, the wage price spiral for all the econ folks out there is what makes inflation tricky to take care of because it's all based on expectations. So if prices start rising, the next round of negotiations for pay, people are like, well, I want higher than that because I'm forward looking, and it forms a cycle that if not stopped leads to runaway inflation.
Okay. 15 points off the lows here in the ES. This 5 minute. The NQ about 40 points off the lows. NQ trading 23,333. Watching.
Let's bounce right here.
Watch this. Again, Powell speaking at the bottom of the hour was bringing the man, the myth, the legend, the Delta Don John. Come on in, back from the holiday. What's up, Hogue? Let's get right into this. We got Ted in the house. You two have met the Jackson.
What's up, Hogue?
What's up, Hogue? Let's do the damn. Oh, man, a little rusty with that mute button. Oh, a little rusty with that mute button.
Hey, It's good to be back. Ted,
What's up?
nice to see you.
How
Jack,
are you?
Andre, it's good to see everybody. Just getting my feet wet back in the markets here. Looking at the S&Ps. S&Ps basically traded right back down to settlement price, which settlement price is 64.12 quarter. Market opened in the middle of range, in the middle of value, trying to stay patient, looking for better trade locations as the day goes on. I don't hate the idea of maybe looking for an opportunity for longs a little bit below this. I'd like to see us sweep the lows here, put in the initial balance low, and then see what happens at that point. Nice little bounce here off of a low volume node in the profiles. However, back to the downside. NASDAQ, similar situation, opening in range and in value from Friday's session. Traded right through VWAP. Now holding VWAP as resistance, also holding below the settlement price, which is 23,328 half. Going to stay patient today. Again, market opened in range and in value. Going to be looking for better trade locations as the day goes on. We opted out of the opening range trade in crude oil this morning, which would have had a short. The rejection of Friday's range was one of the main reasons I did not like it. The market is continuing to try and push to the upside, putting some pressure on the equities and gold. Man, oh man, once we left a failed downside auction below the IB low, but once we took that out, it's been all sellers ever since, back into range. Looking for possible basing, possibly around value high from Friday, right around maybe 45.30 for gold, if looking for any kind of reversion trades. But right now, just getting my feet wet. Great to be back. Let's see what these markets offer us.
Go, Hogue. Let's go.
All right.
I got short.
Missed you guys.
Man, it's good to have you back,
Missed you.
Hogue. Volatility's here.
A shout out to the security guard at the Johnny Cash Museum, one of the coolest places in the world. Johnny Cash Museum in Nashville. He picked me out and said, "I know you."
Really?
You have a security guard now?
That's cool.
He's one of the 31 people who watched.
Hogue.
Yes. Yes. Hopefully he's watching now.
Man, Hogue.
Stay patient. It's good.
We got watching Crude here. Crude $102.32.
Took a short in the MES at 421.
Yes. Same, Ted. I don't know if I like it.
That's gonna whip. It's gonna whip around.
I fell for the head fake in gold. I fell for the push lower in gold.
Fed's Myron shockingly saying could be about a point easier over the course of the year.
Oh, my guy, man.
I love Myron right now. I think I've used this analogy before, but he reminds me of, if you have a friend from high school that goes through like a hardcore libertarian period, it's easy for them to make the proclamations because it's never going to happen, right? Yeah. And that Myron's in a great position right now because he can just say whatever he wants about cutting rates, and it's not going to happen. So, no harm, no foul.
And then hit us with it. I told you so.
Yeah.
At some point. Bottom of the hour. Also get those initial balance, high initial balance, low prices. I'm about to cut this sucker, Ted.
I'm staying with it.
Okay. Crude selling off about $102.12 last trade, now 10 cents. Gold get another push lower. Hogue, thoughts on gold overall?
I'm crazy about that.
More room to the downside?
It's a fight.
Well,
it's
we recently just kind of bounced off the low end of the area of balance in the longer time frame. I'm actually looking for some basing to look for a potential long eventually. Not yet, but I'm looking. I'm fishing for it.
In gold?
Yes.
Yeah, I know. When are we gonna get back?
Yeah,
above
we
1 minute
five-
left in the
a
chart.
little bit
so
of a
that-
trend to the upside going here.
No,
buying here.
there it
Dow's
is. The 1
seeing some
minute candle
buying.
closed
Yeah.
above. Out.
Got it.
Yep. I was waiting for the 5 minute candle to close, and I wanted it below, but it closed above the previous candle. So
Yep. Same. But 16
anything
points off
can
the
happen
lows.
in that last minute. That's what I was waiting
Yeah.
for.
64.30 last trade. ES. 17 points.
They're both
off.
recovering VWAP right now. Overnight VWAP.
Yeah, where's my VWAP? I need to click that thing. Both of these.
64.26.
Yes. Yep. I think you got it. All right. Crude selling off now beneath $102. Crude about a dollar off the highs now. Crude selling off. $101.96. Last trade there. Equities. Uh-oh. What was that?
I mean, interesting thing in crude last night. The CL contract, the high was 103.38.
Yep.
The MCL, the micro crude, the high was $104. 62 tick difference in the high of the session.
Interesting. What's that tell you,
And
if anything?
illiquidity in the micros.
Mm.
It was right after the open. And that $104 that the micros hit is weekly kickoff high.
Already? Man, oh man.
Yeah. Yep.
50 tilt. President is scheduled to, quote, participate in a photo op in about 4 minutes or so. We'll see if there's any. Be on alert for possible headlines, quotes coming from that. Then it goes to the bottom of the hour. Powell scheduled to speak. Right now, it's seeing a bit of a push higher here in equities. Equities off the lows. 70 points off the lows in the NQ. 23,362 last trade. ES, about 20 points off the lows right now. 64.31 last trade. We see crude selling off. A buck off the highs.
All right, I'm reverse tick along there.
Did you get in?
Took along. Yeah, I took along.
Yeah,
And
Crude just puked.
MNQ and ES. Trading my cash count.
Both. You're double dipping.
Yep.
Texas, the old Texas. I shouldn't say that'll confuse people. I like it. Bullish. Myron still speaking. Central banks shouldn't prevent AI from job creation. Inflation is heading back to target a year from now. What's the 10-year doing here? Let's see a bit of a sell-off in. We'll accelerate selling in crude, I should say. I'm got $101.65. We're 30 cents off of that. What's the 10-year doing?
I like it, Ted. I like it.
Like the long? What price you long from, Ted?
Yeah.
6432.
2. All right.
You got to get through this low volume note up here. 64.34.
In the NQ, I'm long from 365.
Okay, right here, right now. Oh, you were saying got to get through what level?
Yeah, you get some low volume nodes on the daily.
Go to 3.8.
On the profiles. 64.34. We get through there, and then in the S&Ps, you should be looking good.
Got some buyers.
381 in the NASDAQ.
381. Well, all right. 23,381 does print. Ted long ES, long NQ. Watching gold push higher here as well. 20 points off the lows ES. 100 points off the lows NQ. Dollar off the highs in crude. Watching that inverse correlation. Holding for now.
It's almost tick for tick.
When it works, it's nice, Ho, but when it doesn't work, my P&L gets absolutely destroyed. My P&L just blows up to smithereens. Just absolutely gets destroyed.
Don't you wish it would tell us when it's not going to work anymore?
No, it tells us. No, it tells us. I just look at that.
Tells you.
It's got a comma and
It's
some.
red.
Got a
It says it
comma and
bright
some
red.
zeros. A lot of it's red.
Yikes.
Oh yeah.
It says it bright red. It doesn't get any redder. It says it right there. Red enough. Let's go. All right, I'm at my 5th one.
We should do it. Would tell us before.
Oh yeah, that'd be very. That's what I got you. That's what
A
you're
yellow
here for.
light.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yep. All right. So we really didn't see any acceptance above those low volume nodes. Don't marry these longs.
Nope. I'm with you.
We'll get IB high, IB
Here we
low
go.
here.
Gonna get stopped out of this.
So
1 minute on the closing candle here.
you're just going without.
5-minute candles, Ted.
Yeah, I'm using the 5 minutes.
Okay.
I'm a volume. I like volume profile, by the way. Big fan.
Oh, look at these
Nice.
two. 2 peas in a pod here. $102.
So you're seeing those low volume nodes we just tested too.
Yep.
Ooh. Crude. Back above $102. $102.28. Crude's whipping around choppy right now.
Nice.
Just
very nice.
It's just centering around VWAP right now.
I bought 6 of those down there, babe.
Did you?
I'm out of the NQ trade. I actually added 6 in my other account and closed flat on NQ, still long in the MES.
Okay.
How many are you long now?
Yeah, Ted.
I'm long 6 micros in my Topstep and 2 NQ from 23,356. I may add to my MES here. My target on this is
Crude just got met with some pretty decent selling here. About a 40-cent sell off in this 5 minute. Back beneath $102.
I'm adding my full.
What you got?
MES is long 8 from 431. My target would be 44.
From 64.31. Ted along 8. MES. Target.
All right.
Watching Crude here. And Powell scheduled to speak at the bottom of the hour. Let me just stall like this.
Aaron's still yakking.
Yeah, how what do you got for Delta, Hogue?
Negative 3,600 in the S&Ps, negative 1,700 in the NASDAQ. Congruent with overall direction.
We're trying to figure out what to do with $102.
Interesting. That drop in gold, Delta's flat.
It is. Crude popped a little bit there. $2.30.
Use a little help from a little break in crude here if we can get it.
Yeah, heads up. Heads up. Gold selling off now. What's the Dow?
Come on, NQ. Lead us.
Yeah, I something.
Thanks, we.
Yeah, what do we got cooking here? Shit.
Nice. Not good on that.
No, all right. I got to
get cut. Gonna get stopped out of this.
Gold saw some selling. Yeah, did you out?
Stopped out. Yep. Dollar amount.
Okay. All right, I got short. Yeah, maybe shorts are the play. I had to get short there. Or it's gonna be choppy right now. I'm watching Crude right now.
Yes.
Dow's seeing some selling. We're seeing a bit of an uptick there. You got long from 31s, Ted?
I had a long from
Yep.
31s.
Okay.
I got stopped.
Yep. Okay. Some gold here. Gold 45.52 last trade. $7 off the lows there.
I was really kind of surprised to see how thin gold is still.
Shit. Yeah.
I know it just rolled. I get that. It just seems like it's so thin. Volume is still very low in gold and in silver. Well, we'd see a little bit
It's
more
twitchy.
blood coming into the market there.
This market is twitchy.
The dome is anemic.
Yes, it is. Just like that. And Crude seeing some selling
All
here.
right. We got Powell in 10 minutes.
Yeah. I thought we were going to go. Watching gold here.
Mm-hmm.
Paul's scheduled to speak about the hour. We also get those initial balance high, initial balance low prices for the equities. What are those? Simply the highest, lowest price trade in the first hour of the New York session.
Yes, I have preemptively marked them right here.
What do you got for highs, Jack?
High in the MES, which I'm looking at right now, 64.71. The low we could maybe take out before we get to 9:30, but right now the low of the New York session is 64.13 quarter.
Gold more selling. We're selling gold here. Oh, maybe high. We're selling gold. Gold new low. Session lows 45.42.
Right back to overnight VWAP in gold, 45.42.
Here's the tricky. Short now. Let's see.
Exactly
Yes,
what I'm
drinks.
looking for is potential short at 2.6.
I
just don't like the fact that he's coming out in 10 minutes.
He's gonna say, I don't know. Yeah, well, I gotta cut this thing.
He's probably not going to be
Well, it's not a Fed
discussing
meeting.
policy at all.
He's speaking
Exactly. He doesn't have to
He's
say
speaking
the
a little.
script.
I don't like this trade. 64.25 last trade. ES.
Mm-mm.
12 points off of the lows there. Crude back above $102, $102.05 last
Oh, wow.
trade. Back beneath.
Terrible.
Back beneath.
Terrible action on this market today.
A little higher. Yeah, indecisive. Wow, just like that.
I wonder if Powell will be wearing his Harvard tie.
Did he go
About
there?
355. We could go higher.
I don't know. I don't think so.
Yeah.
Like, oh, sure. He went to Harvard.
Crude selling off. I'm getting all these shorts. Crude, $101.78. 0 for 2 getting short there. All right, let's hit that live leaderboard real quick. Let's take a look at some of these names, some of these numbers. We saw some big. Eddie B up 33,000. Tyler, is that the same Tyler? That's the same Tyler from last week. That is the same Tyler from last week. Number 2 there was up $22,000. That Tyler from last week was up, I believe, Monday. Made $138,000, I believe. Today we got Jeffrey up 20,000. Francisco, Samuel, all up nicely. Good to see. We'll check in with those names and numbers throughout the day. To see some good numbers being put up early into this week, early into trading day.
Awesome stuff. And I can confirm now, Powell did not go to Harvard. He went to that janky backwoods school of Princeton and then Georgetown Law.
Myra has concluded.
Drops the mic, walks off.
My work here is done. All right. Powell, scheduled to speak bottom of the hour. Speaking at Harvard. Nothing from the president much just yet. There's your. Are we barcoding? Is this is this some barcode? Are we just in a holding pattern here?
Bit.
It's trying to push higher. I'm bought the MNQ.
Back in.
Yep, I'm long. MNQ.
Okay. 3,362 last trade. MNQ.
All right. I see.
There you go.
You got a push.
Long from 6.0 and
6-0.
6.3.
How many?
I'm long 6 micro NASDAQ from 6.2
Like it.
in one account and 5 in another from 6.0.
Let's go, baby. Let's go.
I'm willing to add. No
And your yield's still
follow-through
around
whatsoever.
4.35. We got the VIX back a little bit below 30, not by much. Oh, now it's 30 exactly.
Hey, Crude seems to see some more downside pressure here. For $1.65 last trade. 50-50 on the tilt.
Terrible follow-through on both sides today.
Wake up. Equities. Ted's long. Crude selling off. Do what you're supposed to
Terrible.
do.
Terrible.
Oh, you're
Terrible
home.
follow-through.
Go.
Was I short from?
Still
negative-
Little
still
selling
negative
index
delta?
would help.
Yes, 1,700 in the Nasdaq. Negative 3,000 in the S&P.
Okay. Okay. 3 minutes. Fed Chair Powell scheduled to speak at Harvard. Won't have those camera. Don't believe we'll have the feed to bring. The headlines, I'm sure the comments will be hitting the wire. Will bring those to you. We'll see if
Everybody's are
there's a
stuck at VWeb.
Ted, you're long both ES and NQ?
No, just MNQ
MNQ.
and just a couple of accounts.
Gotcha.
MNQ.
Put the rally hat on. Put the rally hat on. Went backwards. More aerodynamic.
Oh,
Ted has just gone more aerodynamic for the move to the
Just got
upside.
worse. It just got worse. Take it off.
No,
Take it
we're
off.
going
It just
higher.
got worse.
Let's hold on now.
Jeez.
You just got
This is terrible.
What's selling off here? $1.65 now.
If you
Nothing.
just 2 minutes, we close the first
follow-through.
hour.
I'm getting stopped out of this one.
Hold.
Jesus.
Get it.
Nice trading today, Ted.
You talk to yourself too.
No, you. First one was the best one,
I'm
Ted.
the only one that listens.
You were short.
I'm the only one that listens.
The highs.
Ted, you crack me up, man.
Yeah. Well, so, yeah, like I had a pretty rough day on Friday, and sometimes you just gotta laugh at it. I consider most of the stuff I have like pretty hedged, and it was like the universe came and just pointed specifically at what I had and said, "F this guy specifically," and it happens sometimes.
Oh,
You
yes,
had real good gap room.
Mm.
All right. So short.
50-50 tilt. IB high, IB lows. I think we're good there. Initial balance high.
Don't
Thank
fall
you.
back.
That wasn't funny, Ted. I just said initial balance high. Initial. That was not. I just said.
No, I
Why
wasn't
not?
talking to you. I wasn't talking.
Oh.
I'm referencing something.
All right,
over
that's
here.
30 seconds. Initial balance high,
All right.
ES 64, 71. Initial balance low. Go double check that.
Let's go.
64.13 in the orders. I cheated off of Jack. I looked at his desk and I We got the answers from over there.
There we go. We also, that whole move for the initial balance, which is going to close right about now, was in that first half-hour bar. We've been inside it since.
All right. Nothing from Powell just yet. Nothing from Powell just yet.
Drop.
Dow grinding
All
higher.
right.
All right, Ted.
Terrible day.
We were waiting for
Nice,
some.
terrible day.
Hold on now.
Absolutely horrendous.
Are you usually this active, or are you a little impatient right now?
Yeah, no, I'm active. I am, for sure. For sure. If the setup's there, I take it. I mean, it's but then you got to put a dollar stop loss on your cash accounts, right? If it's not working,
Yeah.
it's not working. So I'm worked on a combine a little bit, and I worked on my cash. I'm down across the board, and this is one of those jobs. You get kicked in the teeth, and then you wake up tomorrow. Thank you, ma'am. Can I have another? If you can't deal with that, then this is the wrong business.
That's right. Hey, you gotta have a little
Ted.
thick skin.
Ted, I don't want to say
Got to
goodbye.
be able to. Hey,
Your
I'd
time.
like to go say goodbye because I'd like to go stretch this one out. Maybe run around the block.
That's a
Hold on.
good, yeah.
Hit this. Go
Sprint
hit
around
the
the block.
speed bag a little bit.
No.
No wonder Dakota hits the speed bag, man. I want to go hit it right now.
Speaking of Dakota, we're gonna do a line shift here. Ted, as always,
right.
great seeing you. We're gonna see you
Hey
again.
guys, thanks.
Man, thank you so much, Ted. Stay in these longs. Ted, fantastic stuff. You saw my reversal challenge. Everyone's new favorite around here. Ted in the house. Thank you again, Ted. Really appreciate your time. All right.
Thank you, guys. I appreciate y'all. Be well.
Love
You,
him.
Ted.
Love him.
Farewell.
Bye.
Yep. All right. We got Jack. We got Hogue. Waiting for Chairman Powell to begin. Dakota will be joining us.
That would
here
be a
shortly.
good bit, Andre. I think the next time I take a losing trade in here, assuming there's 3 people on can handle it, when I get stopped out, I'm going to sprint around my block and then come back out of breath, and we'll get back to it. What do you think?
It's a good way. It's better than what P would do when you had a bad day. P would take out on himself. But yeah, he'd go running as well. But yeah, I mean, we would get stopped out just to watch it go your way. That's yeah, it's tough. It's tough. It's on these longs. All right, we're up to 538 viewers now all across the globe. Please click subscribe.
Growing exponentially.
Maybe this fella, the star of slow markets, can get these numbers higher. There he is, lower left-hand corner. What is up, Dakota? Shout out to Ted. We're waiting for Paul.
What's going on?
We're waiting for Paul, my man. We got 540 people watching. Thoughts? You got your eyes?
540
prices? Any prices of interest in the NQ last trade?
Walmart green. I'm everyone's so fearful, making me want to find something to buy. Get greedy here. Get greedy at these levels.
I'm with you.
I did last night. It worked out pretty well. It was actually the lows of the session. It was like these 120s down there. Slow markets was pretty awesome, but no, I like the longs. If we continue to hold this, I look for us to break through these 380s and see if we can make another run up. But obviously, we'll see what Powell has. Powell could shake things up. These markets are on edge. Headlines at any moment can move this thing either direction, 100 points. So small size, wide stops, as always, in these volatile markets. VIX hanging around 30.
Heads up. Paul's getting ready to begin. We are watching it on another screen. We'll pop here in Crude. Crude popped a bit, $102.14. What's the 10-year? Keep an eye on the old 10-year. Selling here.
Let's see.
Old 10 years, still what, around 4.35.
4.35. Okay.
Powell's going to be speaking.
Speaking of like a macro
It's like
101 class at Harvard or something like that. Yeah.
Okay.
It's a pretty big flex.
Well, you know that his boss doesn't particularly, perhaps at odds with the university. So, I mean, very prestigious
Okay.
institution of higher learning. So,
Be a
holding
great
pattern.
troll move by Powell if he just went in there to specifically teach a lesson on the effects of interest rates on medium-term inflation.
There could be a lot of undercurrents here, indeed, Jack.
Mhm.
There could be there could be a lot. Haven't heard much
This
from
is
the
settlement for the Nasdaq right here. These 328,
Yes.
3. Yeah. So kind of just flatlined, huh?
Both the SP and the NASDAQ have really been centering around overnight VWAP, which is in the NASDAQ 23,343, in the S&P's 6426.
All right, here we go. See if we can break these session lows.
Tilt, nothing in tilt.
Where are you going? Where's this market going? Are you going? Where are you going without me? Equities. Wow, selling there in the
there we
NQ.
go.
NQ just got some news. Just
All right, this is what I want to see. I'm long one.
what price? What price you got?
304. I need to change this to points.
Did just print some new lows, session lows. 304.
Now we're talking here.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to see.
Setup
I
of?
wanted to see a break of these lows and a rejection. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's potential failed downside auction in the NASDAQ now.
Now we're cooking.
Paul's taking the stage. Paul taking the stage. We will get those headlines to you. We don't have the video. We don't have the video for it, but we will. Scouring the headlines here. Topstep TV, Dakota Long. 1 MNQ 50-50 on the tilt. Keep an eye on that ZN. All right. Just a little introductions. Man, James in my ear saying they're just doing little intros, background, where you started. How you got into this whole thing.
We can hold these lows. Maybe we go back up to the top end of 350s, 360s.
Okay. Gold grinding higher here. Gold about $18 off the lows there. NQ. Oh, you like that? You loved what you saw there in the NQ.
Yeah.
You saw some stops get hit. You saw some. We took a peek beneath IB low. Heads up, crew. Took a peek beneath IB low, but you saw us come right back up. So no. Why'd you like it? Talk to me. What'd you see there?
Well, it's preemptive, but we looked below the initial balance low and saw instant rejection below that. So let me set up the IB low and high here, and we'll take a look.
All
right.
It was what, 292? Jack, what'd you have for IB low? In NQ.
In the ES, 6413 or thereabouts.
Yeah.
We didn't get there in
not.
the ES.
ES catching a bid.
Yeah, we
Dow
rejected
catching
those
a bid,
lows.
though.
Dow catching a bid.
I'm liking this. We could hold. Let's just keep holding here. I'm going to tighten up my stop loss, manage my risk. Risking like 24 points here.
Out of practice.
Good.
What's going on? Now I'm confused.
All right. So initial balance low in the NASDAQ, 23,292 in the orders.
Okay.
Initial balance high, 23,538 and a quarter.
538.
Initial balance low in the S&Ps, 64,1375. Initial balance high, 64.71 and a quarter. So what I got excited about, Andre, was we looked below the initial balance low and rejected right away.
Mm-hmm.
Now, it's preemptive, but if that remains the low, the target would actually be the upper extreme of the initial balance, which would
Oh,
take us all the
yeah.
way up to 23,538.25.
5
That would be like the ultimate target for this long. But
That's
538.
wild. That's not my
Goes
target.
in.
That'd be cool. That'd be
That's not.
one heck of a
That
rally.
would have. You would have to be very quiet on that list. Okay. Well, we're basing. I mean,
Yeah, we're holding. We're holding
we are
this.
we're holding.
I got a
we're
nice
holding.
little level to
There we
move my
go.
stop. If we,
For now.
yeah, moving my risk right up there, right up against these 290s.
There you go.
So basically risking $10 on this trade.
Never thought I'd say it,
Uh-oh.
but right now in the short term, I may be thinking about switching to. I have a longer rant about this for another time, but I have to think it through more. But I might switch to MNQ until this stuff settles out, because what I've been noticing is a lot of perfect examples, like right there, that the NQ's just been making the bigger moves to levels and then doing it and leaving the ES behind.
It's true.
Like the ES was nowhere near its IB low when the NQ went through it there. So we might have to be on the bleeding edge, as they say.
All right, we're getting some Powell
I gotta
here.
be selling.
I'm out.
What's Powell
Got some
doing?
Powell here.
We did not hold.
There is tension between the Fed's two objectives. First headline hitting here. We're seeing crude grinding higher. Ryan's message yesterday. Powell, makes sense in this time that there is no unanimity.
So very little risk on that, Dakota.
Yeah,
Now let's see if we can. Let's see if we can confirm
those.
some sort of failed downside auction. Like to see it confirm in both, and then we may have our base.
We might come down to these 250s.
Still think you're right to look for longs at some point today.
Yeah, I still don't mind it. I still like it. But maybe we come down to these 250s, which is kind of that's basically wherever the gap started, and we had a lot of resistance, support and resistance overnight around these 250s. But this is a good zone. This is a nice zone here. I'm still liking it, but the market has to like it as well. Just because I like it doesn't mean the market's going to respect it. We did there for a minute.
Market's the only thing that matters.
I know, Hogan. I'm going to get back into this.
Okay.
I'll do my other speech sometime this week, Andre, but it's going to be, I got to make sure I have all my thoughts in order, because it's probably going to be some hot takes.
What, ES doesn't move when you watch all the other markets move? I know what you're saying.
No, it's a deeper thought about that with the ES, but I want to make sure I state this clearly. So I'm going to put some pen to paper.
Thoughtful. Man, oh man.
I'm in another small size long right here. 95.
Longs 295, 295.
Yeah, small size wide stop.
Okay.
If we get some structure, I want to try and build a position.
More research has to find that buying long-term assets lowers rates and supports the economy. Okay. I'd be in the camp that there is something to overall research tends to find that buying long-term assets lowers rates and supports the economy. Yeah, Chairman Powell speaking to Harvard right now. Look up below NQ. NQ selling off here. New lows, 23,265. New lows.
We're approaching this next level I was watching.
All right, here comes the low in the S&Ps.
Within 3 points at the moment.
What did he just say? More from Powell. We haven't really seen the downside risk to a large balance sheet that many had predicted. Cody, still long?
Yeah, I'm gonna be long until if it stops me out at like 243. 243 is my stop loss. But I am looking to build a position here. If we hold and find market structure.
Yeah, we just doing some
That could've
buying
been
here.
it. Let's see here. Microsoft up 2, Amazon up 2, or up 1.
Oh.
And nothing's too
All right.
crazy to the downside. Broadcom actually 2.6.
Now this other sell it. No, all right, I'm getting short again. All right, well, hey, it's Monday. You know that means new tip of the week. We bring a new one here on Topstep TV every week. What's this week's tip of the week? Reassess your strategy regularly. That was check results against expectations often. Modify for changing market conditions. Isn't that important? I wish I did that. Remove strategies that underperform. Need to take that. And keep improving your edge through analysis. Reassess your strategy regularly. Hogue, how often is regularly? Would you say?
Every day.
Reset. Every day.
Every day.
Every day.
Every day.
Reset
Because
strategy.
markets are changing constantly. One of the first things you want to reassess with your strategy is, what is the current market state?
What is?
Is it range bound? Is it trending? What time frames? Because every one of those hypotheses, every time the market changes, it changes your strategy. I mean, you're not going to be fading highs in a market that's trending higher. We call that trying to pick a top.
Well, there you go.
This
Dakota
thing's
right there.
going. Look at it. Look at it.
Yeah,
wow.
Dakota, tariff inflation is one time. Dakota, how many are you long now?
2 from 291.
291.
Yeah. Yep.
291. Okay. We got more from Powell. The tariff inflation is likely a one-time price increase, adding 0.5 to 0.1% to inflation. That's for coming from Powell. Currently speaking, Harvard. Policy is a good place to wait and see how the current situation plays out. Sorry, Jack.
What they mean by the one-time thing for inflation, even though you may be thinking, well, if we're still paying them or something, is that what you really want to avoid is what Myron referred to earlier about the price-wage spiral, where basically, your expectations keep on getting higher in each round of negotiating wages, etc., which leads to increasing inflation over time. With the tariffs, that would only happen if we expected them to keep raising tariffs. Otherwise, it's just a one-time thing.
It looked like we were cooking there to the upside. The equities we're seeing
right
crude,
back to settlement.
Crude selling off $101.35 last trade. We are watching equities in rally mode right now.
Oh, I'm going to take one profit off up here. 50s.
Dakota.
Laying up this risk. I'm 60 points on it.
Yep.
BTA, yeah. BTA. Hopefully, I don't know if you're still in here, chat, but RDM 41. Hopefully, you're managing the risk on that.
Oh,
risk management always key, regardless of direction.
Is this just a tweet? I'm not seeing. There's going to be more room to the upside. Fed tools have no meaningful effect on supply shocks. This is coming from Powell.
Mm-hmm.
What happened to the long?
It was a nice out on that one.
Yeah, I mean, almost top ticked it there, Hogue, so far. Got a runner, risk free.
Do you?
Yeah, from 287.
My little pop here myself
on the one.
My little pop this thing. Inflation expectations appear to be well anchored. This is coming from Powell right here, right now. Speaking on rising energy prices, little pop. Yeah, we saw gold pop. Not facing yet the question of what to do. This is coming from Paul. These are headlines coming right here, right now.
I can just keep being the Powell interpreter. So the Fed's
Yeah, I appreciate
tools
that.
operate on demand, aggregate demand. They can make basically they can stimulate the economy or they can take the foot off the gas to control it, but they can't do anything about a supply shock like oil
Thank you, Chuck.
because people need oil. It's an inelastic good.
It is. Inelastic.
I'll preach.
Was in.
I'll preach
inelastic
from the
good.
mountain again. I think that some people think, oh, well, 15% reduction in oil supplies. What could it go up? 15%? No,
More.
it's like 8 to 10 to 1 or 8 to 1 or 10 to 1, I think, elasticity on oil, which means that, 15% reduction in supply doesn't do much to the demand. So the prices can go way higher if that's offline for a significant amount of time.
Yeah, I'm flat, by the way. I just took profit, so
Cool.
all that one good.
Nice job, Dakota. Gold up about $40. $40
Trade.
off the lows. All right, so we took a peek beneath initial bounce low in ES, well, not ES, NQ. Took a peek. Buyers did step back in. We don't know what economic defense the current situation will have. This is coming from Powell right now. Inflation, yep.
I still like longs here.
I got
9
long with you,
minutes.
Dakota. I'm long, Dakota. I need to go higher. Crude
Let's get it up
grinding
there.
lower.
I agree, but I got biffed with that on Friday, so I'm being a little bit more patient on the longs.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm flat now, but I am looking for longs.
Right overnight, pretty much trading right around overnight view up in the ES. 64.23 last trade. NQ. We're right around 23,300.
Wait, that's about what I want to see right here. I'm long 301.
Yeah, I'm long some more with you, Dakota. 301s, long from 301. 23,301.
Yep. Risk is managed. Risking low is session low.
Mm-hmm.
256. See if we're holding this.
We're long
This
here,
is the
too.
level that we were holding before.
You're long?
You got
What'd
long?
you get?
Hogue?
What price, Hogue?
Yeah. 164.24.75.
24 in the orders.
We may add to this.
We're all long. Let's go.
Yeah, and I want to.
I know.
I don't know if that makes
go.
me nervous now.
Do the right thing. Do the right thing. Gold grinding a little higher here. Met with some selling. Keep slamming the
Let's
gold
go.
around.
Let's get it.
I mean, it's we're buying here in the Dow, a little uptick in the NQ. 30,310 last trade. 320s now in the NQ. That's negative
trades.
delta. The
Good luck,
haters,
brother.
man. There's haters
Good
in
luck.
here. There's some haters.
Hey,
There's no
there's
haters.
got to be
There's
something to
haters,
feed us
Hogue.
to go higher.
Oh, there's a
Ones that are
few.
there's haters. No, I'm saying there's haters in this market that won't let it go higher right now.
Yeah.
Those are the haters I'm talking about. We're watching gold
Ah,
watching crude sell off, 101.60. These haters, man. Why they see?
They just want to keep you poor.
Yeah, I mean, they don't want this thing to go higher.
You're living off that hater.
I was catching a bid, watching gold
Let's
catch a
go.
bid, watching the crude sell off. I mean, there's haters there. They don't want this thing to go higher.
I'm managing
NQ
risk.
going
With my
higher?
stop loss up to 85.
Good job. 64.30 last trade.
All right, buyers.
I still
Trying.
can't get over the VIX just trending like this for weeks. It's such an unusual
It's like
thing.
at 30. It's staying at 32.
Like, how often do you see the VIX like grind up and to the right from 20 to 30?
It's weird, man.
I know.
I got short. I don't like this. I got short. There's no too many haters in here.
What is this, reversal challenge?
This is the markets now, Hogue. It's wild. These are the markets now. It's terrifying to be long. Being long is terrifying. Last trade in crude. Crude, $101.85. Yeesh.
Again, bonds doing all right.
What are bond? You see that?
Gonna get some information here in the next 5 minutes.
What are you looking for in the next 5 minutes? Top of the hour in 5 minutes. What kind of information are you looking for? You got Dow.
I want to see that buying tail at the bottom of the NASDAQ stay there.
Me too, Hogue.
Dow's liking it. Dow's catching a bid.
This is a settlement.
45,703, 700 trade. 705s, now 707s. Dow.
Settlement is point of chill right now.
No, crude catches a bid. Dow pushing here. Here goes the Dow. Here goes the Dow.
Let's go.
45,720 last trade. Dow 722s. Hogue long from 425. I like it, Hogue.
Buyer
More
stepping
from
in.
What are you long?
301. I'm going to take profit right here. Bam. I'm out.
Done.
I'm out.
Good job.
See my money. Take that.
Absolutely. Nice job, Dakota. Longs. Hey.
Yeah. Powell's talking his book a little bit. We have significantly hardened the system against the kind of losses seen in the financial crisis. We shouldn't be trying to regulate risk out of existence. We have a resilient financial system now.
Let's go. Let's go.
Let's get it. I like the words of that.
Indeed. Indeed. Hogue. Long
and strong.
It's a relatively small part of large. Oh, Powell speaking bullish to the youth. I got long. I had to go.
Yeah.
long.
Love to see it.
Absolutely, man. Oh man, we're going higher.
This is looking
here we go.
Good for longs now.
We're flat.
Yeah. Yeah. Good cover, Hogue. I was just going to say we're
Nice
coming back up to that 6,400 SPX.
Oh
Let's
no.
see
Value high.
resistance there.
Yep.
Nice trade.
Yes, Hogue.
Mr. Hoagland.
Back
from Panama City Beach.
I think we still have a chance to just break higher here.
More room?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think there's definitely
see
more room
you.
to the upside. Oh, yeah. I think so.
Oh yeah, the Bulls, baby. Listen to these Bulls.
Let's go.
All right.
Be greedy when others are fearful.
Hey.
We just got out on a value high. So what's next?
Oh, great question. What is next?
I think NASDAQ could push 400 here. Walmart's green.
More buying here. Look at this thing go. More buying in the NQ, more buying the ES and the Dow.
And here is 6,400 in the spot.
Someone's saying, is this a W on the 5-minute? Yeah, that's what I'm looking at. Like, this is a good setup here on the 5-minute chart where we just barely ran the lows. And if we could break through this nice level of 370s right here, nice little pivot, we could see a double bottom, maybe a run back up to next level. I'd be looking at 440s to be the next level. Yeah, 440s looks like a good target for me.
Right. Yeah. We got a little more buying here in the NQ and the ES. More buying Dow, more buying NQ. Here we go. Oh, anything we were watching primary? Hey, love to see it. More buying. Look at this. Oh, no.
EKS, yes. Yes. I'm always. Look at this. There it goes.
There we go. Let this thing go. I needed that.
400s.
Okay,
Squeezed all the
broke out of
shorts
it.
Delta's negative 400 now in the S&Ps. We gave all those shorts a squeeze.
Are the lows in? Did we buy the lows? I think so. I think we bought the
Maybe.
lows for the next hour.
Best trade location comes later in the day when we open inside value. We just found it.
Wise words of Hogue. I like it, Hogue. Good to have you back, man. All right, we got Dow cooking higher here. We got gold selling. I'm sorry, gold catching a bid. Crude selling off just a bit. $101.89. Powell's speaking.
Powell's is cooking right now.
Yeah,
private credit is a relative. These are nice things. Private credit is a relatively small part of the large asset pool. We're watching private credit closely.
Okay, well, see where this market wants to go. Let's get James. James, come on in here. James, come on in here. Let's get some announcements. We got a lot more coming here at Topstep TV. Catch us some longs here. What's up, James? Happy Monday, man.
Yes, everybody, hello. Happy Monday. It's me. I'm back from C2E2. I saw a man in a giant Pikachu inflatable who I can only imagine was Richard Harris. So, Richard Harris, it was lovely to finally meet you in person. But you guys don't care about that. What you care about is following all things Topstep TV related wherever you can find them. And that includes on the X or Twitter or Twix, as our good friend Eddie Horn calls it. You can find us there. And how can you find us there? Well, we're going to drop a link in the chat and you can click on it. Go to the website and click follow if you're not already following Topstep TV on the X. And when you do follow Topstep TV on the X, you are following the crew that's got your back. All right, live moments, hot takes, and Topstep TV highlights that help you stay in control no matter what the markets throw your way. If you miss even a second of the show, you can bet that all the best moments are going to be posted. Sweepstakes information can be found there and so much more. And you'd get all of it for free just by following us on the X. And then while you're there, go ahead and follow all things Topstep related. You got the core Topstep account at Topstep. You have the help account at Topstep support. At Ask Topstep, the new support channel. And of course, at Topstep News for all news related to Topstep going-ons. Then once you're done doing that, be sure to stay tuned because if you haven't quite heard yet, 2026 Olympic gold medalist and Topstep funded trader Alex Ferreira just got a ski run named after him in Aspen. And to celebrate, we're dropping $26 off. So use code ALEXGOLD on up to 5 no activation fee trading combines and ride the momentum. We're going to drop the link in the chat where you can go to the website to learn more about it. And just a heads up, this code does expire tomorrow, April 1st, 2026. No foolin'. You only have about another day left to use this code if you haven't already. Once again, that is Alex Gold. Take up to $26 off, up to 5 trading combines exclusively for the no activation fee path. And again, that expires tomorrow, April 1st, 2026. Now, you used the code Alex Gold, you got a couple new trading combines, and now you have questions. Well, you can get those questions answered by tuning into Topstep TV's segment Group Coaching. Group coaching. We do it every day around the 12 o'clock time. That's 12 p.m. Central Time. And group coaching is the point where Topstep TV personalities sit down and take time out of their day to answer your questions. And today we are joined by Gabe, Deanna, and Anne-Marie. So if you have a question for Gabe, you have a question for Anne-Marie, or you have a question for Deanna, there is no better place to go than right here on Topstep TV to get those questions answered. And how to get your questions submitted? Well, we just dropped the link in the chat. It's soon to be pinned at the top. It says, submit your questions for group coaching. Go ahead and click on the link, submit your question, then be back in your seat by 12 p.m. Central Time to catch group coaching. You never know what you might learn. Now, before we go back to the guys in the charts, gas prices across the United States remain below $4 a gallon, but barely. According to AAA, the average US gas price edged up by 1 cent on Monday to $3.99 a gallon. That's the highest it's been since 2022. The price of gas has gone up $1.01 since the fighting in Iran started on February 28th. More price increases could be on the way in coming days. Crude oil and gasoline futures were higher in trading Monday morning.
Thank you, James. What? Saw another run buying there, fellas.
I mean, we hit those.
What else
We
we
all
got from
bought the
Powell?
lows.
Yeah, what else we got from
Bought
Powell
those.
there? Powell, what do we got? Powell, AI is making people more productive. There is no denying it is challenging time to enter the job market. Also, very optimistic about the medium and long term. It's coming from
That's
Chairman
good.
Powell. The U.S. economy remains dynamic and productive.
He's bullish, huh? That's very bullish talk from Powell.
He doesn't really.
Oh, we are fading back to this
Yes.
6,400.
See if we get back to settlement, and I'm gonna look for another long.
Okay. All right. Well,
Back to the well.
back to the
Back to the
well.
well.
Crude catching a bit of a bid here.
I mean, we basically hit my target. I was looking for this level, these 40 level. It's a zone. Kind of just, we really did just tag the low of pre-market right there. That
Yes, we
this
did.
pivot. The low of it was 435. So we tagged it
Okay.
ever so slightly. So I'm going to look for a pullback to a level of support. This basically right here, right now, these 370s, 380s, was that resistance. So I like to see a
Yeah.
breakout, a pullback, looking at this to be a retest. And then I'm going to look for continuation. So this is that retest. So I'm going to take it long right here, 74.
You wouldn't short it down to that level.
Well, we're at the level now.
374.
Oh, well, then definitely don't short it.
That's Crude
What is
catching a bid here.
happening?
Crude with about a 40-cent pop here. $102.40 last trade.
The one thing playing against me is a 3-bar reversal to the downside and settlement. Settlement being right where my stop is. I'm going to have a little
Paul's
bit
doing a
wider of a
Q&A.
stop.
Just a heads up. We got a Q&A started.
David
Yeah, we got a
Woodson.
couple.
Yeah, I mean, I always leave a lot on the table. I'm not trying to buy the low and sell the high. I'm just looking for my bite out of the middle.
I like that
More
hook.
buyers stepping in Crude. More buyers stepping in Crude there. About a 50-cent pop. We're buying Crude here. I haven't seen a headline, but Crude on the move higher. 60 cents.
Aggressive sellers coming back in the equities. Delta
Yep.
diving to the negative 1,700 in the S&Ps, negative 1,100 in the NASDAQ now.
Okay.
Sellers
Interesting.
bears are back with some teeth here.
We got settlement coming to play. Will I add to this?
London
Maybe.
closed. We do have London closed bottom of the hour. It is back to the bottom of the hour now.
It's
We are back, baby.
Yeah, Hoag's back. They got the clocks right. I want to see that 50-50 tilt.
Okay.
The world is right.
Paul's taking questions. Thank you. Okay,
That's
good.
right.
Thanks for confirming, D. Again, group coaching, seeing D at group coaching. Get those questions in. Pinned to the top of the chat. You got the link there. Let's take a look at these prices. Gold trading 45.64. Let's trade there. Crude oil trading $102.48. Dow selling off just a bit. And Q perhaps taking a peek to the downside. Bit of a holding
Creeping
pattern
back
here.
up. Little weakness in equities.
A little bit.
Yeah, we might
Correlation
tag
lift.
settlement again.
A little bit.
Nvidia's back to basically scratch here.
So,
Amazon and Meta up 1.7%. Microsoft up 2%.
Dakota, where are you long?
74, but I'm going to add right here. I added one. I'm long from 363, 2 contracts, 363. We held these 40s.
How many long? Sorry.
2. 2 from 363. Watching for some more buyers to step in. If we can get a breakout, that gives me a good area to limit my risk.
Longs?
So the only thing I don't like is settlement being just lower than this.
We got settle. Okay. Let's see. Gold going 10-year is 10 years continuing to retreat a little bit in yields, Jack. Where were we?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
We're at
Settles
4.34.
328.5.
328.5. So about 20 points lower.
Mm-hmm. That's the one thing I hate about
that.
I don't want to say hate, but
You
playing
can say
against what I'm liking here.
You can say haters, South Dakota. The haters.
Haters.
Yeah,
Different things happening in bonds and oil, especially where you have oil essentially at new daytime highs or around the area, above $100, and bonds are off about 14 basis points.
Interesting.
Bips, as we want to call them, since it's high, close to like 4.49%, I think was the high.
It was interesting.
Got people talking aluminium in the chat.
Yep. Oh, wow. All of a sudden, our numbers grew. We got 300 people watching us all across the globe. We were around 30. Dakota bringing the numbers with them.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, at this rate, we'll have like 3 billion concurrent viewers by the end of the day. So
hey, I love that trader math. Love that trader math. The NQ here. Is NVIDIA continue to get sold?
A little bit. We're basically flat. I'm liking these 40s though still. If we continue to find support, I will even add a third contract.
Wrestling with VWAP.
Yeah, what's your read? I know you're looking at ES. What's the read right now? We're in the middle, essentially in the middle, right?
Yeah. ES hasn't provided as much signal as the NASDAQ, and it's right in the middle. We did get a pretty good push off the bottom there, but we stopped short of where the target would be for the failed downside auction in the NASDAQ. We basically just went into the single prints. So I'm not hot to get long again here just yet.
So you got the Dow pushing higher here. NQ staying offer. ES not a little confused. Jack, what are you seeing with options?
Well, we kind of cut through that 6,400 level. That's the biggest thing I have on the board above. So like 64.43 in the futures.
We got Powell here. Powell, we don't see a contagion from private credit right now. Sounds bullish.
NASDAQ touch settlement.
Yes, it did. Doesn't have the makings of a broader systematic event right now. Powell speaking, taking questions.
I've never seen anything recently, any asset class so universally reviled as private credit at the moment.
Yeah. We got NQ. NQ seeing some downside pressure here.
I might take a loss here on this if we're not going to hold.
Still holding in there. I mean,
And we're just back and forth around settlement.
yes, we are. Not sure what this is. Oh, what price did you get long from? 2.5s? You got 2.5s?
Basically, yeah.
Okay.
24.75.
Same trade setup? Has anything changed that would say that trade isn't there?
I feel like I was late to the party on that one. So if I'm going to go long, I'm going to look for better trade location than that.
What would better trade location be, price wise?
Well, let's take a look at IB low
What price would that be?
413. We
64.13.
still we haven't even hit settlement in the S&Ps yet, which is 64.12 and a quarter.
Okay.
So I'd be looking for a failed downside auction to look for longs at this point. We'll see.
Yes, we will. Crude popped some stops there to the upside. Topped out at $102.65. Did pull back to about 15 cents there. Anything from Powell, Jack? You're seeing that? Is seeing some? Is it perhaps has influenced some of the selling here we're seeing in equities?
Nothing big. He was just talking private credit. Basically, that it doesn't seem to be have the makings of a broader systemic risk.
One flat.
Okay.
Plus 129 right now.
What's changed?
I mean, what price is oil at?
102.50. $102.50.
Yeah, 102.50.
If you told me going in today that at this time we'd be trading 102.50,
we'd be getting
I would
smoked.
think that, we wouldn't be up 12 points in the
No.
S&P 500.
Why we're down here. We got Dow did sell off 50-50 tilt for the most part. We're coming to the lower end of the range here. And what do you got for IB low in? What's IB low in NQ? Pretty much right there.
Yeah, we just tested it again. 23,292 in the orders. Just took another look at it.
This could be another same setup
It's
again.
long.
This could be the same exact setup.
Very
Oh
much
yeah,
so.
man. What? Oh
Very
yeah.
much
Earlier
so.
hub.
Nothing's changed.
Nothing's changed.
No. President's now speaking. The U.S. negotiating power in Iran is Iran's parliament speaker or partner. Sorry, U.S. negotiating partner is the parliament speaker in Iran. Trump now. This is per the New York Post, I believe, NYP. President now we're seeing some headlines from the president. We got Powell speaking as well. We got London close at the bottom of the hour. We're seeing gold sell off here. Gold selling off.
I wish I could show the tweet, but his negotiating partner is the person who I mentioned last night was tweeting about when and what to short. So that's fun.
So we have the president. Some headlines via the New York Post. We also have Chairman Powell taking questions from the folks that speaking over there in Harvard. We got NQ trade 23,290.
Great. I'm taking it long 295.
Like 295. IB lows 291.
Here, Andre, I'll throw that in Slack for you.
Well, in the chat, they're saying, Jake, share it, Jake. Jake, would you share it with us, please?
Who's Jake?
It's like when they call me Andrew. Like when they call me Andrew.
We can't show here. I'll just throw in the tweet there.
Why can't we show? Yeah, I know. I saw this. Yeah. Very interesting. Crude upticking here. Heads up. Stay locked in. Crude upticking closer to the highs here. $102.63. Now 64 cents.
I'm going to take profit on that one. There's a quick in and out.
I like it.
In it.
We will know more about whether we can truly work with them. President saying we will know more in the upcoming weeks if we can truly work with the negotiating partner in Iran is the parliament speaker.
Back up to settlement, maybe.
This is an interesting.
I wonder if he has an
Heading
interest
towards
trading
session
account.
highs.
Crude up against about 20 cents off the session highs. Session highs $102.86. Again, about 20 cents
Long
off
again.
of those. Yep.
312.
Long from 312. Long from 312.
Yep.
All right.
Bar reversal on the 5-minute chart. I'm liking it. Back up to settlement here.
Oh. Chat. Real John Ross saying highs are not in.
The highs are not in.
That's exactly
Really?
what Dakota wants.
You'd be right.
I like
Okay.
it.
Hey,
I like it.
You'd be right. S&P's is just isn't giving us good location like the Nasdaq is right now.
Nasdaq's just been back and forth around settlement, so gotta trade what we see.
We have Netanyahu
look
speaking as well. Prime Minister of Israel is now speaking as well. Well, a lot going on. We have President of the United States, Prime Minister of Israel speaking, and Chairman Powell all speaking at the same exact time. Netanyahu rejected a French ceasefire initiative. More from Israel will seize the opportunity to push the border beyond Tiny River. Okay. Gold. Keeping a bit lower here. We got
Lots of headlines to start off on Monday.
This is
Yep. They were saving them up
markets?
over the weekend.
Yeah, what markets do you key in on? Or what would you be keying in?
What would I be keying in on?
Just, yeah, I guess crude most sensitive to does Powell matter?
Crude for sure. Crude is probably the cleanest read of trader sentiment about what's happening in the Middle East.
Crude catching a bid is another. Crude up around right $102.70.
Nasdaq stuck at settlement here.
It is gold grinding a little bit lower, 45.56 last trade. So we have Prime Minister of Israel speaking right now. We have the President of the United States. We see some headlines there. We're also seeing Chairman Powell's taking questions.
There we go. Holding this. I added a second contract, 2 from 317. See if we get a pushback.
It's anarchy.
317 2 317. Last trade in Q 23,326. I saw a little selling there in crude.
Mm-hmm.
Crude just dipped about 20 cents there.
All right.
Right back higher. Right back up. Man, oh man. What's Delta looking like, Hogue? ESNQ?
Negative 1,800 in the S&P is negative 1,100 in the Nasdaq.
Interesting. Okay. And we were up to what? Negative 3,500 in the ES, and they got squeezed.
Yeah, at one point earlier today. Yes.
We got long. Okay, so they were able to get squeezed there. All right. Good to know. It wasn't like that one time, remember we got short in the whole in the ES and Delta was like positive 17,000.
All right, I'm taking profit.
Sometimes they win.
there for one of them.
Nice trade, Dakota. Sure do. Shave one, nice trade. Again, get those questions in. Pin to the top of the chat. Group coaching. D, Gabe, and Marie. We got Dakota. How do you manage your stop here, Dakota?
Just following these pivots on the 100-tick chart.
Yeah.
Yep. managing risk. That's all we do here. We are risk managers. There's some
A
more
lot of
buyers
buying
stepping in.
around VWAP in the ES today.
Yes, catching a bid, 64.36 last trade, up about 9 points or so in the last few minutes. Crude selling off
There,
here.
if you might take money, I'm out at these
Nice trade,
50s.
Dakota. Nice trade. Did you get filled?
Flat. Yep, flat.
Nice trade, Dakota.
Nice trade.
Phew.
Nice trade.
Very nice.
Beautiful 3-bar reversal that was.
From Paul here, we don't know how big the energy shock will be. It's way too early to know. We're from Paul, still continuing to answer questions. We got London close, bottom of the hour, 4 minutes. We're still at the bottom of the hour. Dakota, slow markets is the start of slow markets at 7 p.m. Central Time, Sunday through Thursday, not yesterday. But who will be joining you tonight in slow markets, Dakota?
Tonight, it's Monday night. We got my man, Coach Jay. He joins me, and the markets are just never boring. I mean, they're just as sometimes even more wild than what we're seeing here. Yeah, Jay joins me Mondays and Wednesdays, and then if we get the demand, might be able to convince Braden to join me on Tuesday.
Braden playing hardball. Is that what's going on? Is he playing hardball with
traders? Traders are playing hardball. I've really enjoyed trading with Braden. Seen him in the chat here earlier.
Did we? Braden will be he'll be on here tomorrow with us as well. Stay locked in. We'll see what happens here at the bottom of the hour. Crude, $102.24. Hey, Jack, what was Ted saying about crude prices staying above 100? Crude staying above $100. It's outside of New York session, something like that.
Well, yeah, I mean, when we had that big spike overnight that got us up to whatever it topped out at, like 119 or something, that was overnight and it got nailed down pretty good. We didn't really see it stay consistently above 100 until I believe Power Hour this past Friday.
Speaking of Power Hour,
people were what about it?
Paul has wrapped up. Paul has wrapped up Power Hour. Speaking of it, Braden will be joining us for Power Hour today. Paul has concluded. Very good. Solid hour on time. Let's see what happens here.
Man, these markets have been so volatile. Opportunities everywhere.
We're just waiting for the next. Are we waiting for the next headline? Are we waiting?
Basically, yeah. Back and forth around settlement. I'm still leaning to the long side here.
This 6400 SPX I have marked down the chart is going to be, I think, pretty important over the next today and tomorrow. Tomorrow is the end of the quarter. There could be some crazy rebalancing. This month, I think, has been like one of the worst in a long time for the legendary 60-40 stocks bonds portfolio. Both stocks and bonds is getting waxed.
Okay, we got 40 seconds to London close. You got to pin at the top of the chat. Get those questions in for group coaching. We have Gabe, D, and Marie joining us for that. We will have Jay, Hoop, and Diamond Hands joining us after morning highlights. Morning highlights will be hosted by that gentleman right there in the lower right-hand corner. We got spotted. Somehow the fan got through his security detail. I was able to get up to him. Say thank you for your service. Let's see what we got here. Bottom of the hour. Also have a White House press conference, press secretary at noon Central Time, and there is a London close. All right, Hogue, we'll get prepped for morning highlights. Nice trade take, a couple words, and then we'll see you here in about half hour. Hogue, good to see you again, man.
Yeah,
Welcome back.
thank you. It's a pleasure to be back. It's always good to get away and always good to get back. Got my toe in the water today, so we're going to see what these markets offer. Looking forward to seeing everybody for the morning highlights, and always a pleasure to be with you guys. See you in a little bit.
Awesome.
Take
Take
care,
care,
Hogue.
Hogue.
Great
Was
stuff,
that?
Hogue.
So I popped there in Crude, a little pop there in Crude, just to be met with some selling. Markets are on edge. You see, pop ever so slightly. We got flat. Jack's flat. Dakota's flat
Yep.
as well.
Market's flat.
Market's flat for now. We did see a
Nasdaq
little
is
about a
anyway.
50-cent pop. Jack, MNQ, huh? What do you think? I mean,
Today's a good example of why I might look at that.
yeah.
Or eventually, you'll probably kill me. Transition to looking at. I have to do more research, but like either certain commodities or maybe even MBT.
What is MBT doing?
whoa.
What do we got? What's cooking in
I-
MBT, micro Bitcoin? And why? What are you seeing?
Well, first off, right now Bitcoin, the spot market, is trading 67,477. It did dip earlier or last night, just below 65,000. I don't know. I've been thinking a lot about, and to each their own, whether for outright intraday future trading, the ES being a good choice. And my reason is that arguably the ES is probably like the most efficient instrument, via the huge volumes in the SPX options and market
Yeah, I
making
love this.
activity, but more importantly, the internal order flow from the big firms,
Mhm.
right? So I still like it for options, but I'm starting to wonder is there something better where there's fewer things working against you, right? So
Chat.
I'm
What do you think,
thinking
Chad?
maybe if we're going to do this intraday, maybe commodities or MBT.
Wow.
Could be crazy.
Chat.
Okay.
What do we
All
think?
right.
Jack,
Okay.
maybe Dakota. Sounds like we got a
trade gold. Gold's good. Water's hot.
I could be talking to gold. I have gold.
Okay.
dark side,
I like
Jack.
it.
Okay, no, it does make sense. All kidding aside, it does make sense. We're seeing. All right, we got a
There
pop
goes
here in
Nasdaq.
gold pops.
Long and strong.
Yeah, and you still got your runner on, Dakota?
I'm flat. Nope, I'm flat.
That's right. I just said you were flat. I literally just said you're flat, and then here.
That's all right. That's all
Here
right.
comes the pop. We got a pop in equities. Equities popping here. We got 64.42 last trade ES. Where's this coming from? 64.43 now. Gold pop there as well. Gold pop about $10. And Q pop 50 points there. 23,380 last. I'm sorry, 370 last trade. 50 on the
That
tilt.
sucked right back up to that 6,400 SPX. We're 63.98 in the spot market right now for the ES or for the S&P 500.
I might get short one up. I might get short ES up here.
I don't hate it.
Quick one.
Long and strong.
Dakota's liking the long and strong. If we get a pop in Crude, I'll
Yep.
get short. Paul has concluded. Paul has concluded. $50 tilt. A few more minutes here in fast markets. Good to have Hogue back. See him for morning eyes. What else do we have? Again, Williams scheduled to speak right at the New York close. U.S. or White House Press Secretary Levitt will be speaking at noon. I'm sure we'll see if we have that. I'm guessing we do have that. James can confirm back there, but I believe we will have that. Bring that in as well. Pretty quiet from the president. We haven't seen President of the United States, that is. Haven't heard much there just yet. More buyers here. Look at the buyers jumping in the equities.
Hey. I like it.
I look at that. It's pretty strong. Strong green candle there. We're still above 102.
You know what? That 3-bar reversal was the
That was the one, man. Nice
The
ad
one,
there,
man.
Dakota. Nice ad there.
yeah, it was.
Okay.
That's all right. Just take.
Yeah,
Hoke said it right. You just want a piece of it.
You have
The market's
to,
always
man.
going to leave you unsatisfied. You're not going to catch the exact top and the exact bottom. Unfortunately.
Yeah, we will have that White House press briefing. We'll bring that to you here at noon Central. It will group coaching. So we'll get a little 2-for-1 there. Gold on the move higher. Gold, about a $15 rally right now, trading 45.74. Up $15 in about last 4 or 5 minutes. How's VIX doing? Are we still above 30 in the VIX?
No, 29.
I would doubt it.
Quarter.
What is it?
29 quarter.
29.75?
29.75. Yep.
Sure, holding up here for a little.
We know how these markets are. Any moment we get a headline and we spike back up.
I'm ready to take a short. I'm ready to get short up here.
Nvidia
We're buying here.
positive 0.15. So, I mean, the only thing that's down in the Tech 9 is Apple down 3/4 and Broadcom down 1.25.
Oh, shoot. Thanks, David. Man.
Yeah. Apple's just been contrarian.
It's like your friend. I love that now. David Woodson, thank you kindly. Pretty good analysis today, guys. It's better than the first comment we got. This is a clown show. So
it took the person a year to realize. So once again,
yeah, that's right. I watched it for a year.
Like, who's the real clown?
We were a clown show on day one. No, it took you a year.
Fool me once, shame on you. Fool you for 200 plus episodes.
Yeah. Never be fooled again.
No, Tesla's up 0.46.
We're buying gold here. Gold. Continue to catch a bid. 45.76 last trade. Looks like we want to get 77. 77's in gold trade. Now 45.78 trades. There goes crude. Gold pop. Crude sells off. Equities.
NASDAQ's going.
Yes, it is.
Buyers stepping in these equities. Things are quiet. It's been a while.
Right. Or maybe learning a lesson. Learning a lesson. Things are better. Dow also cooking. Dow about 50, 55 points off these session highs.
One thing that's down is my Intel. Intel's
I'm back
Intel
a little today, Dakota.
Intel
Man,
going
Friday sucked.
I will say this about crude. We're comfortably above $100 even by $2, even $3. We bottomed out at the old 6 a.m. tweet there, whatever that was. We were beneath $100 back. Seems like the market's comfortable being up here right now.
So far.
Even though
they're trying to do everything under the power to bring it down, right? Every time I read the headline, there's something.
Well, we were talking about this. There's diminishing, what do you call it, reaction, Jack, if you want to call from the markets regarding some of these tweets from the president. It's not.
We show it, just diminishing returns. We'll show the old
hitting. It's not. Why are we selling off now?
Like most drugs.
It's not.
It takes more to get that same feeling.
That punch.
Yeah.
Last Monday we got the old 1,000-point one.
Here we are. Show it again. On Monday we got 240 points in 5 minutes.
It's not like limit down when he mentions it. War might be over soon.
Right.
I tell you guys I was caught in that limit down right?
Which market?
Crude oil. It was
When did it go
Monday.
limit down?
It was a few weeks ago.
The velocity when it got halted for velocity. Oh,
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, that was insane. When we was the same day we was up at like $119 a barrel, 118. That was a couple weeks ago.
Yeah, the 2 days later we were down
Yeah,
around 70.
I bought one mini long at 98, and then I stepped away to use the bathroom and freaking halted.
Yeah, well, yeah.
All right, bring a bottle to my office.
Ladders are thin. Up the market is thin. Looks like gold might want to take another push higher here. 45.80 last trade. Gold up about $20 here in the last 10 minutes. Equities, we got NQ up about 70 points last 10 minutes. ES up about 13 points last 10 minutes. 50-50 tilt.
I'm still liking the longs here. I want to see more market structure though. Something to give areas of reference to. Number one, limit risk. Number two, get into this market.
Once again, we're just hanging at that 6,400 SPX. In 6,400 exactly right now in the spot market.
Yeah. Crude down $1 last 20 minutes. Crude down $1 last 20 minutes. Last trade, $101.89. Watching equities. Holding bid here. Gold will certainly hold in bid. These prices would be so nice to. Will we see a test of the 100s today? Chet, what do you think in crude? Last trade crude oil is $101.86. Will we go test the $100 even?
Ooh, that's a big ask.
At some point today. Well, we're just one tweet away, but can we grind?
Maybe.
Saw a tweet this weekend that gave me heart palpitations.
Uh-oh.
Went a little bit viral on FinTwit. It was somebody who has been following their journey of like, they started with like $5,000 in a margin or something, and then in 2021 ran it up to like 1.6 million.
Yeah.
Then drew down 90%. Somehow this year they ran it up to 10 million.
Let's go.
And then are currently down 84% from that.
Not good.
I don't know how people do it, man. I just don't know. How do you sleep?
Not care, I guess.
Question. I like this question. I'll take it. I'll take this question. Glory on its way in the chat. Andre Jack Dakota, do you think it's easier to trade today or harder compared to 10 years ago? Is it easier or harder? It's a lot easier to get into. It's a hell of a lot easier to get into. I'll say that. It's easier to trade today. It's easier.
Yeah. I think it's easier.
The resources
10 years ago, I was trading crude oil. The margins were higher too on everywhere. And there wasn't as many resources to learn how to trade.
Yep. It's never been easier, I'll say. I mean, obviously market conditions are always changing, but in terms of getting into it, resources, camaraderie, community.
Yeah.
Access to the markets.
Easier. Yeah.
You don't trade.
Man, how quick it is to
anymore. There's no such thing as desk fees anymore. Data fees. What is that? I mean, it's never been better. It's never been better.
I remember seeing a trade setup. Me ACHing. I sent an ACH to the brokerage, and 2 or 3 business days. The trade setup's today. I want to get in like now, and yeah. What we have available today is just insane.
Yeah, I hope this doesn't happen, obviously, but I would be curious. I mean, if you talk about the last 10 years and this huge adaptation of retail trading across everything, so I'll include, stocks, options, whatever else. it has coincided with a time where it was very difficult to lose money being long most anything, right? So it's been kind of 10 years of look at a chart of the, let me go out to the weekly bars here. Okay, share this tab.
All right.
Here's the NQ going. So what's 10 years ago? 2016. Okay, so we 2016 we were trading 4,300 in the Nasdaq. Even after this pullback, we're trading 23,000 10 years later. Is that sustainable? I don't know, maybe, but it's also that there hasn't been like a real rip your face off decline or something like that that's shaken people out yet. So I think it's been a pretty easy time to make money.
Maybe they're talking about the markets too. In terms of like the actual markets, and the markets are always changing. Never easy. Markets are never easy. I mean, yeah, they're always changing, right? That's kind of our typical week. That being said, hey, P&L's payouts, my man JD, come on in. I got to see what some of these numbers are from last week. If you can milk it 1 second, JD, that'd be fantastic. What's up, JD?
What's up, guys? How we doing? Yeah, I've got Friday's top 5 live funded payouts and P&Ls ready to share with everybody. Let's start with those P&L numbers. Again, these are from Friday. Live funded P&Ls up at the top. Bowie C, who was on this list a couple of times last week, picked up another $40,000 trading the Nasdaq in the 100K live funded account. Big week for Bowie last week. He also took a nice payout. He's now at 23 winning days in this live funded account and getting just a little bit closer to that 30 winning day mark, which does what again, folks? 30 winning days in the live funded account unlocks unlimited or daily payouts, I should say. Daily payouts in the live funded account when you get 30 winning days of $150 or more. Next up, Arash A, $32,224 in the 150K live funded account trading the Nasdaq and Micro Nasdaq. Second winning day in the live funded account for Arash. Azizbek, $30,184 trading the Nasdaq and a 150K LFA. 7 winning days since Azizbek's last payout. He's ready to take another one. Go get that money. Tomas, $22,033 in profits trading the Nasdaq and Micro Nasdaq and a 50K live funded account. 3 winning days now for Tomas in the live funded account. Just getting started and doing a great job. Another trader just getting started. Isaac A, $20,083. Third day in the live funded account. 2 winning days. 2 out of 3 so far. Just getting started. Just got started in this account last week. So great way to start it off for Isaac. $20,083 in profits trading the Nasdaq. Those are your top 5 live funded P&Ls from Friday. All right, payout numbers. Everyone's second favorite stat, I think. Or is this your first favorite stat? Let us know in the chat. Brendan M up at the top, $45,000 going into the weekend, putting that money in his pocket. Jeffrey G, $24,904. Blake H, $21,090. Noma, $13,155. And Pingway, $10,851. Pulling this money out of the live markets, lining their pockets with it, showing everybody what is possible in the live funded account. Big shout out to all these live funded traders for paying themselves and just doing so well in that live funded account. All right, guys, that's what I got for you. I'll catch you all in a bit.
Stuff. What a week, man. Putting up numbers. Thank you, JD.
You saw, Dre, I got my good, better, best shirt on. I got from the in-laws.
Never let it rest. Never let
it rest.
Uh-huh. Well, Crude pushing higher here. Back above $102. 50-cent push higher. And Crude, but gold also staying bid this time. As I'm short the ES. I'm short ES from 64.44, and we ain't reacting to that Crude.
Equities holding. To be honest, I think equities could push higher here.
Oh, they're going to. Whatever. And gold, all right, spoke too soon. Gold did see a little selling there. The buying did some selling. What's going on?
If there's no crazy headlines,
It looks like something might be coming. I don't. 5 minutes here. We got a couple more minutes. Again, we have the White House press secretary. We'll be taking to the podium in about 90 minutes. After this, we do have power players. We got Diamond Hands. We got Hoop. We got Jay. It'll be after morning highlights. Of course, we have group coaching. Group coaching after that as well. All right, gold's selling off a little bit, and crude popping. Let's keep. I gotta sell this ES. I gotta get short ES. Something's nope.
Okay.
NQ pops. So why is NQ pop there?
There we
That was a
go.
bad short. That was a bad short. That was a real bad short. Got it. Don't want to give it all away. Crude trading $101.90. Dakota, you like some more room to the upside there.
Yeah, I still like a retest.
I think it's
of
happening.
these
Yup.
440s.
Section there. The buyers continue to push this thing higher in the ES. 64.49. What's the tweet? Something's coming. He's about to say something. NQ pushing here. NQ catching a bid. 23,425.
The lows in.
Trade.
Are we buying the lows? Is that what we were
to
doing earlier?
Kind of.
At the low today, the Nasdaq spot was off 12.7% off the highs. We recovered up to about 11.5% off the all-time highs right now.
What's gold? All right. So it's changing. Gold's selling off here. Equity's catching a
Nasdaq
bid
pumping.
now.
Nasdaq's pumping.
Interesting.
Yup. Equities
30s.
are pushing higher. Chat, they're saying in the chat. Highs are not in. Chat's shorts getting vaporized. That was one of them. Elevated life. Hello. That was not fun. Ever. I don't know.
This would be I can see shorts hopping in here. Shorts could definitely hop in here. They
About to
were
be one of
jumping in earlier.
About to be
I would not get short right now, though.
No?
No.
Okay, thank you. That's a trading buddy for you. Let's short the initial balance high. That would have been nice, but you would have had a short initial balance high a while ago, especially in the NQ. NQ initial balance high got put in right at the open.
Bond yield's kind of at a little maybe support area here. Bounced twice around here last week. We're at like 4.33 in the yields.
433. Okay.
We got down to 4.31 on Wednesday and on Monday.
Long's about to go poof. Does that mean we break out?
I think it means they get hammered.
Hammered to Stockholm. Yep.
And it's gone.
Watching short so bad. Crude $102.04 last trade. Yeah, we have a White House press secretary Levitt will be speaking at noon Central. We got the Dow pretty much trading right around the highs at 45,871. Crude's catching a bid.
We're getting back in the ES to about where we were when Trump put out the tweet at about 6:25 a.m. this morning. That was good for about a 30-point pump, but it all retraced in the same 5-minute candle.
All right.
Fellas, good stuff there. Fantastic stuff. Also good to see
we're already
back
done?
here.
Awesome.
What?
Done.
Oh, we're just getting started.
Warmed
We're just
up.
getting started. Oh, no, I was watching. We got these look at Crude starting to pick up here. Again, we got the morning highlights coming up after this, but it feels like Crude is up about 60 cents, now 70 cents. Crude on the move higher here. Jack, Dakota, fantastic stuff. Topstep TV, let's go. Markets are about to keep pumping. Let's go. Crude is pumping.
All right, it is time for the morning highlights. Hopefully, it's been a highlight-ridden morning for you. Hopefully, you're trading well. Hopefully, you found some good opportunities. As always, we like to start with the opening range trades, and we always start with a little bit of context. Excuse me. So we're going to do that, but we did not take the opening range trades, and I'll tell you why when we get there. Let's take a look first at gold. Okay, so the market opened with a little bit of a gap. First thing it did was close the gap. That's probably not going to be a very good sign. We see that the market has been just kind of overlapping to higher the range from yesterday. I was looking for opportunities, perhaps maybe value high for opportunities for longs. But opportunities came at VWAP, overnight VWAP, put in the low so far. Very small initial balance. Once that initial balance broke, we had a successful downside auction right to VWAP. The market has now turned, so it becomes somewhat range bound. But let's take a look at the 5-minute chart. And so the market opened with a relatively large opening range. It was about 60, 70 ticks. The first 1 minute bar that closed outside of that opening range was to the short side. We kind of opted not to take it. Well, actually, I don't even think it did that. I think it actually looked below. The first one was to the long side, but we had invalidated the opening range trade because it traded below the opening range first. The first 1 minute close outside the opening range was to the long side. Now, it would have paid us for a period of time. Eventually, it would have come back and taken out our stop. So a good miss on that. A little bit clearer information here in the crude oil opening range trade. So we know that the market opened with a session gap. The session high from Friday was at $100.04. Market opened, traded to it, no sign of acceptance inside of it. When we look at the 1 minute opening range, let's take a look at this. And it was another pretty sizable opening range. The first 1 minute that closed outside of that was to the short side. Now, this would have been a trade we would have normally taken, but the fact that we weren't showing signs of acceptance inside the range, session range from Friday, I said, I don't like it. I don't want to take it. I'd rather sell it cheaper than this than sell it right where our entry would have been. And it turned out to be a relatively decent call because basically that would have just got a short right at the low of the session. And now the market is continuing to push, now pushing above the initial balance high. Monitor for a successful continuation move to the upside to possibly the weekly kickoff high, which is $104, which was the overnight high for the micro crude, or potentially a failed upside auction to return back into the range for a rotation back near the low of the session. All right, so we had Ted on this morning. Ted took a really good trade. First thing, 830s. He was already in the market. He got short 5 MES, and he did take some heat on this trade, but he just stuck with it. Ended up taking a pretty decent profit on it. He got short 64.61 quarter, and got out. His average exit was around 64.55. So a pretty decent trade there. Ted got a little bit chopped up as the market continued to try and push lower. I've got another trade that he took in the NASDAQ, another good trade. A little bit of a rough morning. First trade that he took was probably the best one of the day because he really caught probably, close to what might end up being the high of the regular trading hour session. That is unknown so far. The house, we looked at the failed downside auction in the NASDAQ, and we ended up taking alongside with Dakota, who was getting along the Nasdaq. We saw the failed downside auction in the Nasdaq. We saw the failure of price to move below the initial balance low in the S&Ps. House got long one MES 64.2475 and got out at a pretty decent profit, 64.39. Do I get upset when we take a profit and the market continues to go our way a little bit? Only if that's part of my plan and I get out of the trade too early. Wasn't really part of the plan. I'm happy taking our bite out of the middle. So a pretty decent, just a small trade. Get the toe back in the water here. And now taking a look at the NASDAQ. All right. So as always, let's check things in equity. The S&Ps were also opening inside range, inside value, suggesting maybe we'd find better trade location as the day goes on. And initially in the S&P and in the NASDAQ, the opening range was left at the low of the regular trading hour session. That, however, did not last very long. The market we see on the 30-minute chart basically came back down to check value low, check settlement, check VWAP, and price has, generally speaking, been very, very magnetic towards that overnight VWAP in both the S&P and in the NASDAQ. Let's take a look at a shorter time frame here. So Ted took a long, just about a 1 MNQ, 23,365. He got out of that at a small loss, 23,335. He did take a couple of more trades in the NASDAQ, but again, a little bit of a rough morning, and that does happen. You have to be able to take those, come back the next day, look for the right opportunity, look for the next opportunity, just the way the ball bounces. Dakota came in, got short not too long after coming into the session, got short NASDAQ MNQ at 23,304. Took a quick profit on that around 23,290. Then I think this was probably one of the trades of the day. Dakota got long to NASDAQ, micro NASDAQ, 23,291, as we were seeing the failed downside auction occurring in the NASDAQ. Now, if we take a look at this on the 30-minute chart, this is your failed downside auction. Price takes out the low of the initial balance, which we know the initial balance is the first hour of the regular trading hour session. If we looked below, we rejected, take the long. You don't know how far that's going to go, but it ended up being a really good trade. Back to the 5-minute chart. So Dakota, long 2, got out of 1, all the way up to 23,340. Tried to hold on to his runner. Got out of that at a smaller profit, but yet still a profit, 23,308. Market is still kind of ranging, still relatively magnetic to VWAP, looking for some sort of direction. But again, just to take one last look at context, inside the range from Friday, largely inside value from Friday. Value should be overlapping to lower. We'll see how the rest of this day plays out. Let's take a minute. I don't know if you guys missed it or not, but it's time for today's quotable quote. Albert Einstein, try not to become a man of success, but rather try to become a man of value. Everybody seems to focus on price in trading. Jim Dalton constantly reminds us that the focus should be on value. What is the value of the product you are trading? Is it above value? Is price below value? Price is but an advertising mechanism. But as in trading, as in life, be a man of value. Be successful, for sure, but be a man of value. That is your quotable quote for today. We have here coming up, we have power players coming up with Jay, Diamond Hands, and Hoop. Stick around, folks. You're in the right place. This is Topstep TV. Let's go.
All right, welcome back to Topstep TV Power Player Edition. I'm Jay. On the far right, we got Coach Hoop, and in the middle, our power player, Mr. Diamond Hands. George, how we doing today?
Good. How are you guys? Pretty good.
Doing pretty good, man. Doing pretty good. We got markets moving around. Oil just made a new high of the day, 103.86, new high of the day there in oil. Micros didn't take out that high just yet. We did see the equity selling off while we're on a little bit of a break there. George, any trades for you today so far? Anything you're scanning for opportunities right now?
I'm trying to see if the 64.34 holds, and then maybe potential shorts, unless we do get above 400s on M and Q. I might consider some longs as well. But
Okay.
you can see the rejection here already 1, 2, 3 times. We're close to IB low on MES or M and Q. So I'm trying to see if this thing holds underneath 64.35, potentially take it lower. We'll see. I did take a trade today. End up closing red on it, $250.
Good risk management. Good risk management for
Yeah.
sure. Taking a look potentially here at a short in the equities. The Nasdaq right now trading 23,345. Coach Hoop, what's going on, man? How we doing today?
Doing good, man. Rough week last week for me, so I'm glad frickin' rollover's done with gold. I've had my frickin' fill of rollover.
Yeah.
But, I'm long micro gold. I've been in. This is unusual for me. I've probably been in it for an hour and a half. I got a runner on a micro. Yeah, I mean, last week, we kept thinking, at least I did, that it was a buy the dip mode in gold, but it just couldn't hold rallies. Every time it got a decent rally, got a sell off. Got another one today. So I'm trying to stay a little more patient and trying to, if I do, we use the proverbial term, catch a little bit of a tiger by the tail when it starts to move. It's not just to get in scalp mode. Like Jay, we talk about it. I don't usually put a lot of TPs in there. I'll usually let the market dictate, a little bit more what's going on underneath it if I catch it. So I moved this slowly up to break even. Now I've moved it up to like the 50-day, EMA in there, and we'll see. It's kind of bouncing right along VWAP here now. So yeah. So yeah, kind of back to, we talked about last week, back to basics, Jay. Back to a 50. Just go back to what gets you there, instead of maybe being caught by all the news last week and rollovers and stuff like that.
Oh, yeah.
So a little recalibration.
Sure. Recalibration. Coach Hoop, basically a gold investor right now with how long you've been in this trade. 45, 47. Nice trade we got going on there. Keep us up to date on that one. 34s was your price, right? In the S&P, George?
Yeah, right here. Just on the 50-minute range. Thinking of taking it 15 to probably the low of day.
We are seeing oil hold right now above $103. Let's see. Got a volume point of control for the Nasdaq pretty much right here right now, but I don't hate the shorts either. I was actually just in a short from about 390s. Took it off as we were coming on air here, but I do like the potential maybe for a run at the lows. We are back below settlement here in the Nasdaq as well. Let's see what we get here.
There's a little news.
Coach Hoop, have you looked at equities at all, or are you just focusing on gold today?
Oh yeah, no, I traded equities a little bit this morning. It's kind of weird, Jay, we were talking in agreement before I got in here, years of spending and looking at correlations and bonds doing this and equities doing this and crude doing this. Different today. Different. Gold was up, crude was up, bonds were up, equities were up. We haven't seen that. So, yeah, I mean, it's a little cautious on buying dips in equities right now for me. They're still everything kind of like just before, we never took out ES, and I'm not an NQ trader, so Diamond Hands, if you trade, you're an NQ guy. It creates bad
Got some selling
habits for
coming in
me,
NQ
so
right now.
I tend to stay away from it. Yeah, so we didn't take out that 55 area, and we kind of rolled over. So, like you were saying, crude's at 103 plus. Hard to be long
Right.
equities, right? Yeah,
for sure. Let's see what we got here. 23,318's last trade in the NASDAQ, 64.32 last trade in the S&P. Got oil 103.31 last trade there, and gold 45.78 last trade in gold. See what happens here. Coach Hoop still on the show, posting the headlines in the chat. Iran received messages through intermediaries about U.S. seeking discussions, but dismissed the demands as excessive and illogical. So, and headline-driven markets as always. Thought it was very interesting. The Speaker of Parliament in Iran, that tweet that Jack shared earlier today, basically giving out trading advice, which was interesting to see. We look at these markets all the time. I'm sure there's market participants that don't actively scan the markets every day, but that was basically day trading advice, which is kind of crazy to see.
if he starts giving out levels, we're in trouble.
Yes, we are. Seeing some more selling coming in here in the NASDAQ 23,308s. George, what confirms the trade for you here?
I would love to see a 1 minute, 5 minute closure underneath this 15-minute orb. You can see here, we are below opening print. I still see orders below on NQ as well. Some at 265, which is pretty down there. So let's look at it NQ.
And you are you referring? Because you came in quoting S&P prices, but you're looking at S&P to trade the NASDAQ. Is that correct?
No, the thing is the MNQ already left the price that I actually wanted, which was 374. We're getting close to IB low. So I'd rather just take the MES trade instead.
Gotcha. NASDAQ may be our leader to the downside here, 23,306. Chat, you heard them asking in fast markets, are the lows in for this session? We will see. We will see.
We haven't really touched IB low since it was formed on MES or
right.
ES.
Let's see here. Is there more selling pressure in this market? If crude continues to pump the way it is right now, potentially. See if crude can get back. Yeah, go ahead, George.
I might take this trade right here if this closes.
All right.
Let's see.
For a potential short in the NASDAQ. All right, sorry, in the S&P?
Yeah, S&P.
Maybe I would short the NASDAQ. That was a... I think that's what I was just saying, but
yeah, I want to short.
You're not trading right now, Jay. You're driving. Right? Yeah, you're not trading. Right? You are driving. Let's see, Coach Hoop. I did take a Coach Hoop trade today in cattle. Shout out to the cattle. Really nice trade in cattle today. We got some size up here on the S&P book. 550 on the offer. 64.35s up here in the S&P.
Hasn't been much size up there today at all. 100 lots sprinkled, but nothing size. The first real big size of the day, huh, Jay?
Yeah, that's the first one I'm noticing for the day. We've had some decent sized trade, but nothing really sitting out there on the books. Oil back below $103, 102.98 last trade there in crude.
All right, I'm gonna get in. Oh, I didn't see. I thought I had a bracket on, but I don't. Oh, maybe I didn't press it. Anyways. My risk is only going to be what I'm going to go for.
George getting in short here in the micro S&P. Coach Hoop looking at that cattle chart.
Flat, man. Whew.
Yeah.
That's flat as
it
can
did flatten out for sure. Yes, it is. Definitely did flatten out. George, did you get tagged into that short?
Yeah, I did. I got two micros right now.
2 micros. What price we got?
We got 64.28.25 as my entry point. My stop loss is 64.43.5, and my TP will be 64.13.5.
Got the trade set up. Short 2 micro, 64.28 quarter. I'm trading right there right now. Oil trying to figure out what to do at $103, 102.94 last trade there in oil. Coach Hoop, sitting pretty in that gold trade. Anything you would do as far as management goes in that gold trade, Hoop? Kind of just let this one go.
I'm just gonna, I'm gonna trail it right now, Jay. I don't want to Tommy boy it and move it too much right now. I'm just going to let it play out. Somebody was saying in chat, had a decent morning on a 50K. When I get to the, profit target, for the day, because, normally I'm trying to stretch this out over, several days. I'm not trying to do the 2-day pass, but a trade's a trade.
Right.
You got to, you got to let it trade out. And I agree 100% for just saying, oh, just hit the target and get out. Just manage the trade. That's what I'm going to do.
Trade what you see.
Yep.
Trade what you see. Little pullback here in oil, 102.94s. So we got George short 2 micro S&P, Coach Hoop long micro gold. Let's see. George, what are you liking about this trade? So we got a target. I see where your target is. You're targeting that initial balance low for a potential test there.
Yeah.
Do you
also like?
Do you
go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead. No. Please explain your trade.
No. Oh no, it's just so we're broken pretty much. MEQ already broke the orb, right? We see this retest on here on ES right here. I wanted a 5-minute closure. We got it. So now I'm looking for the downside. We still have those 265 orders that have been there since this morning. So potentially those could be our target. But I'm looking at ES because ES had the entry point that I wanted. Since if you look at MEQ, it already took off. Yeah, look,
Right.
we're almost getting to that IB low. Let's see where it is IB low here. No. Oh yeah, this is right. We're at right up IB low right now. Right there.
Right at IB low in the
NQ. Let's see if we can break it.
NQ here.
But I'm looking at potential target for MES there.
Some more selling coming in here in the equity, 64.24. What are you seeing here, Hoop, on Delta? That 500 lot just moved down in the S&P also, 64.28s. They were just up at 34s. What are you seeing on Delta?
My Delta ES is minus 5,000 now. So in ES.
Minus 5K.
Yeah.
Sellers gaining some traction. Was it positive at any point today?
It was, I think, a little bit earlier. It got maybe about, not by a lot, Jay.
Okay.
But it got up there for a little bit. I just think we're in a little bit of a rock, kind of a rock fight zone. Everybody thought we were going to take off this morning, and we did early in the session, and then we've kind of come back, and I think once again, scaring everyone off. It's just, it's what it does right now. Crude's getting very
back
comfortable
above
above
$103.
$100. Andre said it earlier.
It is. So we had the highest close of the year on Friday in crude oil. That's the highest close we've had in a very long time in that market, and sustaining price above $100. Now we saw it in the pre-market session. We came down, we tagged $100. Selling got absorbed there. We talked about that during the opening call, and we're up $3 from there. So we've seen that correlation continue to play out over the past couple of weeks. Some days it's stronger than others, it feels like, but crude above $100 is why we saw these equities really start to sell off, right? Everybody remembers that day. What was that, March 8th, where we spiked up to pretty close to $120, and it looked like the equities were going to zero. So the more it sustains price up here, does it put selling pressure on the equities on a higher time frame? Right now, we're seeing it work out on a shorter time frame, potentially. Nice trade George got going on here. 64.22 last trade in the S&P, 23.290 last trade in the NASDAQ. Seeing a little bit of selling pressure in gold as well, but holding up a little bit better for now. 45.70s last trade here in gold. Looking good on this trade so far here. I know Andre was looking for these shorts towards the end of fast markets, playing out pretty well. George, I know you've been you started off as a crude trader. You've been trading it a little bit now. Are you watching crude as you're in this trade?
I am. Yeah, I'm looking at Crude.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
I like to check Crude Asia session. Like I said,
You did say
that's
that,
where
yeah.
I usually trade. Usually, I never trade Crude New York. Usually
Right.
it's traded in Asia. We also
Later
on
trade.
M&Q. On M&Q, we do have weekly open right there at 191. So if she really wants to go, that could potentially be a retest right there.
Nice. See what we get here. Some more selling potentially 64.22 half last trade in the S&P. Do you have a target right at that IB low, or how do you manage that? You have to take profit at IB low, or is it
Yeah,
a
usually.
manual
Yeah,
exit when we get there? Got you.
yeah, it's TP right there, automatic.
Got you. Every once in a while, I'm like, do I trade with his profit target? Do I not? I was telling Hoop earlier in the green room, my cattle trade, I did not know I had to take profit in the market. And it stopped me out. I'm like, oh, damn it. Because I'm usually a trail as it goes type of person.
Yeah, me too.
Are you trading?
You never know.
What are you trading?
It was
Cattle.
live cattle. It was live cattle this week.
Oh,
LE is the ticker.
I don't think I ever touched that in my life.
Yeah, I mean, it was a pretty clean setup. It was like a 15-minute trade.
Okay.
And somebody asked me on Twitter, they're like, how the hell do you find these markets? And I got to give a shout out to my guy, Coach Hoop. He's part of the reason. But we actually talked about it last Friday during At the Buzzer, but it's been a pretty clean move. So I keep it up on a side chart, and if I see a clean setup, then I'll take the trade. It's not something I'm going to trade every day, but if the setup is clean, then I'll take it.
Yeah,
there's a lot less
kinda let
speculation in that cattle market.
Well, you let that first 15, 20 minutes clear out, right, Jay? Because there's a lot of volume that comes right into that open, like any market. And just, gets to that point where once it kind of picks a direction, and right now, it's a straight fundamental problem. There's not enough cattle and there's still a ton of demand. So every freaking break in that market tends to get bought up. And it looks like it's going to continue that way. So if you get a good push above VWAP and it goes, just go with it. It flattens out pretty quick, though, Jay.
It definitely does. It definitely does. Yeah, it turned around pretty quick. Like you said, Hoop, it's not a speculator's market, right? There's actual business being done every day. Just get it in the chat. Says I love eating cattle. And there are real producers and end users of a commodity. We just heard Jack talking about it, right? Like maybe moving away from trading the S&P and moving towards a commodity just because of the real world implications of trading commodities. So it's interesting, right? A lot less speculation, a lot more necessity from market participants in there. So there's a lot, to me, it's a lot less games, right? There was a ton of volume getting traded today and they were buying it. And I'm like, okay, somebody's either buying or hedging, whatever they're doing. They get to understand or know why. I just get to follow them. Stopped out of gold there. Little pullback, 45.65s last trade there in gold. 64.18 last trade here in the S&P. We got George in the money, about 10 points right now. Beautiful trade. S&P 64.19s. The NASDAQ getting ready to take out the low of the regular trading hour session here potentially. Crude oil still holding above $103. Very nice trade going on here. George, do you do any management? Do you move stops into profit at some point, or you just let this one cook, trust the risk?
Pretty much, yeah. I start like right now. I think I want to put my stop right here at the low of the orb. I'm gonna risk only like $60 right now in this trade. I'm gonna move my stop there. We're really close to
the risk just a little bit.
We're only seven points.
I see those orders at 265 now. What is it? 276 down there on the bid in the NASDAQ. Yeah. About almost 300 contracts on the bid, 265s. Seeing a little bit of buying coming in here. Crude back below 103s. Now catching a bid as well. Hoop, you got stopped out in profit on that gold trade?
Yeah. Yep.
Nice trade. Nice trade, sir. Anything you're seeing as
Might be a
far as potential opportunities go, Hoop? Now you're out of that trade. Do you get a little reset?
I would say, once again, the equities and everything kind of been tied together. So equities continue to sell off. I'd go back and look at 45.50. We've kind of got some consolidation down there. I just and everybody was talking about it before. Do we get a retest of settlement with the equities down to 64? 11, 64.12. That might continue to weigh on gold. So
Okay.
if I'm just going to say right now, I'd probably look to get back in around 45.50 and see how everything's kind of acting through there.
Gotcha. 102.85 last trade here in crude oil. Pretty quiet on the headline front right now. For now. Taking a look at this tilt, 58% short in the S&P, 53% short in the NASDAQ, 50-50 in crude oil, 50-50 in gold. Perfect time for a little vibe check. Let's see how everyone is doing on the day. Are you up on the day, down in the day? Anything that you've learned from today? Are you following your trading plan, most importantly today? Follow those trading plans, regardless if you're up or down, right? Trading plans should include risk management as well. We see George coming in. Little loss on a day. We don't get to choose which one of our trades work out, but we do get to choose how much we lose when it does happen. So risk management should definitely be part of your trading plan. Let's know how we're doing in the chat. A couple people up. Glenn says, I'm down as long as it's measured. As long as it is measured.
Yeah.
See what we got here. 102.98. Crude is going to figure out what to do at 103 here.
You been trading crude at night, Jay?
Yes, I have. I took a short last night on that open. So on the open, we spiked up. The micros tagged 104s. I pulled up a micro chart at first. I'm like, wait, how does Hogue keep doing this? The weekly kickoff high is the high tick in micro crude oil.
104
for the session. 104s, yeah. But then what I saw was VWAP start to flatten out, right? So Hoop, you know me, I look at the first 30 minutes of the night, and we had this 30-minute range here. And when we traded above the 50% area of it and volume was still flat, I got short somewhere around 103.20s and then was just looking for a rotation back to the middle of this range. So quick little scalp trade, thinking that, unless there's a headline, which what we've seen in crude be the case, unless there's a headline, it's fairly range bound, right? We talked about this during the opening call as well. Anything at the lower extreme of this range is potential opportunities to buy, and then anything at the upper extremes, potential opportunities to sell, as long as there's no headlines coming out, right? Once that changes, then I think the trade is just to go with the flow, but it was a decent trade last night for sure.
Hard to get married to anything in crude right now.
Oh yeah. See your money, take your money, or the market will take your money. 100%. And bet holding 103s here. So let's see. Very interesting in crude there. Futures Traders V1 in the chat. Good to see you. Good to see you. Thanks for joining here. Make sure you hit that thumbs up button. That goes for everybody. Hit that thumbs up button if you haven't done so already. We got George in a nice trade right now, 64.23. I don't think anyone pretends to be anyone that they're not. Sometimes we play a character on TV, but hey, this is TV. We got to be entertaining, right? Let's bring in a little bit of a news clip. We got the NCAA tournament going on right now. Shout out to UConn and Coach Dan Hurley. What a coach, man. That's somebody I would want to play for. Who?
Oh, we got his brother down here. The
Final Four of college men's basketball tournament is now set. On Sunday, number 1 seed Michigan knocked off Tennessee 95-62. The Wolverines will now face another number 1 seed, the Arizona Wildcats. In another Sunday game, the University of Connecticut upset Duke 73-72. Braylon Mullins sank a desperation three-pointer with 0.4 of a second left on the clock. UConn will face number 3 ranked Illinois. The Final Four games will take place in Indianapolis, Indiana on Saturday. The championship game will be played on Monday, April 6th.
And that was our update from Topstep TV Sports. Put your favorite basketball team in the chat. Yeah, it's some great
Like
basketball.
Illini,
Great
man.
basketball. I'm definitely a fan of it. Yeah.
Huge Illini fan here.
Oh yeah. Gotta be right, Hoop. Shout out to I posted this on Twitter, but shout out to one of my favorite basketball players. Actually, kid I got a chance to coach for a little while. Just signed his letter of intent to go to Norfolk State University in Virginia. Play for a pretty good coach over there. Norfolk State, pretty small school as far as basketball goes, but they make the tournament every once in a while. So looking forward to being a Norfolk State fan over the next couple of years. Seeing the markets kind of chop around a little bit here. Oil trying to figure out what to do at $103. George still in this trade, 64.23 last trade in the S&P. As we chop around. Hoop, you got your eyes on any other markets outside of cattle? I actually took a look at lean hogs today as well.
On crude.
Crude? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Hoop, I know for a year you kind of swore off the crude oil market, right? You wouldn't trade it.
Mm-hmm.
Is it enough of an opportunity presenting market right now that you do look at it day to day?
For the last couple of weeks, D and I have had a bunch of conversations on this. I traded crude forever. Okay. And then after that range-bound, just New York session, I don't know what that was for the last year, Jay. It's hard when a market changes state and changes it for as long as crude did. Your compadre called it out early, and I didn't believe him. And I'll be honest. I'm like, Paul, there's no way crude's the market of this year. It stinks. It's range bound, and you have to be careful. We always joke around about bias in a market, and I'm careful because it's a market I've traded for a long time, is negativity. And I'm like, I watched it go without me, and I'm like, so I think that's another one you have to be careful of. Just because a market hasn't treated you good for a period of time, that was kind of my philosophy with gold, because I got chopped up a lot last week. Just have to accept it and move on. But crude's been, and once again, think about it. If you only had the full contract to trade and you didn't have, there's a middle contract and then there's the micro. But at least now, you can manage the risk with the micro. And I know futures trader wants me to go trade 10 crude. I'm not. That's not going to happen.
Just do it, Hoop. Just come on. This is tradertainment. Just put on all the size. Right. That's what we do. That is not what we do. We're gonna show good risk management and good trades here. Seeing a little bit of a pullback in crude, 102.82 last trade there. George, are you still in this one? See, we pop back.
I'm still in it. Still in hop up.
You look at a 15-minute opening range. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's what I'm looking at right now.
Okay, gotcha. Let me pull my charts up to a 15-minute. Still got some size on the book here in the S&P 547 on the offer, 64.2975. Let's see if that puts some selling pressure against the market. Dow pulling back a little bit, 45.704 last trade in the Dow. See which one of these equity markets wants to go first out of this range. Hope you are looking at crude. You lean in one direction? You looking at shorts? You looking at longs, or just kind of whatever the market cooks up here?
As good as it's acting today, it's got to be some type of dip to buy.
Okay.
The biggest thing is right now, and D and I were talking about this one as well. The biggest problem you get is there's all this premium kind of built into it, and one really solid news bomb, and it'll break $2. That's the That's the caveat right now. If you're trading it, is you got to be kind of strategic in the long, and man, during the day session, you could get tape bombed pretty quick. So if you do get long, just expect if we get a news issue, you could logistically get some slippage for sure. So
for sure, that's funny that you say that. I was short. There's been decent liquidity on the crude oil book that, depending on the trade and where the trade location is, I don't mind trading the bigger contract. Last night, I was trading it, and slippage, everyone. I was short a 2-lot, and realized P&L on this unrealized P&L on the screen showed I was up $900. I market ordered out of one because we got some, a spike in volume. And I said, okay, I want to get out on that spike of volume. Again, unrealized, I was up $900 on that position. The realized P&L was negative $230. So again, live market slippage is a real thing. Is something that you got to be conscious of, right? The order book cleared out for just a little bit because there was some volatility. I market ordered out, and what looked like a winning trade on screen is still subject to whatever liquidities in the order book at that time. So Anne-Marie has been there before, right? I mean, it's something that you have to be aware of trading in live markets, which is part of the reason why we say, when you're trading in a simulated account, whether that's a practice account, a combine, an XFA, trade the way that you're probably going to have to trade if and when you get to a live account, right? People are putting on 15 lots in the NASDAQ at one price, and then you look at an order book and there's like a 2-lot there. It's like, you're not getting that fill in real life. So, just keep that in mind. Keep that in mind.
Just like Jay, like when you look at a market that's in rollover as it starts to roll to the next month, I mean, gold, you can see $1.50. I mean, big wide zones of getting slippage, right?
Yep, absolutely. See a lot of people in the chat saying, put your orders on the ladders and don't use market orders. More often than not, I do, right? More often than not, they're right. Every once in a while, there's a situation where it's just like, okay, let's get out here. And in that case, turned out to be a loser on that trade. So just keep that in mind.
Coach Paul say, is your market button broken, right?
Yeah, right.
It's not always that easy, Jay, right? Yeah.
It's not.
Yeah.
It is not. It turned out to be a winning trade overall, though. So
that gold's hanging
keep it going. 102.54 last trade here in crude oil. Everything kind of hanging out near its lows. The S&P, we're not really seeing a bid in the equities with crude oil selling off here. 64.2275. George in the money about 6 points on this trade right now. Dow selling off a little bit. Let's see, 23,300 last trade in.
Gold?
That's for you, George. Still trading gold?
Oh,
still trading gold at all?
No. Once crude got going, I'm all
okay.
crude.
That's what I figured. Yep, I get it. Go where the action is.
Yeah.
Go to where the moves are. Coach, how many screens you got up right now? How many markets you looking at?
1, 2, 3, 4, 7.
7. Nice. 7. How many would you say you trade in a given day? I've traded 3 markets today. No, that's not true. I traded 4 markets today.
3 to 4.
3 to 4.
I'll trade gold, MES. I might trade one of the ags, meat, grain. Grain will be a big day tomorrow with planning intentions. There'll be a lot of volatility coming in that market tomorrow. So
okay,
yeah, 3. But once again, we talked about it. And it's my, Hogue talked about it before. It was his quotable quote talking about Einstein and Dalton just being a slave to price. And I have to be careful because I'm, when I started trading, I was looking at a board that had quotes on it. There was no charts, no nothing. So I'm very price oriented, and I have to be careful of just trading price because
gotcha.
What do they say? Price is a mechanism to advertise. I mean, that's just, I get it. My brain doesn't always
price
get it.
is just the advertisement. I mean, it makes sense, right? In maybe 3-4 years from now, the S&P is going to be trading at 10,000s. It's just the price. Tick values probably won't change too much, right? But there are market participants who, at the 10,000s, some are going to be long, some are going to be short. And what do they consider value at that time is the real question. From one George to another in the chat, we got a question from VWAP George for you, George. How many times are you going to say George in one sentence? Are you still growing your Discord? And if so, can we get the link for that? We'll share that in the chat. for George's Discord there.
Yeah, I'm still
How's Discord going, George?
good. Looking good. We give good educational value.
Nice.
Mentees. Yeah.
Seeing some selling here in the Dow. Seeing some selling here in the Dow. 45,672 last trade in the Dow. Let's see if the Dow's the one that goes first. Oil trying to get back above 103s here. 102.91 last trade there in oil. Is that the dip to buy there? Hoop. Let's see. 64.21 last trade in the S&P. 23,297 last trade in the NASDAQ. Reminder to everyone in the chat, we do have group coaching coming up after this. And who is on group coaching, you might ask? Well, I have the answer. We got Gabe, Deanna, and Anne-Marie. You see Deanna and Anne-Marie in the chat right now. Anne-Marie says, googly eyes when looking at too many screens. Got to look at one chart at a time. I don't disagree. Once I'm in a trade, I have to then focus on that one market, unless it's going to be a set and forget trade. Right? If I'm actively trying to trade crude oil, gold, the NASDAQ right on the equity open, I'm probably going to drop everything, right? And just 4 really quick losses instead. So
we haven't even talked about RTY. Have you traded that lately?
I traded it today. I traded it today. So 4 markets I traded today: gold, crude oil, RTY, and cattle. Trying to think. I think gold was a long. Everything else was a short. No, sorry. Gold and cattle were longs. The Russell and crude oil were shorts. That Russell had a pretty nice urgency trade this morning. What we talk about during the opening, during at the buzzer all the time. You look at that first 3-minute opening range. Honestly, I could still be in that trade from where my entry was, but we closed the regular trading hour gap, and that was about it. But right off that first 3 minutes, the next 3-minute candle, we were leaving the range to the downside. I think all the equity markets did the same thing today. Yep, the NASDAQ did it. We have not looked back at that 3-minute opening range in the NASDAQ, in the Russell, not in the S&P. All the equity markets kind of doing the same thing here. Hanging out near their lows.
Well, the bonds are strong today.
What are you seeing there? Price-wise? Yields coming down?
I mean, I know that, so the price goes up, which means interest rates come down. We were getting near 4 or 5, 4.5 last week.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, this is a big move for the third. I mean, the long end today. And it hasn't had one, Jay. I mean, I've been watching you and Coach Paul talk about it at the buzzer, and this. I think the big thing today, it didn't hurt that Paul was talking about not super concerned about private credit. I know it's the spot to talk about right now because it seems where a lot of people want to put focus. But boy, he seemed to as soon as he started putting a lot of that to bed, bonds continued to rally, rates started to come down. So,
right.
Yeah. And they even went, they're up over a full point. So 1.5.
Seeing some more selling coming in here in the S&P, potentially 64.20s last trade here. And George short from 64.28 quarter. Coach Hoop flat right now. Potentially looking for oil longs, 103.02 last trade here in oil. The Dow looks like it wants to continue selling off. The Dow, if we had to pick a leader out of the 4 equity markets, it's definitely the Dow today. 45,660 last trade there in the Dow. Let's take a look at our quote board and see what might be our biggest percentage movers of the day. I'm gonna have to move this over here. To the downside, we got 36 markets we could trade with Topstep accounts. To the downside today, we got the Russell down 0.8%. Corn, we were talking about ags. Coach Hoop, corn down 0.92%, and natural gas down 5.52. To the upside, we got RBOB gasoline futures up 2.57%, crude oil up 3.42, micro Ethereum up 3.73%. Our big 4, we just mentioned crude up 3.4%, the S&P up 0.16%, gold up just over 1%, and the NASDAQ down 0.11% on the day. Those are all from settlement price. And a bunch of different markets we could trade with Topstep. Look at oil here, back above 103s. saying diamond hands is the best. I don't disagree. We're watching a diamond hands trade right now. George, you've been in this trade pretty much since we've got on this segment here. What are your hold
Yeah.
times normally like? What are your hold times normally like in these trades?
It depends on Asia. Like I can hold trade like maybe like from CME open to like maybe like 9 p.m.
Okay.
Yeah, usually before I go to sleep. I do live in the West Coast, so that's kind of nice. But I think the longest I had it is like from CME open to like New York session, or even longer. I think.
It's a long hold time. Is
Yeah.
a long hold time.
Usually, it was when with crude and gold indices. Usually not so long, but with crude oil, I
Yeah.
can probably hold longer. I know when gold and silver were like rallying up, same thing. You can get a nice entry to a long side and hold it all night.
Oh, we got some size here in the NASDAQ now. On the offer, what price are they at here? Right below 320s. What is this? A 900 lot. 900 on the offer, 23 319s in the NASDAQ. That is the biggest size we've seen so far today on the book. The S&P still has that size up there as well. They're at 64.29 evens, 550 there. So let's see how that see if that 1,000 lot does play out, does trade out at all. T-Bird in the chat says they're spoofing. Let's see. It might be. Maybe selling in front of you. Hoop, what do you got for Delta right now?
Negative 4,500 ES, negative 1,600 NQ.
And is that regular trading hours only?
Yeah, that's all. I mean, that's my guy Hogue. That's the only one I really
Gotcha.
kind of monitor.
So
I think full sessions are tough.
I think it makes sense, right? Since the equities are open, that's the most volume that we're going to see. Every once in a while, I'll look at the full session, especially when we have what we've been having recently, which is, some pretty interesting moves in the overnight or some pretty interesting volume that trades before the equities are open and seeing what the delta is from there. But slightly negative, both the S&P and the NASDAQ right now.
I almost want to lean into a short in cattle here too. Volume's picking up as we get, yeah, because look at it, Jay, on a 3 minute, we kind of broken VWAP and lower lows and volume starting to increase. And you still got an hour left in the day.
I see what you're seeing there, Hoop. I see what you're saying. Oh. We're pretty much right back at the opening range here.
Yep.
Interesting trade. Do let us know if you get into that one, Coach Hoop.
Yeah, well.
We got group coaching coming up here after this. Gabe, Deanna, and Anne-Marie. So make sure you get your questions in there. That form is still pinned to the top of the chat. We got George short right now, 64.28 quarter in the S&P, about a 10-point profit right now on this trade. Seeing some size up here in the S&P book. Markets are going to continue to move here. UK headline, fuel continues to be delivered. We got headlines moving these markets around, potential headline-driven market. Stay tuned into Topstep TV. We are going to bring you any market-moving news and the market's reaction to it. George, keep us up to date on this trade, man.
All right, I'll let you guys know when I'm out.
Sounds good. Sounds good. Diamond hands, great trade right now. We will see you back on Topstep TV sometime soon. Stick around, everybody. Again, hit that thumbs up button if you haven't done so already. Group coaching coming up next. This is Topstep TV. Let's go.
Well, hello everybody, and welcome back. It is time for some group coaching. Got Anne-Marie and Deanna with me here today to start this lovely week off. Happy Monday, y'all. Anne-Marie, how are you?
I'm well, as always. I love getting to spend time with you guys. It's gonna be
Likewise.
fun together.
Absolutely. Deanna, how about you? Good morning. I know
Yeah,
this is the
very
second time
good.
we've seen you today, other than your metal
That's
markets.
right. That's right. Yeah. Started off pretty well. Did one short crude during the stream. Tried a couple of other trades, but really didn't go anywhere. I'm in a long crude at the moment, looking for
Looks
it
great.
to go somewhere towards 105. With the speech and the press conference, we'll see how that goes. But so far, it's looking all right. So we'll
Awesome.
see.
All right. So we got 2 micro crude long 102.94. If we can get a little bit more upside in this crude oil. Outside of that, we got S&P and NASDAQ kind of pushing to make some new session lows. We got S&P trading 64.16, 17s now. NASDAQ trading 23.270s. Micro Bitcoin 76,430. We got silver and gold also kind of somewhat near the session lows. A little over $20 gold away from the lows, currently trading 45.62.7, and silver trading the 70.62s. About 40 something cents from the lows of day so far. At least the New York session lows, I should say. Anne-Marie, you got any trades cooking right now or any levels of interest at the moment?
So what we're doing right now is it looks like we're making our way down to the last 30 minutes of Friday's trading day between 3:30 and 4 p.m. Eastern. And so my thought is with the VWAP up, if we can get a really, like, let's say the commander-in-chief comes on and says something and the markets go zoop and pull down, I think it's a pretty good bounce area. We're really kind of sideways. I mean, we're sitting inside of Friday's motion. We dropped out of it in the overnight, but the 1 minute candle from the overnight really held us. It was 10:30 Eastern before a break that held actually went. So that 1 minute area really had everybody caught. And so my thought is that they're trying to put a bounce here. I would expect he's going to say something to try to push the market up. If he pushes the market up, I have a pivot area here around 64.50, and I'm going to want to short right around that zone. But in case he says something dramatic that makes people go, ah, and the prices move all over the place, I'm going to wait until I see the reflexive motion, and then I'm going to move in. But that's what I'm staring
Gotcha.
at.
Okay. Well, we do have the White House Press Secretary Leavitt. There'll be a news briefing that will be piping in here shortly once she gets going. As always, headline risk is on, and I'll be keeping an eye on Financial Juice for any particular headlines that may come across from the administration's desk or potentially Truth Social, or anything in regards to what we've been dealing with the last few weeks. But let's go ahead and take a brief look at the tilt. Anne-Marie, do you see any size at all, by the way, any levels in the ES or of any products you've been trading that you've seen some pretty decent size actually trade out today so far?
No, I
Any
haven't.
big buyers, big
Nope.
sellers?
Nothing bigger than a 350 lot all day today.
Okay. All right. Well, the tilt's looking a little on the short side, but not too crazy. We got about a 56% tilt in short in the S&P, 54% short tilt in NASDAQ, 60% long tilt in crude right now, and about a 53% short tilt in gold. So nothing too crazy aside from maybe crude, but that's not even really that heavy. 60% is nowhere near some of the highs that we've typically seen that product at. For obviously, that's just the aggregate sim data here at Topstep. So it's just one particular pool of information. Doesn't necessarily tell the whole story, which is why we tell people to not base your trade solely off the tilt, but it can be a nice little helpful indicator to layer into your process for some more information. But outside of that, let me get the question form pulled up and see what kind of questions we had submitted today while we wait for this press secretary to begin speaking. And then in terms of other economic news or anything on the calendar for today, we do have FOMC member Williams speaking later this afternoon, kind of towards the back end of Power Hour, and not really a whole lot else that I'm seeing scheduled for right now. But that could change. Right. So D, what's the I might have missed this, but in terms of this long position, so you're long 2 micro crude, what was the next upside level that you're looking to see how price responds to? You had your call wall around what price again?
I've got it up at 105. Now, normally those bigger levels can be good magnets if we don't have anyone speaking. But even if we do, they are typically used as good sort of bounce points. Now, my idea here is because it's Tuesday and because statistically we tend to go into these single-sided auctions on Thursdays and Tuesdays, the failed auctions, once it gets up very late in the day, they're not really high probability on crude oil. So the failed auction really only applies from about, let's say, 9 a.m. Central and then into the Euro close. After that, you're looking at probabilities that are just not good for failed auctions on crude on Tuesdays and Thursdays. So I'm just using that, and I'm using a potential for the magnetic pull of 105 to keep running this sustained auction. So we'll see how.
If I could ask, today is Monday, so are you thinking
it's Monday? It's Monday. No, it's my mistake. Okay.
Hey, listen.
It
I'm
feels
just
like
happy
a
I'm not
Tuesday
the
already.
only one. I know.
Yeah.
It does. Because yesterday
Thank you
felt
for
like
that.
a full day. Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, I don't know. I think I worked yesterday.
Yeah. I'm sure you did.
Right. Well, the same thing stands. If it gets too late in the day, the failed auctions are no longer on the table. And obviously we have a lot of headline risk, but Tuesdays tend to bring stronger single-sided auctions. However, any day where I don't see a failed auction that already rotates pretty deep into the initial balance by the time, let's say, the Euro close comes around, sliding scale is about 30 minutes either side of the Euro close. The probabilities for a full failed auction are pretty terrible. So again, it's not Tuesday, but we are pretty late in the session. And thank you for that, Anne-Marie. Yeah, I keep going around telling people it's Tuesday.
I do that all the time. So
that's such a Monday thing to say, D. That's such a Monday thing to say.
It's so true, Dave.
Trying to get ahead of the week.
It was a Thursday the other week when it was Friday. So, we all have those moments. And I guess this is going to be one long week for me since, yeah.
Indeed.
But hold on, it's a short week, isn't it? It's a short week because of Good Friday. So, so it's kind of a Tuesday, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. I like the logic. It makes sense.
Boy. Yeah.
There was a question in chat, by the way, that I'm curious about how you'll feel about this, because there's a little bit of a, we have the holiday Friday, right? So there's Good Friday. Somebody asked, is the holiday potentially going to impact volume this week? Simple answer, in my opinion, it would be to some degree. By the way, new lows in the S&P and the NASDAQ. S&P's just broke and made a new low of 64.12.5 and a new session low in the NASDAQ of 244.5. So, and crude rallying. That looks good for the D 2 micro crude long there. For now.
Let's not.
Not going to say the infamous JD words and say nice trade when it's still on, but it's looking good.
Looking
we'll
right.
see.
Promising.
We have Good Friday. So, the Friday before Easter. possibly also have some bank holidays spread across the world as we get to the Thursday and Friday. Go look at a lot of the economic calendars across the globe. There are some bank holidays in addition to, some smaller pockets of participation and volume. Limited trading hours. Of course, we've been talking about an opening call. Hogue and JD did a good job of covering what to look out for expectations on Friday. But how do you feel like the holiday is going to impact us this week, especially knowing we still have some data to come out actually on Friday, even though it's a holiday? Kind of a unique scenario.
So we have NFP on Friday, right? I mean, it's still going to get jumpy because there are algorithms that are still running. How many people are actually going to be actively trading that remains to be seen. Over in the UK, we do have a bank holiday Monday as well, but I'm still going to be doing my stream because I actually don't mind trading bank holiday Mondays because the CME is still open, right? But yeah, there's probably going to be less participation, which could mean more whippiness as the number comes out. So whatever you do, I wouldn't trade directly into that. I would wait until things settle down a little bit and then see if there's an opportunity. But the interesting part is whenever there's like one of the exchanges, whenever they're closed, it tends to sometimes bring these like single direction days overnight because there's nobody else to stop them and to go back the other way. Whether that's the case, I don't know, but caution definitely advised. Definitely caution. I'm not like when I traded Forex, I traded NFP quite a lot, but that's changed because I'm trading futures for the last however many years, since 2013, whatever that is. And since then, I always wait for at least 30 minutes, maybe even longer, because it sort of lines up with in and around COMEX Open, and I don't like to trade the Open. I think it's way too noisy for me. So from that perspective, I would probably just wait for the afternoon session and see whether there's something there. But yeah, it's going to be an interesting Friday NFP for sure.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's still coming
way,
out,
new
isn't
lows.
it?
Yeah, it is still at least scheduled to come out.
Oh,
new lows equities, by the way,
to the downside.
500 a lot. You're seeing it.
It actually filled.
Oh, it went to market.
Sitting in time and sales. Yeah. Let me see
Okay.
what the 555 at 6406.75.
Okay.
Sell side.
All right.
Someone is saying,
size.
lol, her entire analysis was based on a Tuesday. No, my entire analysis is based that when it gets late in the day, failed auctions are low probability. On Tuesdays, that aids in the statistics, right? Mondays, same thing applies. So get your
Step
your
off
facts
is
right.
what's happening right here.
Now let me think it's Tuesday. Leave me alone.
A couple of comments here across the wire. We got U.S. Secretary of State Rubio says the U.S. is disappointed in NATO over Iran war cooperation. Also said all of it would have to be re-examined after the war.
Ooh, okay.
Iranian Foreign Ministry says ships from friendly and non-hostile countries are crossing the Strait of Hormuz in coordination with the relevant Iranian authorities, as per Al Jazeera. Well, I assume that does not mean our ships, because that would not be friendly ships.
Yeah.
The ships from friendly and non-hostile countries crossing the Strait of Hormuz in coordination.
You know what I've noticed is a decline in volume overall in the broad indices in the last, specifically the last 1 or 2 weeks. And I do believe that it is because of headline risk. I just see them going, hang on, let's size down. And if big money is saying, hang on, let's size down, not a bad idea for us to do the same. Just saying. You know what I mean?
100%.
I am picking up what you're putting down there, Anne-Marie. 100%. Well, crude is just about 40 cents off of session highs right now. 103.86 is currently the session high in New York. We're trading around 103.46s. S&P's trading 64.07s. NASDAQ trading 230s, 23,230s. Gold and silver also kind of catching a little bit of a bid. 45.55s in gold, 70.55 here in silver. And micro Bitcoin also just made some new session lows, 67.290 current trade. 843 contracts being offered at 64.13. We'll see if it gets pulled here in the S&P, whether or not that trades. And Marie will keep an eye on the time and sales for us with that because I do not have mine open. But 800 and basically 50 contracts here being offered at 64.13 in the S&P. Might be coming to grab it. Unless it gets taken down or relocated. Well, I'm down to get to some questions. We have a question, not really a question, but shout out to Sully. Sully Trades in chat says, hey, just want to say you all are awesome. No questions. Thank you, Sully. Appreciate that.
Thank you, Sully.
That's nice. I appreciate
Love
it.
seeing all the little love notes in the group question form. In addition to the questions, Boone asked, "Do you like bookmap or volume footprints as an ES scalper?" Anne Marie, maybe you want to start with this. You know, you use volume a little bit.
I do, and I do look for big orders. Do I use it as a scalper? The answer would be no. I really don't have the ability to take on information quickly like that. I'm a little bit of a slower sort of thing. So I will look for, like this order right here in the ES that we're seeing. How important is that 500 lot? Well, I don't know. But what I do know is prices aren't lifting above it. And so the people who are short, they're not saying, hey, I'm going to try and reverse that and step on the neck of that new short, which makes me say that person is saying, I lost a key support level at 6,400. I'm going flat because, that's just below the 930 low, right? It's below the initial balance low. And so that could be somebody going, you know what? I took a bet on more upside. Now I'm flat. I'll see you later. And now we're continuing to go to the bottom. So I don't stare down bookmap, one, because it's so intense, but I do look at big orders. That would be my answer. And definitely not for scalping. No.
Okay. Do you have anything that you want to tack onto that for Boone here, regards to bookmap or volume footprints as a shorter term trader?
Yeah, I prefer bookmap. Now, I'm not a scalper, just to clarify that. I look for longer opportunities that will last for, a couple of hours, sometimes longer. However, I find it really useful at the point of entry and exit, because I'm basing my analysis on the gamma walls, right? So what I look for is either for absorption to happen or some kind of exhaustion of buyers or sellers, and then a push in the opposite direction that has some consecutive bars and bubbles in the same direction. Now, I think because of the levels that I use, you can see them stepping in pretty easily. It's not ambiguous to me, at least. However, once I'm in, I don't stare at bookmap anymore. Like, I'm not looking for a quick trade, right? I'm looking for a longer term opportunity slightly. But I'm still a short term trader. I'm not trying to do swing trading over multiple days. Even though my hold times are much longer than your average trader, I'm still intraday. So I find it pretty useful at entry and exit. That's about it.
Dee, can I ask a follow-up question there? You said
Yeah, sure.
look for absorption. Does that mean a lot of orders going off in one particular place without price actually moving? Okay.
Yeah. So on Bookmap, the way that looks is that you have like a fairly regular move up to or down to a level, and then suddenly you get these like big bubbles that are almost equal colored, and yet the price is not really doing much. It starts chopping around there, and then very soon you will get either a sweep slightly lower, then quickly
Then
bounces
recovery.
into like a reflexive.
Yep.
And that's when they typically show up as reversals, and you can see them just stepping in, right? And then after that, you get these like consecutive bubbles that start happening in one direction. So to me, it's a very visual cue that has helped
Yeah, I
me
like that.
quite a lot. Yeah, quite a lot with timing. But you have to know what it looks like, and that's what it looks like. So yeah,
All right.
sometimes there's no
Good.
absorption. Sometimes they're just like kind of going down, 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 and down, and then sweep, and then immediate bounce. So it's not always going to be absorption, but there are definitely clues that I find useful for sure.
It's good. New lows, by the way, again here in the equities. Also, micro Bitcoin kind of falling out of bed here, back below 67,000, 66,985 here last trade. Gold and silver catching a little bit of a bid here in the last 15 minutes. 45.60 in gold trading out, and 70.64 in silver. S&P's trading just around that big round hole number, 6,400, just a few points beneath us right now. And then NASDAQ at 23,212s and potentially making another low here momentarily. Crude also turning around just a little bit, kind of building a little bit of a base here around 103.50 per barrel. Session highs still at 103.86. At 840 lots now being offered, still at 64.13 in the S&P. That has not moved. Only gotten a couple points away from it. We'll see if we can get any closer and see if that trades out. There was a question from Walter in chat saying he just added a time and sales to my platform. How do I relate the filter with my trading size? I'm not exactly sure necessarily what you mean by that. I'm not sure if either ladies do, but there is a size filter in the top right-hand corner of the time and sales. So for instance, you switch over to Anne-Marie's charts. Anne-Marie, do you have the time and sales up, right?
I do not.
Okay. All right. Let me throw it up on mine. No worries.
Oh, you'll
Give
do
me
it.
one
Okay.
sec. Yeah, I got it. It's like one of us has got to have it. All right. So here's the time and sales on my screen now. I just added it. I'm going to put in the right product here. Go ahead and type in ES. And what I'm typically going to do for size is, everybody's probably got a little bit of a different definition of what they want to avoid, but I don't really care about anything less than, let's say, 5 contracts, if we're just seeing 1s and 2s being traded out. So 5 contracts being the size filter, you'll start to see a little bit less information. And so far in just the last, since I enabled that filter, there's 395 contracts, by the way, that just went off at 6,400. But you could change that size filter based on what makes sense for you. But we are seeing some size get traded here in the S&P as we make new lows. 6,400 just traded out, made a new low of like 63.99.
Yeah, and that was at the ask.
It was, yep. And looks like also the press conference with the White House with Ms. Leavitt is started. So I'll be pulling that in here momentarily. But yeah, the time and sales in general, that size filter, I'm not sure what filter is going to matter to you in your trading, but I think 5 for me is typically a good baseline. If I'm on the micro products, then that would be a half a mini. So that might not be a whole lot for micros. But if I'm on the mini contracts, S&P, like ES or NQ, I think 5 for me is a good baseline because it reduces a lot of the excess information, but still helps me identify maybe some smaller or larger orders potentially. But you could filter by really as high as you wanted. You're just not going to see much information on that. But
when he launched Operation Epic Fury.
All right, here we go.
Unfortunately, even as President Trump is working hard every single day to protect the United States from foreign enemies, Democrats on Capitol Hill have failed to do the same here at home by keeping the Department of Homeland Security unfunded. Over the past 6 weeks, Democrats in Congress have pushed our air travel system to its breaking point and inflicted massive pain on Americans with their reckless political games. 500 TSA officers quit their jobs. Thousands more were calling out sick at record rates due to the lack of pay. This resulted in security wait times exceeding 3 hours at major airports across the country, creating nightmares for millions of Americans. Overall morale among TSA staff plummeted as well, all of this creating an unacceptable heightened security risk. Because of the Democrats' unwillingness to do their basic job of funding DHS, President Trump determined that these circumstances constituted an emergency, compromising American security. That's why last week he accordingly signed a presidential memorandum directing the Secretary of Homeland Security to work with the Director of the Office of Management and Budget here at the White House to use those funds with a reasonable and logical nexus to TSA operations to provide TSA employees with the compensation and benefits that would have accrued to them but for the Democrat-led DHS shutdown. This bold and necessary action by President Trump will ensure our TSA workers receive their hard-earned paychecks. It should not have come to this point, but President Trump will always do what's right by the American people, and he found a way to do that to get TSA paid. Ensuring that these federal workers who perform critical public safety responsibilities can feed their families, pay their rent, and show up to work is something the president was honored to do. But this moment should be an eye-opening one for the American people. Let's be clear about what is happening. Democrat members of Congress are more than happy to put your safety at risk because they oppose the president's and his administration's efforts to enforce our nation's immigration law. Democrats refuse to fund ICE because they want millions and millions of illegal aliens to pour into the country just like they were under the Biden administration. They want murderers and rapists and thugs to remain in your communities rather than be removed by ICE and Border Patrol agents. The Democrats created this mess. They are the reason for long lines at airports and tens of thousands of employees going without pay. Once again, President Trump is cleaning up their mess because he cares more about the American people than destructive, petty, partisan politics. With that, I will take your questions today. Here in our new media seat, we have Wid Lyman. Thank you for being here. And why don't you kick us off?
Thank you. Happy Easter.
Thank you. You as well.
2 questions for you. Thank you. There are some concerns the administration is starting to change its position on deportations, border enforcement, possibly asylum policies. What would you say to Americans that are somewhat concerned that the shift has happened?
Sure.
New lows equities.
While there has, of course, been a change in leadership at the Department of Homeland Security with former Senator, now Secretary Mullen, joining the president's cabinet, I can assure the American people there has not been a change in policy. It has always been the policy of this president and this administration to deport the worst of the worst illegal alien criminals from our communities. That's something I know Secretary Mullen remains wholeheartedly committed to doing. And it's something that is overwhelmingly popular with the American people. And it's something that is necessary to protect our homeland and to prevent deaths of Americans in our country. Just last week, Sheridan Gorman, a young woman in Chicago, was shot and killed on the street walking with her friends outside of her university by an illegal alien from Venezuela who had no right to be here in the first place.
Gold and silver also
it's
making new lows.
That Democrats are currently defunding the department that's responsible for removing illegal aliens like that. And I would also add it's despicable that the lack of coverage of this young woman's
new
case
5-minute
of her
lows, I should
life
say,
and
in
the way that
silver
it
and
was
gold,
tragically
not new
cut
session
short.
lows.
I saw a survey over the weekend that I'd like to bring to all of your attention. This is the media coverage of the case.
All right, so we're going to get back to the markets, y'all. Things are moving. If there's anything pertinent to us here in these markets, we will obviously bring in those comments. But for right now, seems to be a little more immigration focused for the moment. 6396 is trading out here in the S&Ps. We got 23,178 in the NASDAQ. Crude oil also looking like it might want to make an attempt at those session highs up at 103.86, 103.60 per barrel last trade. Gold and silver in the last 5 minutes looking down as well. 46.20 per ounce was the recent low we just made in gold. 48's trading currently, and silver just popped those previous 5-minute lows around 70.41 and currently trading 70.48. Bitcoin finding a little bit of a bid here, possible little 3-bar reversal on the 5-minute, trading 67,000 per MBT. And equities just continuing to sell off here. This is the fifth 5-minute red bar in a row we've got on both the S&P and the NASDAQ. New lows. About 100 points down here, a little over 100 points in the last 25 minutes in NASDAQ. And a little over 20 points in the S&P.
Part of the ongoing process that's taking place and the ongoing negotiations, of course, anything that they say to us privately will be tested, and we will ensure that they are being held accountable to their word. And if they are not, the president has laid out the military consequences that the
He's keeping an eye once again on those 105s for a possible upside target. We'll continue to monitor as the trade develops for her, of course. May not hold it all the way up to those 105s, depending on what's being offered by the markets as this day progresses. Let's see. Did we ever trade? We did not. They still got 837 contracts being offered and 64 13s in the S&P. We're just continuing to move away. About 16 points away from that order.
Or again, they will see the grave consequences of the United States Armed Forces.
Interestingly, the 1 minute high of the opening candle in MCL is 103.97 with there's a little bit of a pivot that's sitting at 104.25. So it'll be interesting it's been incredible how wide the opening ranges were for everything last night and how long the indices, each index, each instrument just stayed there for hours and hours and hours. It was super interesting.
Because they don't like this administration's policies. That's not how it's supposed to work. They voted 7 times against funding DHS over partisan and political reasons. And so, again, the president has stepped in to do the right thing at this moment in time, but the president is...
All right, so let's recap also real quick. So earlier, we did hear from Federal Chair Jerome Powell. He said on Monday that the U.S. monetary policy is in a good place and the Fed will wait and see how that ongoing Middle East conflict will impact the economy and inflation before taking any further action on interest rates. He reiterated that it's too soon to know the long-term scope and duration of the war's economic effects, noting that geopolitical risks make the outlook uncertain. Energy shocks tend to be temporary, per the Fed chair. Raising interest rates immediately to combat inflation caused by surging oil prices could ultimately harm the economy once that shock passes. Of course, we did hold rates steady during our last Fed meeting, FOMC meeting mid-month around the 18th of this month. Oil and fuel prices, of course, continuing to spike. Average national price of a gallon of gasoline now here in the States is just about $4 a gallon versus $2.90s a gallon about a month ago.
And then, of course, preventing Iran from ever obtaining a nuclear weapon. To your first question, Stephen.
Yeah, interesting. He said something similar during tariffs. When they asked him how are tariffs going to impact, it's too soon to know, remains to be seen.
It's a pretty common approach, it seems like.
Yeah.
And Marie, just get into a position there? Is that what I heard?
I did. I'm trying to do something pretty ridiculous and pick the bottom here because I suspect we might hold this 330 area as a low. The 330 from yesterday, from Friday. But my stop will be fairly tight.
I won't get ahead of him on that, but certainly it's an idea that I know that he has. And
we'll see.
That I think you'll hear more.
64.12, 64.15 is my suspicion, but we'll see if it can get up over 64.09.
Right. Couple recent comments here while we've been lower volume on this press conference from the White House. Press Secretary Leavitt said, anything Iran tells us privately will be tested. And then a comment on the new Iranian regime said, it appears more reasonable privately. reiterates that Pentagon's estimate of 4 to 6 weeks for the war.
We've worked to release 400 billion barrels of oil and refined products as well.
Let's bring that volume up. They're talking about crude a little bit right
All
now.
of this has, with the goal of increasing supply to create stabilization in the market in the meantime. But the overall message, as we've repeatedly stated, is again, these are short-term actions and short-term price fluctuations for the long-term benefit of ending the threat that Iran poses to the United States of America, our troops, and our allies in the region, and ensuring that this regime can no longer control the world's free flow of energy through the Strait of Hormuz, which is something the administration continues to tackle day by day as well.
Jennifer. Just two questions. Which Jennifer?
I'll go to both of them.
Go ahead. So two questions. One on China and one on Iran. On China, ahead of the president's trip to Beijing, will there be a working level meeting with Secretary Bessent, Jameson Greer, et cetera, and when will that be?
I do expect cabinet officials to travel to China ahead of time. I don't have a readout on their schedules for you, but this is something we typically do with international travel, as you know. So I'll talk to the Treasury Department and the cabinet myself, and we'll get you that answer. But we do expect them to move ahead of time.
Okay, and thank you. And on Iran, if Iran is kind of cherry picking what tankers get to go through the strait now and contemplating big tolls on those tankers, is that consistent, or how is that consistent really with the president's message about really wanting the strait to be fully open? Does the administration support a regime or system where Iran is effectively charging tolls on these vessels to access?
That's not something
440 lot went off.
They are cherry picking. In fact, as you know, these tankers that are moving through the 10 that were
6404s, I see it. Thank
20,
you.
The announcement of 20 additional
6403 and some change, and then
days
6404
are a
even.
result of the direct and indirect talks that are taking place between the United States and Iran. So you wouldn't have seen those tankers if not for the president's diplomacy and his team engaging on this matter, which we expect that compliance moving forward. And it's, again, something that we're working on very closely. Sure. And behind the tank in the back right there, you put up your hand very excitingly. Go ahead.
I'm buying community equities here. 6402s in the S&P trading, 202s in the NASDAQ.
Real quick. There are reports that Republicans are weighing cuts to health care in order to make way for that $200 billion for the Pentagon and Operation Epic Fury. Is that a trade-off that President Trump supports?
I've seen these reports. I haven't spoken to the president about it, nor have I heard this being discussed in any high-level meetings here at the White House. I don't want to weigh in definitively because I just haven't heard that being discussed here in the West Wing.
And then secondly, I know President Trump says we're ahead of schedule in achieving his military objectives in Iran. He laid out that 4 to 6 week timetable for this conflict, and we're now within week 5. So how do you square kind of those two?
Well, 4 to 6 weeks estimated timeline. Again, you just said we're on day 30 of the operation. I just provided you with some of the updates from the Pentagon directly in achieving the objectives, and the military has been enormously successful. I think we should all be very proud of our armed forces for what they have done over the past 30 days. The mission will continue until the objectives are achieved, and that 4 to 6 week timeline does remain right now. I don't have any updates for you on that.
Yeah, like others, one on TSA, one on Iran. On Iran, I know it's tough to engage in hypotheticals, but I feel like this is one that you could engage in if the president does seek.
Probably not.
If the president does seek, or the United States seeks a ground war, does he intend to get congressional authorization of that march?
Look, the president has been asked about boots on the ground or alleged ground operations various times. He's obviously declined to rule them out. It's the Pentagon's job to provide maximum optionality to the president. It does not mean he's made a decision, nor would he ever notify the media of such decision as not to tip off our enemy. With respect to abiding by Congress and the rule of law, that's something the administration will, of course, always do. And it's something that we have great respect for Congress. The president does with military operations. In fact, prior to the launch of Operation Epic Fury, as you know, the administration gave a courtesy notice to Congress in the Gang of Eight, and top-level administration officials and cabinet secretaries have gone to Congress multiple times over the past 30 days to provide those courtesy briefings to Congress when requested.
TSA quickly, I was...
You flat, Anne-Marie?
I've been asked by multiple
Yes,
Trump
sir.
supporters that have said, given the fact that the president on that Friday gave that memorandum informing DHS to pay TSA workers, I know there's a lot of negotiations involved in a shutdown of this size. Why did the president not sooner issue that payment to TSA workers?
Well, it's because of the Democrats voting 7 times.
All right, we can bring the
against
audio
reopening
back
the
down on
Department
this.
of
We'll get
Homeland
back to the
Security
markets here.
that
We're
we
getting
hate
some
to
buy-in
oppose
coming into these equities. 6407 just traded out in the S&Ps. We are up
That
just
800 lot's still steady. They have
still
not
sitting
pulled it
there.
yet.
64.
Oh, they just pulled it.
They moved it. 64
610.
10 and 3/4 now. So we're moving it a little closer to the market. Let's see if it trades out here. 854 contracts, 410 and 3/4. You're getting awfully close. We are just about 15 points off the lows in the S&P currently. Just a little over 50 points here in the NASDAQ. And looks like they pulled it. Relocated, there's now 899 being offered at 419. They're playing musical chairs with that size. First it was at the 13s, and it was at the 10s. Now it is at 19 even. Make up your mind. D, how you doing over there?
Really close.
Yeah.
I'm just
Sorry.
watching.
Go ahead, Emery. You can go over to
This is
D's
really
crude
close
trades
to
for
where
me.
that 500 lot went off. It's just above it where that short 500 lot went off. And then we had, you see here, yeah, 330 to the upside. So I got out there if they were going, because I thought, well, maybe they'll argue around that position, but they ran right through it. So maybe they'll come back. We'll get another shot at around 64.03, maybe 64.04. We can rally to the upside. I do expect it to try to get back into the point of control for the day. Let me see where that POC actually is.
Just call it the POC.
Yes. You guys don't call it the POC? Nobody calls it the POC around here? Sorry.
I mean,
I
I
sometimes
haven't
call
heard
it
it.
DPOC, developing point of control.
Yeah.
Got a price on that,
Yeah,
Emery?
well, the point of control is up at 64.27 for the entire day. But since the trading began in regular trading hours, which is why I love using the VPVR, yeah, it still looks a little bit low. All right, let's see if they'll come back and fill me. Come on.
Right. Crude oil coming off those 5-minute highs here. We topped out just around 103.73, just about 13 cents shy of the session highs. Really trading 103.24s per barrel. I hear Anne Marie must have just gotten filled, getting a little bit of selling here in crude and buying in the equities. What'd you get filled in?
I got filled in the MES at 64.04.
Russian tanker to Cuba. Is this a policy change, or is he willing to let more tankers into?
You know, if you like scalping, it's not been a bad market for scalpers. You know, you just have to be quick or you're going to be dead. Pretty much. Okay, why is my chart not moving? Let's refresh. See what we got going on here.
There has been no formal change with respect to sanction policy.
So you could expect more tankers
Huh.
to go to Cuba?
Mine's not moving either.
Yeah, Topstep X is frozen.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we're frozen.
I'm back. I closed the wrong tab.
Ooh. Yeah, what's trading in the ES is not. Yeah, we've got.
Seen a little bit of reports in chat here, y'all. We have forwarded to our support team. Keep an eye on things here with you. And looks to have a little bit of movement here again.
Yeah.
I'm in sales back
Corrected
to
itself. Yep.
back to moving here. Dome is now operational. Prices updated. 6405 is trading out in the S&P. 215s here in the NASDAQ. 103.13 here in crude. Gold and trading 45.52s. Silver trading 70.62 half. And micro Bitcoin trading 67.100. It's a little bit of a data discrepancy or hiccup there, but we are back up and operational. Shout out to Topstep X Engineering.
Did you
What's up?
see why that spike came in? Sorry. Golly, Dave, I'm terrible.
Looks like about 2 minutes ago, we had a couple of comments. Trump expects the Iranian regime to make a deal with the U.S. Iran's best move is to make a deal or face consequences. And then shortly after, a minute later, said Iran has agreed to some U.S. points in private talks. What were you going to say, Anne-Marie, though? Sorry to cut you off.
He expects, he has declined to rule out Iranian ground operations. And I think when that came out, that algo maybe picked the wrong word and spiked way up and then pulled all the way back down because of the way it's sorted has declined. I think that algo, because the time that the big spike comes and then the rotation down is ruling out Iran ground operations and then them reading it as declined after the fact. I'm going to ask some questions later to see if that really did push some algos into the market in the wrong direction and then turned it around when it got parsed again.
So crude oil has been delta negative all of this rally.
Oh, so you think it'll have to rotate? That's good, right?
No, I actually think it's going to keep fueling it to the upside.
No, that's what I mean. But aren't you long?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I am long. Yeah.
Yeah, so
I thought you said something else.
That's good.
Rotate, and I'm like, oh, rotation down.
Yeah, sorry.
No, it's fine.
Well, we are testing, kind of bouncing out that 103 level. You know, maybe just a little bit of a little correction. See how it handles this 103 level. If we break through this 103 level with some strength, maybe we go back for those 102.47 lows around 1140.
So here's the thing. 102 was the previous level where they were doing some gamma pinning. Okay. So I don't think that they're going to stop. If this really starts to go down, there's 102 and there's 100. There's not much in between apart from a little low. Yeah, so basically I'm either right or I'm wrong with this trade. Like there's no ground. It's either
those would technically be the only two options, right? Though, D, right? You're either right or you're wrong. I don't think there's any other options.
Well, there is. You could be partially right and then exit early just because she's talking and whatever, and then you.
We know what you actually meant. We knew that you're talking about that.
Yeah.
That decision zone. It was just funny hearing it.
This is me being like a dog with a bone. It's like I've got a hypothesis and I'm a dog with resource guarding problems. So once I have a hypothesis and once I see a couple of things that kind of go in with that hypothesis, I'm like, I'm not letting this go. I'm not letting it go.
Yeah.
Is there a timeline on that? Is that tied to the success or not of the negotiations? I don't have any.
Let's see. Cuba decisions are being made on a case-by-case basis. U.S. did allow a Russian tanker to supply Cuba for humanitarian reasons. Trump wants to see a deal before the April 6th deadline. There's some of the more recent comments here in the last 4 minutes.
Yeah, the Cubans have got it rough right now. They've been operating without power they have these rolling blackouts and parts of their neighborhoods have been without power for weeks. It's just, it's rough. It's rough there.
I just saw someone asking whether I think we could get up to 139 this time. I mean, look, we're changing things daily. Not today, anyways, but 105 could be on the cards. Overall, if they don't come up with some sort of a deal or a ceasefire or at least talks, yeah, I mean, this could go to like 200, 250, 300, 400 in some of the worst projections. So, yeah, we could. Anything's possible. I've seen crude at like 120, and I've seen crude at $30 as well. So,
I mean, we were at 120 bucks, above 120 bucks a barrel back in
just the other
2014.
day, yeah, and just the other day, didn't it get like to within like I don't know a few ticks and then
Yeah,
rolled
we were
over?
just shy of $120, but I'm
Yeah.
talking like 120 and higher. We were trading actively like 2014. So it's been
That's
we
what I
haven't
was trading in.
seen
Yeah.
we haven't seen these prices in quite some time. But historical data has proven they could trade there. And obviously ACH, right? Like you said, anything can really happen.
Yeah.
We could end
Yeah,
up
we just don't know at this point.
exponentially.
Tomorrow they could have a ceasefire and we're back down at 90 and 70. So
Yeah, the big difference right now is that used to be our prices and Brent or Qatari or Kuwaiti or Saudi oil, they were all really close together. Now we've got this multipolarization kind of thing where they're being sold in yuan and they're being sold in whatever, and the differentials are huge. Like the differentials between Saudi and Qatari oil and what we're getting ours for, like 50, 60 bucks more they're paying for
actually,
theirs.
yeah, Mo was last year he was on my show one time and he was saying that they can be getting crude oil for like $5 and they will still be in profit, whereas I think United States is more like $50. That's a huge difference. Like it's a massive difference.
Yeah.
Speaking of, real quick, one thing that just came across the wire: Iran's parliament approved bill to impose fees on the Strait of Hormuz. Most recent crude oil related headline in the last 60 to 120 seconds here as we wrap up this session together. Ladies, thank you both for joining me today. As always, love being here with you. Chat, shout out to y'all.
Same.
See you. See all your comments, all of your opinions. We love you anyway. In the meantime, we're going to take a brief break. We got Trade with Topstep coming up. We got a new funded trader coming up to hang out with us. We got Ethan. Ethan, it's his first time, so give him a warm welcome. Should be a great time. We're looking forward to sharing about an hour with him. We're going to take a brief break, but Anne-Marie, Deanna, we'll see you both later this week. I know Anne-Marie will see you tomorrow for group coaching, and then Deanna on Wednesday. So much more of the two of you lovely ladies to come throughout the rest of the week, but have a great night, and we will be right back with some Trade with Topstep. This is Topstep TV. Let's go.
Good afternoon, friends and traders. Welcome back to Topstep TV. It is time to trade with Topstep. We've got a first-time guest joining us here for Trade with Topstep. Everybody, put your hands together. Welcome the man in the middle, Mr. Ethan, joining us from the great state of Ohio. Oh, you guys all know Gabe over there, my other bookend. He just spent an hour here for group coaching. I imagine he put a trade on during the break, but we'll get to that in just a minute. Ethan, welcome to the show. How are you doing today, my friend? What's going on?
Oh, nothing. Just another day in trading. Took a loss today, but you know, it is what it is. Live to see tomorrow.
Yep. We were just talking about that in the green room. Ethan's a big proponent of just taking one to two trades a day. If it's a loser, kind of getting out of the markets and locking it up for the day. We'll talk about that in just a minute, but these markets are moving right now. That press conference with the White House press secretary has ended. We saw some market-moving headlines coming from that White House press briefing, but that is, like I said, that is over now. Gabe, what are you looking at today? Anything catching your eye? Are you in the market? Are you not in the market? Are you ready to get in the market? What are you doing?
Yeah, I'm ready to get in the market. I'm actually nibbling on a little short here from 195, actually. I'm in the hole just a little bit, under a little bit of heat, but looking for, we got a little lower high printed around the 250s from the 45 after last hour, and seeing a little bit of a continuation, seeing if we can flush this 200 level and stay underneath these 200s. If we close back above 200 with some strength, I might end up just scratching this early, but my stop's all the way back up at 260 for this time being until I see something I don't like, but looking for some new lows.
Sounds good. Sounds good. Gabe looking for some new lows. Put on a short in these markets. All right, Ethan, let's dig into it. Your first time on Topstep TV. Let's talk about the markets a little bit. How are you framing your directional bias coming into these markets? You put your trade on this morning. You like trading the New York's open, the New York session. What were you seeing this morning? What kind of trade did you put on? What market are you trading? Just run through some analysis real quick.
This morning I was actually, I like playing the orbs for ES a lot. So, I mean, initially I was looking for that, and I knew that we were at the top of our range overnight since it pretty much just pumped up overnight. And, just was looking for the midpoint to get respected for longs right off a rip since we were above. Didn't get it, got it completely disrespected and got stopped out. And that was my trade for the day.
Are you using like a 30-second, 60-second? What's your opening range?
Question.
It's a 15-minute opening range, and then just looking for it to respect that area of liquidity.
Got you.
I can get my.
You track?
Sorry, what?
Do you keep stats on your 15-minute ORB? What's the track record looking like on that trade? Just out of curiosity.
So, I mean, I don't always take that. It's just one of the confluences that I look for. I mean, if it's not, if we open up and we're already towards a high, like we were this morning, I was kind of waiting for it to get that wick high to take a short. So it's just one of the things that I look for. But I mainly try to just target areas of liquidity, resting highs, resting lows, where I know orders are trapped. Kind of wait for it to get in those areas.
Very good. Very good. Gabe, how you thinking? What are you thinking about your short right now? We'll get back to Ethan in just a second, but we're seeing a little bit of selling coming into these markets.
Yes,
I'm looking.
I mean, I like it.
500.
I like it. About 15 points in the money right now on this one NQ from 195s. I would love to see a closure. If we can get a 5-minute bar underneath 170, that would be lovely. Got about a minute left on this current 5-minute bar right here. Obviously, I am short in lows of day, so it's not a great location, and I'm going to be looking to manually cut this if we don't get that follow through. Like if we have an inside bar here, for instance, on this current 5-minute bar, we close back above 195 in this current candle, that would be not ideal for me. And then a 5-minute bar back above really 210 is going to probably be my invalidation for this, even though I've got a wider stop right now just in case of tape bombs. But that's kind of what I'm looking for, is a pretty quick flush and another decision of new lows or not. And then I'm going to get out and potentially look the other side. But because it is a terrible location, I'm short new lows, which is always, it's the caveman trade right now, to be honest with you. But
right, selling low, sell low, buy lower. It's a valid trade in these types of markets. When headline risk is on,
it
just takes one little headline to get these things moving again, right? Ethan, so you talked about something along the lines of liquidity pools. How are you differentiating sort of a breakout or breakdown versus just a liquidity trap or a liquidity grab before coming back? You drew some levels up on the chart.
So this is kind of what I was looking for this morning. We had this wick high from London, and we broke up after my orb here. So we were breaking up, kind of just wanted to see it pull back and see it hesitation or it's starting to resistance at this midpoint, which started to get right away. So I entered and then just completely unfell out from there and got stopped out right in here. But I mean, it's just all night long it ripped up, and I knew that there were probably going to be sellers in here because last week we did hesitate right here, but we did keep going down. So I knew that there were sellers up in here, but just got a little anxious and got into longs. But that was just my
sort
loss
of jump
for the
the
day.
yeah.
Yep, just jumped the gun, wasn't patient. I mean, and if I was more patient today, then it did come down below, did receive respect for shorts, and I mean, did get the delivery, but just wasn't patient today.
It happens, man. It definitely happens.
This happens. Well,
but
Ethan,
by the
you've
way,
been in
JD,
this
on
live.
the target
Gabe?
for that is I'm looking for overnight lows, like Sunday night lows.
Okay.
Reopen.
Yeah.
We made a low of like 093. So if we break down and fail hard here underneath 200, I'm just looking to take out a new weekly low.
Gotcha.
Sorry to cut you off there.
No worries. Gabe is trading the NQ. He's short, and he likes the short side. Ethan, you've been in this live funded account for about a month now. How's it been going?
I mean, it's
also a little bit about your experience.
It's definitely a new transition going from an express to a live count, and I'm seeing that. It's definitely a different emotion that you feel. And I mean, now that I'm starting to get the hang of it, I feel a lot more comfortable with it because I mean, I do believe in myself, and I wouldn't be here if I didn't do it. If didn't believe in myself, and that's the biggest thing. You just have to believe in yourself and your abilities, and be consistent, showing up, stick to your rules.
Yep. Confidence is key, right? There's a big difference between confidence and arrogance, right? Confidence is
100%.
sticking to your gun, knowing your game plan, whereas opposed to something like arrogance, where you're just thinking that you're smarter than the market.
100%. The second you think you're smarter, the market will teach you you're not.
The market is infallible, right? The market is always right. Even when you think it's wrong, the market is always right. Good to be flexible, remain flexible, have that don't get married to a bias, don't get married to a trade, don't get married to one side of the market. Markets move both ways, right? So you took a couple payouts. You took one payout, transferring over to the live funded account. What's your process for taking payouts? You wait till you hit a certain profit target, or you're trying to take a little bit every month?
Kind of just whenever I personally feel like I need some money. If I can go as long as I can without taking a payout, then great.
Oh, that's cool.
I mean, because I'm now in the new live funded account, so trying to get that scaled up to a place where I feel comfortable with the size I want to be. So, I don't, it's just is what it is. Just kind of trying to build it up slowly now.
Good plan. Good plan.
Now, granted, I actually, so Ethan and I talked a little bit before his appearance in a call, and Ethan, I don't feel like you need to go into too much detail about this, but this is a conversation that we have pretty frequently about when people ask, how much money should I set back to be able to focus on trading full time for a bit, just to kind of see how this ends up going. Now you're in that boat. You've made that decision, right? So coming out of construction, you've got some cushion. You want to talk to kind of our viewers on what that looked like in that journey to make that decision to transition to shift your focus to trading for a little bit, kind of what brought you to take that leap of faith, especially during a transitional period of your life, right, where you're getting ready to get married, obviously a lot on your plate already as it is, but that's a pretty big change to be able to go focus on trading, not have any other stable form of income. But you want to talk to that a little bit and maybe kind of what brought you to decide to make that leap of faith now?
It's just all about creating a budget, whatever you feel comfortable with. I like to think of like Netflix and stuff as a subscription thing. Like, okay, I'm going to pay $25 a month for a Netflix account. Do I watch it all the time? No. Okay. I go to the gas station. When I was in construction, I would go to the gas station every single morning to get an energy drink on my way to work. Stop doing that. So would take that money that I would use to buy that energy drink or whatever at the gas station, set that aside, and that would be my trading allowance pretty much now. But just kind of just cutting. I like to look at things in my personal life, like cutting bad habits out and replacing it with a good habit and kind of making that an addiction. Like I just started getting into physical silver a lot more. Like I said, I'm not going to the gas stations for energy drinks every morning anymore. So take that money and buy a little bit of silver every day instead, or once a week. But I mean, it's just about building a budget and with what works for you and what you can afford.
Yeah. Living within your means.
Yes.
Not living
100%.
a particular, not living a particular like lifestyle that you envision yourself being in, but you're financially not ready for. I think that's
exactly.
That's like the keeping up with the Joneses mentality, right? Life of comparison.
Yep.
Social media is obviously a big culprit, I think, of where a lot of that pressure comes from. People having to kind of see others, and the envy that comes with that sometimes, depending on the person and what they're content with or lack of contentness. But it sounds like you're in a good spot, man. Obviously, you've given yourself some time. You have the opportunity to try this for a bit full time, see how it goes for you. I mean, worst case is what you realize. Hey, I do appreciate having some stable income.
Go back to working a normal job. That's the worst case.
100%.
How long's it been now? So you're trading full time. You gave up the day job. How long have you been going full time trading?
Since the end of January.
Okay.
And I'm working. I haven't done it yet, but I'm gonna frame my resignation letter, and it's gonna sit right in front of me every day when I trade. It's a little reminder to myself, like you can do it. Anybody can do it. If you put your mind to anything, you can do it. Everything's mentality.
You didn't happen to record yourself on the day that you submitted your resignation, did you?
No, I did not.
I'm joking.
I wish I would have.
We had some of those videos going viral last year, right, Gabe?
Yeah, we had one of our live traders do that when they quit their job. Remember Baron? Baron did that.
He sure did.
Played it on fast markets one day.
That's cool, though. It takes a lot of guts to give up that guaranteed income and dive right into trading. It's not an easy thing to do. It's very difficult.
Yeah.
We're rooting for you, though. Nice. Oh, here you are. You're on Topstep TV.
I know.
Welcome
I always
aboard.
always watched you guys. Always wanted to do this, and here I am. Finally.
Awesome. Check in on the markets again real quick. We haven't looked at the tilt yet. Pretty flat on the tilt. We're 50-50 in the S&P. We're about 53% short in the NASDAQ, 53% short in crude, 55% short in gold, relatively flat across the board. We're seeing some bids coming into the equity markets right now. Some selling coming into crude oil. Last trading crude, 102.45. Gabe, how you feeling right now? A little bit of buying
I
coming in these
mean,
markets.
yeah, we're holding this line pretty darn well. I mean, we're under 200, but we're not seeing a whole lot of follow through. We're just kind of basing down here near the lows of the session, which is understandable. You know, we obviously got down in here during group coaching during the bottom of the hour, last hour, found some buying coming in off those 170s to 180s, brought us all the way up to about 250. So not that we couldn't see that happen again. We actually just closed a 5-minute bar just by about a point back into the 200s. So if we get this 5-minute bar, I think is really going to tell me the story here for what I'm looking for.
Mm-hmm.
This is going to be a manual exit if I do bail, and it's going to be based on how this 5-minute bar closes. But if we get a bar right back up above like this previous kind of down close candle from the top of the hour, essentially the hourly open, we get back above 211 with a closure, and I'm just going to bail and get out and look for a better location. I would much rather be short. If I'm looking for shorts at all, aside from momentum based shorts right now, I would love to wait for a revisit back to like 260, 280. That's really where I would prefer to be short from, because I can manage risk a little bit easier and the reward to risk would be better. But yeah, if we just don't get the momentum here at these lows, then I'm just going to have to bail and look at either flipping the other way or looking for a better spot to enter short.
Sounds good. Still seeing a little bit of bidding coming into these markets. Anne Marie's in the chat. She said she is still long right now. Let's just keep an eye on it. All right, Ethan, let's talk risk management for a second. How are you structuring your risk? Are you using like a dollar amount per trade? Or are you looking for legitimate points of invalidation? To exit a trade before you get out?
Definitely points at first, but I have a daily loss. I have a daily loss limit, and I usually try to scale my trade based off of the points that I'm willing to lose.
Sure. So you're scaling down size, maybe expanding risk a little bit just to get into the market.
Yeah.
Sound about right?
Yeah. So I mean, if for the orb for the S&P that I trade, if it's a bigger orb, I'll be risking more, so I wouldn't necessarily be some contract heavy in that trade. But like today was around a 10-point orb, so I was risking about 13 points.
Okay, gotcha. And you're trading minis, not micros. Is that correct?
Here I just started trading minis more, but I've always been a micro trader.
Mm-hmm.
I do like micros because you can scale out of a trade as necessary.
Yeah, you can trade a little more, expand your risk parameters, like I said. Stay in a trade a little longer without taking on any more additional risk. That's a huge benefit of trading micros. And you can trade multiple contracts, like you said, and scale in and out of a position. Big benefit to trading micros. All right, here we go. A little bit of selling coming into these markets right now. Just a bit.
Yep. Would love to see this bar close underneath 180 again. Break the previous 5-minute range. If we can get some continued selling here. Man, Ethan, I got to ask, there's somebody in chat just kind of obliterating you on your chart color scheme setup. What made you decide on the land on the colors that you're using?
Purple's my favorite color, so purple's up. Black, black's not good. Black's down.
I gotcha. All right, so yeah, I gotcha.
Just my favorite color. That's it.
Everybody's got a little different personal preference for sure. I know that some people rock like super vibrant colors. Dolby's wanted to change his to some various colors as well. But just curious.
Yeah.
I know some people associate green and red with, obviously more of an emotional mechanic to it. Green behind money, red behind losing money. And so some people like to get away from using the default color profile. So want to just curious.
Mm-hmm.
I just think green and red's ugly. Mainly. I think it's just so ugly.
And if it ain't broke, don't fix it, don't try and fix it. That's the setup that got you here, right? That's the color scheme you've been using.
Yeah.
You don't change it every week or anything, right? That's what we're using in
No.
trading
Heck
combine
no.
and XFA. Yeah.
Practice accounts. Before I was even
Practice
doing combines.
What works for one, it doesn't necessarily translate to working for you guys. So just because you don't like somebody's color scheme on their charts, not your account, right?
Nope. That's for damn sure. All right, didn't get that close underneath 180, by the way. So we're kind of still inside the last 5-minute bar. So just really since about 5 after the last 20 minutes, it's just been inside bar after inside bar. I really want to see some follow through and some commitment to either above 210 or below 173. We're kind of just boxing ourselves in right now near these lows.
Mhm.
So at some point we got a break. Question is, what direction are we going from here? I'm going to tighten up my risk now, though, because I really don't like how long we're hanging out here. So my risk is going to be above the 210 high, this little 5-minute range, and we'll see if we can get some follow through here.
Sounds good. Trading out some minis right now. There was just a couple hundred on the S&P bid. Blew right through them. And we're moving. Ethan, there was a question came through the chat. Want to know, how long have you been doing this? Just looking at your trade report, I see that you've been here at Topstep since July. But how long would you say you've been in the futures market? How'd you find the futures markets? What's the backstory there?
Just on TikTok one day, saw someone doing it, and I was already kind of into the crypto space doing that. I've been doing crypto for like 2 years, and I just knew people made money trading like short term. I just never knew how to do it, and just kind of started diving in, learning on YouTube and stuff, and then came across Topstep and started trying that and learning that. Here we are.
Here we are.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
New session lows, by the way.
Here we go. More sellers stepping in. Good hold on those shorts, Gabe. Good hold. We got 1,500, 1,800 on the 92 quarter bid in the S&P. Big bid down here. Let's see if it pulls or trades. I'm keeping an eye on it. 63.92 quarter bid for 1,800. Here we go. Will it trade out? Will it? Nope, just pulled. It just pulled. Fake bid. Fake bid.
That's the same
There's
thing with
some
that
spoofing
offer
going on.
during group coaching, man. We had that offer bounce around from like 3 different prices, about 850 contracts, just continuing to get moved around, and musical chairs. Not a whole lot of commitment.
Yep. Tomorrow is last day of the month, last day of the quarter. I wouldn't be surprised to see a little rebalancing going on in these markets. It can create a little bit of confusion. Just something to be on the lookout for. John 316 wants to know, how big is my bankroll from Reversal Challenge?
Dude, you
Don't trade
almost had the
reversal.
record. You almost had the record.
It was real
You
close, yeah.
literally had a P&L high. If you would have closed, you had a P&L high of above the record of 26 grand in the Reversal Challenge on Friday. You chose to hold it. You chose to hold the 15 lots, and you watched it go all the way back down, and you closed at like plus 19 grand. But it was still a really solid attempt. And that's what, your fourth appearance in a row? Fifth?
That was 5 in a row. 5 wins in a
Crazy.
row. It's an
Ethan,
intense
you ever,
exercise.
You ever watch the Reversal Challenge on Fridays in Power Hour?
No, I usually don't, because I mean, it's mainly like I stick to my morning time frame, and once the morning's over, I enjoy the rest of my day.
You feel like only being able to use the reversal button to trade would be?
I feel like that would be hard. Very hard.
That's been my experience too. I don't think I think I've won one reversal challenge in all the appearances I've had. It's quite fun. Obviously, only do it in practice. Like we're sim only. Like we're not doing it in XFAs or live accounts or anything. But
I was gonna say, I think I've hit that reverse button twice in my time of trading, and it never worked out. So I just stay away now. Don't even think about it.
It's definitely not. Yeah, it's definitely not something to just dive into trading in an XFA or a live account. If you want to trade that style, definitely give it some time and the practice count until you're used to it. It's a very uncomfortable way to trade if you've never done it before.
Yeah.
It takes a little bit of time to get used to. And you got to figure out your style. You got to figure out your groove. What are you looking at? Are you reading the tape? Are you looking at low time frame charts, high time frame charts?
I'm just kind of looking at the high time frame, seeing if it breaks any lows from the opening last night or anything.
All right, I think we're going to see some good continuation here, by the way. I think we're getting some aggressive selling underneath 170s. I like the closure, which got a 5-minute and a 15-minute closure underneath the prior low. This looks good. I think those 90s are in sight. We'll see. But go ahead, Ethan. Sorry to cut you off there, brother.
Oh, I was just looking at the gap that it made from opening. It's kind of just sitting right in there, just kind of waiting to see if it holds it. I know it already took it out this morning, but kind of coming back and retesting to see if it's supporting it.
I like it. That's the ES though, right?
Yeah, this is ES.
Okay. Yeah, so Nasdaq's below. So we closed on Friday like 254 and we opened at like 189.5. So Nasdaq's already below the new week opening gap. I wonder if that, what that could mean potentially, knowing ES hasn't, but Nasdaq has. There's a little difference in price there.
Mm-hmm. We've got a 500 lot chasing the market up in the S&P right now. It's on the 91 quarter bid at the moment. See if it moves up to get a fill here. Nearly made it down to last week's low, 63.89. Friday's low and last week's low. Almost hit it in the S&P. Saw some buyers step in there. Not very strong buying yet, though.
No.
Right, I just added on that little strength there.
All right.
Short 2 NQ from 180 now. 23 180. Got my entry averaged kind of right around that previous little low of 180s, like kind of where we're holding that range for a bit. So, and then my stop's now above kind of the midpoint of that range, so right above the 190s. But adding on that little pop of strength there, see if we can retest this 170 level and then flush again.
Sounds good. Check in on the tilt one more time. I don't expect anything to have changed. Nope, it hasn't. Tilt is virtually flat across the board. Nothing over 55% in either direction. So nothing to share on the tilt end of things. Crude oil has officially settled for the day. We've got settlement price and crude coming out in just a minute. And I've got that. West Texas Intermediate crude. We're still giving May numbers, though. The May contract settled at 102.88 a barrel, of $3.25 or 3.25%. See if they give us the June settlement price in a minute. $1,000 lot back at 63.97. I see it, VWAP George. Thank you. 63.97. 1,000 offered there. Nothing on the bid side. Path of least resistance looks like the downside for the moment. No real bids until down at 63.55. We got a way to go on the downside. See how far. Let's see if this 1,000 lot starts chasing the market at all. Oh, crude oil is in May. My bad. I was thinking gold rollover. Thank you, D. I just got your message.
Ethan,
All right.
any particular, I know this isn't a time of day that you usually trade, but if you were to look for anything particular right now to get you into a trade, like what would your setup look like in the afternoon? I know in the mornings you trade orbs, so we're kind of well beyond that, 15-minute orb kind of action. Is there any other afternoon strategy or process that you've been experimenting with or kind of have been looking at?
Not really, but I mean, every once in a while I trade Asia and I'll kind of let that ride overnight. But it's like I have this low marked out right here. I'd kind of almost be waiting for a price to get down into here to look for it to reverse back to the upside. I like playing reversals a lot.
At the 63.70 something,
Yeah,
75,
63.79 right in there.
Okay. So for Asia, then would you essentially treat the first 15 minutes of Asia as another orb opportunity? Do you just duplicate the same process, even though it's a different session?
So I take the afternoon high and low for New York, and I usually wait for it to get around one of those, and then look for an entry, and then target the other direction.
Gotcha.
So this is a good topic. You like trading reversals rather than continuation, or continuation, reversals or continuation. What kind of confirmation are you looking at for a reversal to get into the market? Is there any specific
So
movement you're looking for?
I'd look for it to come down, hit the 63.79, get a bounce. I'm never playing the first bounce. I always want to see it come back down. And then if we get back in around there and we still hold up above here, then that's my confirmation to go long.
Okay. And
kind of just wait for the second bounce area, see what that does, kind of reaction it gives me.
Gotcha. Are you looking for specific profit targets too? Or are you trading multiple contracts, sort of taking a couple off?
If I'm doing micros, I would kind of treat equilibrium as to take profit for half of it and then let the other half run all the way.
Yeah.
Once the equilibrium take profit would get hit, I'd move my stop to break even and let her ride.
Understood. Oh, guys, we got some buying coming in here in equities right now. 63.98 last trade in the S&P. 23.189 last trade in the NASDAQ. 45.573 last in the Dow. Gold's getting a little pop too. 45.48 half last in the Dow. Just a little bit of selling pressure coming in. Gold or crude oil right now. 102.97 last trade in crude. Gold last trade 45.47.
Yeah, this is not really supportive of follow through that I'm looking for here. So I'm probably about to end up tagging myself out of this. We're testing the midpoint of that previous 5-minute range. Got about 2 minutes left on this current bar close. I really don't want to see us close back inside this range.
The Elevated Life in chat says BTFD. What does that mean?
Buy the freaking dip.
I thought it was bet the farm, dude. I'm joking. I know it's not bet the farm, dude.
JD, if you want to bet your farm, man, we can make that happen. I wouldn't mind acquiring a little bit of land.
Yeah.
You can sell me a few acres.
It would be interesting, wouldn't it? Probably not going to happen, but
all right, I'm not
with the
offended.
dawn of prop accounts, there's really no reason to bet the farm anymore. You can get in, make a bet without risking your own hard-earned capital, right?
All right, we're getting a little bit of selling back in from these 190s. This 5-minute bar closes back underneath 172. I do like a little continuation here. That's a good looking 5-minute bar.
What's your take profit for this trade?
I mean, I would love to hold it to get 90s. Love to
Yeah.
get overnight lows from Sunday night's reopen. But to be honest with you, I mean, at this point, my original expected reward to risk on this was a little over 1-to-1. So original stop, which was really more for tape bomb purposes, was all the way up at like 259. It was about 80 points, 80 points of risk. So if I'm looking for 80 points, I'm looking for essentially 100 flat. 23,100 in the NASDAQ.
Reasonable targets, especially on these markets. Ethan, do you watch the news? Is that something that?
Oh yeah, that's
factors
usually
into
pretty
your,
much what my afternoons consist of, is just hanging out and watching the news, kind of keeping an eye on things, what's going on in the world.
Try and keep a pulse on what type of headlines are moving the markets, why they're moving the markets. That's a good thing to
Yeah,
do.
the whole Iran thing's been crazy.
A lot of technical purists stay away from news. They just figure that everything is already factored into the markets. So when the market moves happen, they've already been expected. They're already priced in, right?
Like to say that, but when Trump tweets something at 7:00 in the morning and it ES pumps 150 points within minutes, you know, can't always just assume that it's set in place, which could be.
Anne Marie doesn't watch the news at all. Just scans the headlines. I get it. I do. I get it. But when we see headlines moving markets so much the way they have the last couple of weeks, just a hard thing to discount. You got to be on top of it.
I'm going to bid one in here. I got to bid in at 52.5. Take one of these off. A little under 30 points on this first contract if I can get it.
All right. Getting ready to cover a few. Got about
and my stop's going to be
more minutes here.
Of that recent pivot here, like 195.
Gotcha. So, Ethan, another popular question we get around here is, what was the most difficult thing, you think, in your opinion, transferring from an XFA to a live account? Was there something that tripped you up a little more than anything else, or was it just a smooth transition? What do you think?
Definitely wasn't a smooth transition. I just with an Express, I mean, it's a sim account, you know, it's not real money. So I mean, it definitely plays a mental aspect in it once you know, like, this is your money that you're trading, and you know,
100%,
you can lose it all and have to restart the entire process all over again. So it's definitely just it's a different level of risk management and mental thing that you put yourself through. But I mean, it's definitely different. It's not the same. It wasn't nearly as easy as I thought it was going to be.
Yeah,
that's for
it's
sure.
It's a completely new mindset shift. That's a very popular answer that we get. Going from a trading combine to an XFA is a mindset shift, you know?
Yeah.
And then the XFA to the live account, it's an even steeper mindset shift. Hogue has a nice graphic that he pulls up about the balance beam, you know? There's one, you're in the practice account, it's basically just a board on the ground. And then there's, you know, the trading combine, which is a couple inches off the ground. And then there's the XFA, which is like a foot off the ground. And then there's a live account, which is like 4 feet off the ground. So each level comes with a little added level of pressure. And the more you look down, the more you wobble, right? But yeah, it's just one of those things that you need to get past. When you have actual skin in the game, it changes the mindset just a little bit at each level. Gabe, did you ever have trouble transitioning from
Oh, hell yeah.
sim
Absolutely.
accounts to live accounts? Yeah,
100%.
very common. Very common.
Definitely feel the pressure difference. You know, I trade in personal cash primarily outside of just prop
Yeah.
accounts, but
Mhm.
yeah, there's a pretty big difference in how I trade. I'm much more aggressive in prop than I am in personal. The personal cash, I'm way more conservative.
Yep, I
and
hear
that's
that.
just primarily due to the fact there's a fixed cost, a fixed risk that I already know what I'm exposed to in prop versus personal cash where, slippage could affect me more drastically. Contract sizing is way more important. Margin requirements are harder to be met depending on volatility conditions. There's a lot more to think about with personal cash than prop, but yeah, I 100% notice a big difference going from one to the other.
Mm-hmm. Agreed. Man, these markets have gone a little flat on us, haven't they? It looked like we were going to get some selling in. Buyers are kind of petering out.
It's not what Gabe wants to hear, but I almost want to see ES get a little pop up here and get some bodies.
What are you seeing? What are you looking at?
If you say get into a long position here, Ethan, I'm gonna
No.
He's not locked out for the day, folks. He was just saying that.
I think you got the right idea on the short, but I think that there's a good possibility that it could get a little blip up and maybe take one or two of those low time frame highs.
Yeah, 100%. All right, just took one off there. I'm going to tighten up my risk here.
All right.
I'm going to try to end this segment green. So I'm up about $1,000. Let's see if we can maintain some green closing out this segment.
There you go.
Ethan, one question I had for you, man, was so before trading, you also were doing, you were gaming, right? In addition to
I really don't game. I really haven't gamed in a long time. It's just construction.
So you had the build, and then you really just more so you handed that down for gaming purposes, but you yourself weren't really gaming prior to this.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay, I got it. So I misunderstood. I got you. I was like, do you have a video game of choice that you grew up playing? If you had anything at all?
Clash of Clans and Rocket League. Clash of Clans on the phone. That's the best game that there is on the phone.
There you go.
And then car soccer because it's car soccer. Can't get better than that.
Oh, yeah. Rocket League's a good time.
It's car soccer.
For sure. Rocket League, JD, we got to get you. We got to get you on a game.
Man, it's been a minute since I played a video game. I was thinking about getting
hand-eye
a new
coordination
Xbox.
like.
Me? I grew up playing sports. I'm a Gen Xer. I spent a lot of time outside growing up,
Video game console, controller, hand-eye coordination for some. Like, I have a buddy who's super good at sports, college athlete, couldn't play a video game worth his life. Like his skills on a controller were horrendous compared to his actual in real world IRL skills.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I get it.
We'll make it happen though, JD. I'll bring my Xbox next time I come up to Chicago, and we'll play some.
I was thinking about
some games.
I was thinking about picking one up this weekend. I'm taking a little trip. I got to go open up the house at the farm in Minnesota, so I'll be gone. I'm gonna miss the next two reversal challenges. I won't be here this Friday or next Friday. So apologies, I won't be here to defend my crown, but I will be. I will defend it when I get back. But I was thinking possibly picking up a new Xbox when I go up there, just for giggles, to see what it's all about. Because it's been a long time since I really played a video game. I have no idea. I have no idea.
What would you play? Like sports games? You go look for a shooter, like Battlefield,
Still thinking
Call of
about
Duty. Okay. Fortnite.
Still thinking
you're
about
gonna be a Fortnite guy.
Never played it. I don't know.
I
really don't know. We'll see. We'll see if it even happens. I don't know yet. The weather's supposed to be pretty crummy. I had plans to do some golfing possibly, but I think they're going to get some snow when I'm up there. So I might be trying.
Yeah, you're not golfing up there quite yet. You're getting close though. I think one more farm visit, man. I think you'll be able to at least a couple of courses will start to reopen. Might still be fairly cold, but you're getting close for sure.
Getting real close. Getting real close. All right, we just tested last week's low in the S&P, 63.89. That low print was 63.89 quarter. Missed it by a tick, but we still see some sellers stepping in right now. NASDAQ put in a new low.
Pond
buying
bearish
coming into
Juan
gold.
in chat. So JD's gonna get addicted to Lawnmower Simulator. You know that is a game.
Lawnmower Simulator?
Yeah.
The
Dude, my
amount
buddy
of
and I
my
picked it
friends
up
that
on
play
PC.
Farming Simulator.
Yeah,
Farming
dude.
Simulator is a big hit.
For sure.
Is it really?
Oh yeah.
Lawnmower
Sit there and
Simulator. So like
drive a tractor around.
Or a lawnmower.
Interesting.
If you want to do that instead. But
Or a
yeah, dude,
lawnmower.
you're 100% right, Ethan. There's some sim games that have really kind of gained a lot of traction. New lows here.
So is the
130
Lawnmower
trading.
Simulator like is it like a stand-up walking mower or a sit-down
Riding.
riding mower? Or do you get
Just
a choice?
ride around.
Yeah, it's a rider.
That sounds incredibly boring, especially when
They
you can
got
go
all the
outside.
different kinds of lawnmowers. They got the 0 turns, everything.
Crack a beer open. Bring your TV and your Xbox outside, sit in a lawn chair, crack a beer open, and mow some lawns, dude.
Yeah.
Right? Why wouldn't you just go out and actually mow a lawn?
What if your lawn's already mowed? What do you do then? what if that's your favorite thing?
What if
That's
it's
your favorite
raining
thing to do?
outside and you really want to mow?
Yeah. Gotta get your
These things
fix in
don't
there,
make any
JD.
sense to me. Just don't compute. Here we go. More sellers stepping in. New lows in the ES, 63.85 last trade. We just busted through last week's low.
Come get these overnight lows. You know you want them.
It's looking like it wants to.
Ethan, you ever sit there and watch the market so long after you lock out and you just feel compelled to get into the market and do a trade?
This is the longest I have watched the market outside of my trading hours.
Yeah.
This is the longest I think I've just sat here and watched the chart and not done anything. If I don't see what I want in the morning, then I'd walk away and wait till the next day for my setup. I don't even try.
Yeah. No FOMO, right? You're not sitting there watching it thinking
Nope.
I should be in this market right now.
Nope. I'm just grateful to be in the position where I can sit here and look at it and walk away and do whatever else.
Amen.
I get it. Ooh, a little more selling coming in. Gold selling off a little bit.
25s.
Crude oil catching a bid.
30
I was making
points
new
here.
lows.
Go, JD. Let's get 105s in crude for Deanna and 100s here in the NASDAQ for new lows, weekly lows. Let's get them.
Not too far off. 127, 128 last trade in the NQ. Real close to hitting that mark.
Just need one large seller. Just hit the market. Few thousand contracts. Get it out of the way. Flush those lows. Maybe look for longs. Close back inside Friday's range.
Yep.
Andre's back there just itching to get into a trade. He's ready. He's ready for power hour.
I see him, yeah. Power hour. We're getting movement in these markets too. We're going to have a great power hour. We're going to see those MOC orders coming up in just a little bit. Again, tomorrow, last day of the month, last day of Q1 2026. Can you believe Q1 is already over? 2026.
No, I cannot.
The days get longer and the years get shorter, right? It's happening. But we could see some type of rotation as the end of the quarter gets closer, creating a little bit of volatility in these markets. Keep that in mind.
Oh, we're under 120 now.
Here we go. Here we go.
Bids aren't doing well.
Gold selling off. S&P selling off a bit. NASDAQ selling off a bit. Dow selling off a bit. Still
As I
nothing
said.
happening on the tilt. Tilt is flat across the board still. What's moving these markets? No headlines coming across the tape. Oh, they just changed the shot. That means they're kicking us off stage. Hey,
We're getting
Ethan,
the
man.
boot.
We're getting the boot. Thank you so much for joining us for your first ever appearance on Topstep TV. We're going to get you back here again real soon.
Thanks for having
Hope
me
that was
on.
hope that was a pleasurable experience for you. Thank you for
Yeah.
sharing your trading setups and a little bit about your history. Very, very interesting. I know you only like to trade the New York Session Open. Maybe we'll talk about get you in here for a Fast Markets episode to take that trade, and we'll see how it works out for you. Gabe, keep us updated in the chat on your trade. Gabe currently short the NASDAQ, looking for a move down to those 100s to cover. We'll keep you posted on that. All right, we got 1 hour of tradertainment coming your way right here on Topstep TV. Power Hour is coming up next. We got Andre, we got Gabe, we've got Jack to be here to close out the session with us. Don't forget, we've got At the Buzzer coming up after that with Coach Shay and Coach Paul, and of course, Slow Market with Dakota and Coach Jay tonight. All right, folks, we're going to take a short break. Ethan, thanks again, my man. Appreciate you. We're going to be in touch with you again real soon to get you back on here. All right, guys, we are taking a short break. Power Hour coming up next. We got Andre, we got Braden, we got Jack. Topstep TV. Let's go.
Let's go. Power Hour, the man in the middle, Braden in the house, Jack to the right. The last hour of the trading session now underway. Braden, welcome aboard. Thoughts coming into this Power Hour. We're selling off here. NQES all across the board. What's up, Braden?
For sure, yeah. NQ looking to maybe tag last week's lows. Or sorry, I guess Sunday night's lows. Yeah, man, this market is just completely selling off. You know what? As crazy as it sounds, I'm kind of interested in a dip buy opportunity here. When we have such a wide range here, this is like almost a 500 point range, high to low. That midpoint starts to become a little bit attractive to me, even if we're gonna, put in a lower high there and continue trending down. But we got to see what the reaction looks like here because there doesn't appear to be any buyers, and we're just selling right down into that 23,000 level.
Yes, we are. Jack, final hour of the trading session. Power Hour. Look out below for these equities. Trading on the lows. Gold, ES, NQ, and the Dow. Thoughts, prices of interest. We were talking about 10% off the all-time highs. That price, a little room to go to the downside in the ES, but thoughts coming in.
Yeah. As we were talking about before we got on, 10% down in the in the S&P 500. Right now we're about 9.5% off. I'm looking at the spot market for this, the SPX. If we got to 6,300 about in the spot, that would be 10%. And that translates to like 63.45 or something like that. So we're not that far off from that. I was also told it was elevator down, stairs up. That's not really happening here. We're kind of like you squeeze the upside, and then it's been pretty orderly on the sells here. Obviously, right now we're looking to check the overnight lows here.
What's that price
in the ES? Overnight low 63.60 or thereabouts. There are some, tomorrow we got quarterly options expiration, last day of the month. There is a cluster of, positive gamma below here, really centered on that line I have. We're coming up on like 63.35 in the SPX. However, those just haven't been giving much support as we've been doing this selling. So see if we can take out these lows first.
Right. All right. Take a look at these prices. Last trade, ES 63.84. A couple points off the low that were just recently printed. NQ trading 23,123. 12 points off the lows there. Dow 20 points off the lows. Gradual grind lower, 45,487. And crude oil, well, 60, I call 50 cents off the highs right now. Crude trading $103.29. Gold continuing to sell off as well. Gold trading about $4 off the lows right now. 45.28 last trade. Here we go. Braden, prices of interest you got your eye on in the NQ as we go lower. Look at this thing go.
Yeah, we have an hour till close here. It's like if we're going to see any kind of dip buying, you'd want to start to see it picking up a little bit soon here, depending what this we're just trending down right now. 110's traded. So I want to see preferably Sunday night's lows hold, or if maybe we sweep it then just bounce right back up. But I am looking for a long opportunity at some point. Right now, the risk is.
What are the lows?
Say again?
The lows. What are the Sunday night lows in NQ? What's that price?
23,095. I'm looking at.
Okay, 23,095. Sounds like you got a price and level of interest in mind. So what I'm going to do right now, Braden, surprise, surprise, I'm going to ask you for those. I'm going to ask Braden what he thinks price and the close will be in the NQ. We call this above below, and then we're going to put it to a poll in the chat. Braden, last trade at 23,118. What will the price be on the close?
I'm gonna say we rally a little bit here and close at like 23,225.
23,225. 23,225. All right, we'll put the poll up and we'll vote above below. We got another little pop here in crude oil. Just caught a bit of a bid there. A little more buying. $103.50. Last trade in crude. Right on the headlines right now, lower right-hand corner of the screen, you'll see the countdown clock, which means we got 54 minutes till the closing bell, 44 minutes till MOC, but markets are, equities seeing another round of selling here, making new lows, ES, NQ, and the Dow.
Yeah. When you zoom out, I'm sharing right now the SPX with day candles. You can see how kind of not great this looks. Just a big rounding, and now we're accelerating. The key places to hold on to, I marked the 10% there. But we're coming up on this like on the July and like August 1st lows. We're going back further and further in time.
Yes, we are.
And just beyond that, you got the highs before the tariff tantrum. That's down around probably 60, a little below 6,200 in the futures. Where is it going to stop? Is it going to stop?
Good question.
Will we survive this? Who knows?
23,101 quarter bid 206 times. We just cooked right through it. New lows. Here we go. ES new lows 63.77 half. New lows Dow. I'm sorry. Well, Dow, yes, as well as the NQ now beneath 23,100. We're trading around 23,000. Initial balance high in the NQ 23,538. Almost.
Oh, you should trademark that trade that, or who said that? Mr. Longshorts. That's good. Watch for the sweep and tweet.
Okay. Hold us up. Get those votes in. See some stops right there. Quiet on the headlines for now.
Still be one more day till I get my crude data, Andre. What are we trading at right now?
$103.45. 40 cents off the highs. But we are gunning for those Sunday night lows in the NQ. We're about 4 points away. And there they go. New lows, new lows. Look out below. Wow. Okay. More selling coming in. Crude's not even going. Gold catching a bit of a bid, but right now we are seeing equities continuing to accelerate to the downside here.
Yeah, we got some of the
put some offers
memeier
in there.
names.
I put some offers in there, high 60s, low 70s, looking to fill a couple micros. I'm going to give it about, I'll give it a pretty wide stop. I give it about 100 points. Look to see if that 23,000 level wants to hold. But trying to get a good price for kind of a relief rally into the close. I don't think you can wait too long for confirmation here because I don't think we have the time to build the structure we need to see. So if I'm going to try it, we've got literally 50 minutes till close. I'm going to try it now. And I'll give it about 100 point stop, maybe a little bit, like 90, 80 point stop. Pretty much want to see 23,000 hold.
You're working offers?
Yep.
Okay, so you're looking to get short or long? Sorry.
No, sorry, working bids.
Okay.
Micro
Gotcha.
bids in.
Okay, what prices again? Right, you said 80s?
70s, 60s.
Okay. I'll be getting there. We're selling ES. ES 63.73 last trade, new session lows. Starting to see a pickup to the upside here in crude. Crude about 18 cents off session highs. Last trade in crude oil, $103.60, 62 cents. We're selling in the Dow. Man, oh man,
Yeah. I don't even know what the tweet would be at this point. Tricky situation.
Very much so. Wow. We bottom out at. We're selling. Dow picking up steam to the downside now. Crude picking up steam to the upside. About 9 cents from session highs in crude oil. Oh boy.
Here we come. About 10 points away from the overnight lows in the ES.
10 point. Okay.
We are far below original. The 200-day moving average SPX is way up at like 66.79.
Our new 5 minute just opened. Man, more sound here.
Okay, got picked up on 3 at 66.
066. Okay. Gold seeing some selling now. New highs crude, $103.90 now. 92 cents. Crude going for $104 even. 5 cents to go, 2 cents to go. Will we see $104.05 does print new session highs in crude. Delta picking up to the down negative, that is. Seeing negative delta growing here. We're looking at minus 11,000. Minus 11,000 in the ES. Minus 4,200 in the NQ. Wow. Okay.
All right, so I'm in 9 here. Average is 23,058.
058. 9, long 9. Okay.
Gonna test. Here we come for lows in the ES.
New highs crude. $104.21. New highs printed in crude.
Come on, you can't go all the way down here not to sweep that low in the ES. Came within about 2.5, 3 points.
Yes, we did. Yes, we did. Lows in ES is 63, 63. Yep, some buyers jumping in here. Crude popped about $1. Crude's popped about $1 here in the first 13 minutes of power hour, making new highs. $104.21 be that price.
Decision time. Come on.
Yep.
Bitcoin's trading 66,302. Spot market. Brent crude settled at 112.78 a barrel.
Yeah. ES cut a little bit of a bid there. It's about 2 points, 3 points off the lows. A little pullback here in crude oil. Nothing really on the tilt. Might get a little, okay. Buyers holding right now.
Chart, the way you have it zoomed, Braden. You just see the red coming in from the top.
Heads up here. Okay. Crude pulled back to $104 even. 20 cents off the highs. Gold, $4 off the lows right now. More buyers jumping in crude. More buyers jumping in here, picking up steam to the upside. Crude oil picking up steam to the upside.
What's the
Poll
price
is still up. Get those votes in above below. Quiet on the wire right now on the news.
You want to see a little bit of a better reaction down here. We're still like very flat line. Just 10 points off the lows.
Crude might be crude saw a little crude. 8 cents off the highs.
This is where I might switch. This is a good example, like what happened earlier. You got NQ already busted through those overnight lows. ES still hasn't gotten there yet.
Right, about 4 points. A little buying. Just stepping in here. Braden Long from 058, 058. Upside target, Braden? Or just the session
wants
highs,
to go
baby?
on trade.
The session highs, baby. That's the answer.
No, we're looking for. I mean, this whole thing is we're looking for kind of a relief rally into the close. For me, I'll just keep following it as long as it's showing me strength. But first, I need to see that it even wants to bounce, and then if we do, then it's as long as I keep seeing strong price action, I'll stay in it.
Okay.
But sometimes, if we get like from here, if we turn and get a nice rally into the close, I mean, this can sometimes go into the close and then even get some continuation into the close possibly. So we'll see. Maybe 200s. Like I said, the closing price, what I think the closing price will be, but that's just a guess, of course.
200s. All right, poll results are back. 69% saying below, and Q was below 2002.25. Bottom of the hour, 13 minutes. Jack, prices of interest.
We cut through a bunch of them. I guess down at like 6,300, like 6,345. If we keep on selling off, would be 6,300 in the SPX.
All right.
Also, we mentioned earlier that would be 6,345 would be 10% off the all-time high. Not far from that.
We might go test it.
I'll get in if we go there. 10% off. Why not? Blue light special.
Yeah, I mean, the big funds, the big institutions will also be keeping an eye on that. 12 minutes bottom of the hour. Speaker Williams scheduled to speak right at the close of this New York session. All right. We got some buying jumping in here in the equities. About 7 points off the lows in the ES. 63.69. 63.70 last trade. Oh boy. Headline here from Israel's defense forces. We target infrastructure in the heart of Tehran. So I'll keep an eye on crude here. Crude's $104.12 last trade. 9 cents off the highs in crude. What's going on in gold? Gold, $5 off the lows. Gold seeing downside pressure throughout the New York session. Crude also trading the highs. Probably when fast markets began, trading around $101 or so.
Bonds fairly muted.
Oh yeah, how's that doing? And where's the good old VIX at?
Oh, the VIX is at 31.18. The high of this whole cycle for the VIX was around 35.
Okay. Yes, Braden has a position currently. Indeed. Oh, we'll update that. There at the top. Right, Delta did peel back a little bit for the ES. Oh, negative 9,300 was just negative 11,000. NQ still nice 4,100 Delta. 50-50 tilt. Gotta hold this thing, Braden.
I'm telling you. I mean, I think we might just be waiting for ES to take the lows here. NQ like lagging a little bit. We'll see. Need ES to catch a bid here.
Yes, 63.67 last trade there. 4 points off the lows. We got a new 5 minutes. See what Crude wants to do here.
Oh, we're so close.
Yeah, I know.
9.75% off the all-time highs in the ES.
Yeah, I mean, are we going to close on the lows in the equities? That's the question. Are we going to close on the lows, or be some profit taking. Gold maybe see a little bit more selling here. Gold closing in on session lows. Okay, come on, Braden. Come on, Braden. Moment. Let's do this.
Yeah, this is a nail biter. Tell you what, this is like the it's hard to feel super confident about that. Yeah, we're in like a 20-point range, just glued to the bottom. But we'll see.
Gold gunning for new session lows, getting close, about $1 away. Session lows in gold, 43.23. We are $1 away from printing new lows there. Crude continues to hold above $104. Shoot.
Going towards the lows again in the ES.
Yeah, I'm about to sell into this suck. New lows ES. New lows gold, that is. I'm short. Short ES.
You sell it, then I'll buy it at 10% off the all-time highs.
Okay, that deal. You got a deal. You got a deal. Jack, like you were saying, 31 VIX. We by no means is this just a complete just puke. I mean, it's just methodically continue to sell off. This selling really started grind lower 4 hours ago. 4 hours ago, we saw that. Continue to push lower.
Day candles here on the VIX. It's definitely, it's just unusual to see the VIX like these past spikes, like in October, I think we had one in November. You see how they kind of just revert back. You usually don't see it just grind like a technical pattern. Like,
yeah, when did back in like March last year, we kind of saw that, but this one's different. Yeah, this one's different. This one's like gradually just sold. It's a little bit of it sold. Like, there you go. Gold just printed new lows and a little bit of a pop there. My crude just continues to stay bid. $4.08. Oh, MBT. How we looking over there? Jack's got his eye on MBT, by the way.
I do. 66,311 in the spot Bitcoin.
Okay. All right, there we go. Seeing the lows. This short covering. Are the lows in? Certainly seeing some buyers step in gold. About $8 off the lows there. Nothing on the tilt. And it is jobs. We got jobs week. It's jobs week. We'll get jobs numbers Friday. We won't be on air, however. We'll get those jobs numbers.
When they say someone's saying, does it mean the VIX higher for longer? I don't know. It depends. This is kind of a fluid situation. But one reason you don't see these things last is until the last couple of days when we've really started selling off. The implied volatility has been much higher than the realized volatility for longer than you would think. And people don't like losing money, especially, volatility market makers. So it has been unusual. What do they say? Sometimes you got to. I was going to use a saying there that I don't think is appropriate, but it's more that. What do you call it? Okay, I'll just say it. Shit or get off the pot.
Oh,
right.
That?
That's kind of how it is with. Yeah, that's kind of how it is with the VIX, because if you got the 30 VIX, the market's got to crash, or else you should get a vol crush very quickly. But that hasn't been the case until like the last few days.
That saying, my trading boss looked at me straight in the eyes and said, it's time to do that, or else you're not going to be here anymore. I didn't know what that saying had meant. I put 2 and 2 together. It's like, if you don't make money this week, you are fired.
Good encouragement.
Yeah, right. It's a little different now. A little different type of tone. We got a little more selling here in the Dow. Dow was 6 points off the lows. New lows Dow.
Need to see some type of for this position, some type of buying activity in the next 5 minutes.
4 minutes.
Generally like to see some type of action 30 minutes before close. Get things rolling.
Neat.
This is just stuck to the bottom.
Yeah. Crude back above $104. Beneath $104.
Mm-hmm.
We're gonna see this market maybe building some structure. I'm talking the equities here. Gold hanging bid as well. We got all right, Brain. We got 3.5 minutes till the bottom of the hour. We'll see what that does bring. It's 23 minutes still MOC. Marking on close. Inverse correlation holding. Not tick for tick, but
what's our price in crude right now?
104. Scratch that. 103.93. Okay, gold catching a bid here. Gold catching a bid. About $9 off of the lows. It's relentless. All right, gold. I'm sorry. Now crude back above $104. $104.05. Where's the
tomorrow?
Yeah, go ahead, Jack.
Tomorrow's the last day of the month of March. Monthly options expiration. Quarterly, even.
2 minutes bottom of the hour. Just down tick some lows there in the ES and Q. I guess got there as well. Man, it's just methodical selling. These are tricky. Oh.
All right, let's get this part over with. Sweep the lows.
Sweep the leg. Danny, sweep the leg.
Sweep the leg. Pocket sand. Let's go now.
63.61 new lows. ES down about 23 points or so since power hour began. And Q down about 100 points or so. Gold. Can you find some buying here? $12 off the lows. Gold trading 45.33.
Okay, new lows, ES. We did it.
Continue to sell. More selling coming in here. And Q bottom the rest so far just printed some new lows at 23,024 half. We're on the Dow 45,306. New lows printed there. ES 63.59.
It's giving me a little hope, Dre. I'm looking at the NQ.
Yeah.
Which is down. Sorry, I'm looking at the NASDAQ, like the spot index. And there was hope amongst hope. We're down more than 10% now. I'll share this real quick. But I was just checking to see when we hit 10% down here, what we do. We bounced. We bounced real good. So maybe there's something to this.
We go bottom of the hour. We'll see what this brings. We're going to get some profit taking. What do we got here? Bottom of the hour.
We're pulling back a little bit off the 104. Never mind.
Jeez, right. New lows ES. 63.59 after those did print. Okay. $5 off. 5 points off of that. Continuing to see.
Let's go.
All right, you're
Break
still in
above
this,
the
Brady. Fighting the good fight,
Still in
Brady.
it.
Let's go. Let's go, baby. 30 points off the lows. Fire
Probably could have
stepping
better
here.
timed it.
Of
Probably could have better
yours.
timed it. Waited for that break of ES first.
Okay. Negative delta continue to grow in the NQ. Minus 4,500.
Till is 60% long.
Minus 9,400 ES. Jack, we get a pop here in the old Crude. See if the ES wants to. Or are the lows in? Are the lows in? We're gonna find the buyer stepping in here. Yeah, we got within 10, 12 points of price. What would we say it was? 63.45 or so. 10% off of the all-time highs. Yeah, 63.45.
Yeah, I'll call it like 63.45.
Yeah,
Maybe even
yeah.
a little bit higher. Right now, the spot. So I have 10% off would be about 63.03 or 4.
Okay.
And we are about like 15 points away from that.
Gold did turn around. Gold found some selling now. 45.28. Continue to see a little bit of a pullback here in Crude. Equities don't seem to be responding as much right now. Crude oil trading $103.90. Equities struggling to find a bid. Here.
Struggling mightily to find a bid, I would say.
It's been pretty quiet on the tweets. Haven't seen much there. 17 minutes MOC. We see some profit taking. Well, there'd be some profits to be had in last. We got 26 minutes till the closing bell. Williams scheduled to speak on the close. Okay, here we got a little buying coming here. Gold picking up a little bit of a bid now. Oh my. Yeah, Crude's
16
pulled back.
minutes.
Yeah, Crude's pulled back.
MOC.
40 cents off. All right. Got something cooking here in gold. Gold picking up a little steam to the upside here. Yeah, I'm gonna get out of these shorts. I'm getting out of my shorts and yes. Gold picking up a bid here. $16 off the lows. Those are trade 45.38. Equities follow gold's lead to the upside here. Gold 45.39 now. Now 40s in gold. Gold pop, little $18 pop here. All right, Braden, we'll let you manage that trade here with about 15 minutes till MOC, 25 minutes till the closing bell. Let's get, part of the reason why there's a natural bid to these, you look at daily chart, you see it up and to the right, natural bid, 401ks. How have the 401ks been affected with this gradual decline in stock price? Let's get a little Topstep TV news break here. Let's see how the reaction's been.
The Labor Department has unveiled a plan that could change your 401k investments. The proposed rule would give retirement fund participants the option of investing in private equity and other alternatives like crypto and commodities. those industries who have long sought to be part of lucrative workplace retirement plans. Although employers have always had the option to include such investments in their retirement funds, few have done so. Such investments are typically more complicated and expensive than publicly traded options and open employers up to potential litigation. Despite the new rule, you may not see changes anytime soon. Although the proposal makes it easier for employers to add alternative options, it does not require them to do so. President Trump has been a strong proponent of the change. Last August, he issued an executive order that sought to alleviate regulatory burdens and litigation risk on 401k plan sponsors.
This is Dr. Volatility, Topstep TV. Interesting.
Alternative options.
The trade. Wow. Retail is
That's
really
okay.
All right. $20. We've got about a $28 pop in gold now. And we're starting to see a little push higher here in the equities. Back in the green. Braden, come on, baby.
So far, so good.
Damn right. We are pushing higher here. 63.71 in the ES. 72's print. 14 points. 14 points off the lows. What's going on in NQ? We're 50 points off the lows, trading 23,077. Gold got the buying started and equities took no. Crude is trading $103.90. 90 cents there. $12 minutes. Jack, we got more room to the
Yes, sir.
upside here? We got more room to the upside? Or is this just short
I was
covering?
considering just fading that there. I'm waiting for. It's hard to see unless we do get, something crazy news wise of it's just like flying up at the end of the day. But stranger things have happened. Now, tomorrow that could definitely happen. With
What's
the end
tomorrow?
Of the quarter.
What do we got? Oh, quarters?
March
Okay.
31st, end of the quarter. That can make for a very volatile last hour, especially last 10 minutes of the day.
Crude did take a peak higher. Sellers did step back in and then took it lower. Crude oil. We'll get some more buying here in gold. Gold popped really about $20. $20 off the lows. Seeing a little bit of pullback. Sellers are stepping in gold a little bit. 50-50. Well, yeah, 50-50 tilt. Gold turn around a little bit here. 45, 34 last trade. What's going on? ES 63.67. Delta. See that negative delta. What's negative delta? We're seeing aggressive selling coming in. See the grow. Larger the negative delta grows, the more aggressive the sellers come in. Now to the flip side, positive delta. Positive delta means aggressive buyers coming in, going to market with their buy orders. So delta growing, negative delta growing in NQ now 4,600. ES is winding a little bit. Still minus 8,500, was it? 10 minutes MOC. 10 minutes MOC. Braden just going 12 rounds with the market, man. Power hour, Braden, man.
Love to see it.
This is a battle for sure. See if we can break above those 80s, trade back into the 100s. We could be doing okay here.
Last trade, 23,064 in the chat. MOC is gonna be wild. Would be. Yeah, minus 8,500, minus 8,500. The ES minus 4,600 NQ on that delta.
Broadcom's down 3.2%. Tesla down 2.4%. Nvidia down 1.6%. Meta's up.
Buyers.
Yeah.
Here comes. Okay. We got NQ trading 23,070. ES trading 63.71. 12 points off the lows.
Just added to this pullback in the low 60s here.
What price do you get? Or what's your average?
59.75.
How many times?
12 micros.
12 MNQ. 23,059. I see some buying. A little bit of a round of buying here. Come on. Work nice, work nice. All right. The low's in. The buyers, if the buyers decide we will not go any lower. I'm gonna get out the way. Yeah, Brent, I'm gonna get out of your way. I think we might see some. We clear for takeoff. Gold just saw a little bit of selling there, but who cares? That's gold. We're long MNQ. Is a tweet coming? Tweet income.
Always. There's always.
Here we go. Tweet. I'm getting out. I'm done. Let's go, Braden. Come on, Braden. 23,085 last trade. Q Braden long 12. I'm on Q 23,059. Not seeing anything on the wire. Any setups here, Jack? The ES Delta continues to unwind. Will we get a short squeeze?
I don't know. I don't see too much to hold on to. Maybe if I was playing the range and wanted to be a hater, maybe I'd go up short up here.
Fifth. Wow. See a little downside in gold. It's $10 off the lows right now. Crude hasn't done much. I guess we did see some buying stepping in. Did make new highs here in Power Hour. That price will be $104.21.
My oh my.
In the chat, David Castillo, this ain't a short squeeze, bruh. Shorts made their money. I was just short down there and I lost money. Shorts did not make their money. I got squoze. I got squeezed. And we got to look at
squozing.
I got a little 50 point, 60 point pop there in the NQ. Can we see more momentum to the upside? Here we go, baby. 6 minutes. 6 minutes MOC. Braden. Here we go.
Let's get it. Let's push 23,100s here.
Just 15 minutes left.
Yes. Looking at about a 16-point rally. Yes, it's a rally. NQ, come on. 23,000. Oh, this is a big one right here. This candle's going to be a big one because we got 5 minutes till MOC. Market on close. We got Braden Long, 12 MNQ on here from 23,059. Adding to the winner. We're going to pick up steam here. Buying, stepping in gold. Braden, baby. What was your Buffalo? How are the options?
200, I think.
200. Okay, hell, let's get there. Jack, how are the options looking? Anything pricing in here?
There's still a little bit of positive gamma left.
Is that
Just
bullish
above
sentiment?
us.
Is that bullish or bearish? Just from your past experience.
Well, it could mean that this is a level that'll be tough to get through with 15 minutes left. What are our tilt folk doing? 65% long ES.
Braid, how are you going to manage this in MOC? You got 12. You're in profit.
Yeah, maybe I'll partial out right before MOC and then go break even.
All right. Gold. Might be seeing some more buying. Gold bottoming out at 45.22. What do we have on the schedule? Powell did speak.
Yeah.
Long time.
In with a hate to do it, but the hater trade. Just short one, 63.75 half.
75 hook. All right.
Trying to.
Well, Brain's in the money.
Yeah. I hope
don't
he
hate
makes
that
more.
trade. Like I said, I'm not really, you know what I mean? I still think this is obviously counter trend, but I don't hate that trade.
Yo, how about that, compadres?
How could you? That's the trend.
Thank you, real John Ross.
Has been.
Braden, you dirty dog. Braden, baby, come on. Take some profits for me. I'm not going to tell you, Andrew. Take some profits for me, Braden. Nope. Oh, boy. Okay, here we go. To the hot. Let's go. All right, 22,095 last year.
I want to see that break at 100. We haven't actually had a clean breakaway yet. This has just been a grind, but we're starting to curl nicely. Let's get a break above 100. I'll partial out of some.
Come on, baby. Click subscribe. Click like. Click. There we go. We're pushing higher here in the NQ. Looking at about an 80-point rally and QES.
Crude's popping too, but NQ doesn't give a damn.
No, does not, Braden.
Interesting.
Hey, Crude selling off. Crude selling off.
Crude selling off.
Where's the tweet? Crude just sold off about 40 cents there. How made you peel off there, Braden?
Half. I'm at a half at above 100s, so 60 points on the half.
Righty. So you're long 6 still, correct? Nice trade, man. Jeez. You're a boss, man. That was.
Let's see if we can hold through this volatility here. Hold that structure higher. Hold above 100s. I just want to maybe even let it like kind of bleed into the close and let it keep going. Depends what this looks like though into the close.
Okay. Man, I was nervous as hell for you, Braden. I'm not gonna lie. I was so damn nervous. Braden,
yeah,
it's a scary trade.
Sure is, man. All right, we're still good.
Yeah, let's see. I've got to break even. Expect this volatility. Hopefully we can stay protected and stay in it.
I like that. I'm feeling that. Jack, we're okay. Well, we got MOC. Yeah, MOC 60 seconds.
That's okay. We just got one MES on.
Oh yeah, crypto crazy. Braden has Andre's bubble phone. Oh man, it feels alive, man. Did you see that trade? All right, let's update the positions. How's it gone short one? MES from 63.75.
75 half. Don't sell me short here, Andre.
Hook. 75 hook. Okay, very good. Braden, update your position here before we get MOC.
Yeah, I've got 6 left at 23.58. Break even.
Okay. We got 15 seconds. Market on close. Here we go. I'll call it out. These numbers can and will change here, but we got about 10 minutes. 10 minutes to the closing. A bell, New York session. Here we go. MOC incoming. Light sell side. Light sell side. Yes, 193 mil sell side.
Not that light.
300 mil sell side. Light sell side. 300. 3, 2, 3 Dow. 146 million buy side. Buy side. Those numbers can and will change. I'll keep you updated on those with about 9.5 minutes left in this New York session. Braden, my man, It's long 6 still.
Really was not expecting this end of the day rally here. Good stuff, Braden.
Thank you. I'm also superstitious about how many closes in a row we've had that have been completely, you know what I mean? Just theory. kind of.
Yeah.
Look at this Braden. Still staying sell side. We're watching the NQ on the push.
Okay, so we
to
got
the
knocked out.
upside.
44
100
bucks.
Oh man. Oh, we're catching a bid here. We were Braden. Look at my guy. Braden. But Braden, come on, folks. Give it up for Braden. Man, oh man.
Hit the like button. Hit the like button.
Thank you,
Top Step
Braden.
TV.
Braden, we're gonna see you on Power Players tomorrow also, but that doesn't matter for the moment because we've got 8.5 minutes till the closing bell. MOC still staying light sell side, coming back just a bit. Hogan's, are we getting are the shorts getting squeezed? The shorts continue to peel off.
A little bit at least.
One person said shorts ain't getting squeezed, bro. So we gotta give the numbers.
Well, they weren't at the time.
No, maybe maybe they are now, bro. I mean, I don't know. I'm just messing with
this looks a little squeezier.
Oh yeah, look at that ES Delta. Mine's 3,600 now. Saw that earlier in fast markets as well. Braden, how are you managing the stop? Where you got that stop?
I'm watching this like a hawk. The stop's break even. I'm watching this like a hawk to take out half of this position. I'm just watching the Dom right now. Because this thing could flush. I mean, these rallies have been getting killed, so I'm watching it, looking for the break of 30s, 40s.
Dude, just tell me to shut up next time, man. I got you. Why am I bothering you? You got a hell of a trade going on. I will get out of your way. Braden, or James, come on in here. Hashtag Power Hour. We asked the folks to hit us up at Topstep TV on the X using that hashtag. How'd they do, James?
Oh no, there it goes.
Get the microphone to work. That's the way it goes. But yes, earlier today, we asked you to take to the Twitter, the social media space of your choosing, anywhere at all, and tag us. You can even shout our name on the street if you want. I'll find you. And we asked you to share your trader wins, your trader setups, and anything else you wanted to share with us. And you did just that, starting with this. From Trader Salva 369, let's go. Cappuccinos and the S&P 500. No better way to start your trading morning than with a cappuccino. And you sitting there, eagle-eyed viewers, you can zoom in, and he is watching Topstep TV on his tablet there on the right-hand side or the laptop. So we love to see Topstep TV represented in all your trading setups, but especially this is a very lovely trading setup, Trader Salva. So I hope you had an amazing trading day. You looked like you had a great start to it. You know who else is having a great time? From Mac Futures. My turn. Thanks, Topstep. And no further context needed, but I'm pretty sure he took his payouts and put it towards some brand new wheels. So congrats to you, Mac. Enjoy the ride. Always trade for tomorrow. And you earned it. You put in the work. And now you have something physical that you can show off to show everybody. Look what I did. Put in the work. Now it's paying off tenfold. So congrats to you. Moving on to blue line trades. Gonna start using Topstep's lockout more, locking in $594 across 5 XFAs, taking these to a full payout. Now, Blue Line Trades is already putting into work what we say here every single day. Guys, use the risk management tools in Topstep X. They're a game changer for your trading plan. And if your objective is to take a payout, which I hope it is, then be sure you are trading responsibly. You're locking it up when you're having a winning day, and you're locking yourself out to avoid temptation. All those things can help you get this payout on the way email as well. Next, from one of my favorite names recently, I suck at day trading. Day 50 up $260, but almost after 3 months of trading futures, I finally passed my first eval at Topstep. Let's go. You know what? I suck at day trading. I don't think you suck so much anymore because you've passed the Topstep Trading Combine. You've earned yourself a Topstep Express funded account. Keep up the good work. Use those risk management tools. And I suck at day trading. I want to see you on the live leaderboard someday. And last but not least, to go hand in hand with the Topstep risk management tools from Cameron, the lockout feature on Project X is the same thing as using a stop loss. The lockout feature protects your entire account, and the stop loss protects you on the single trade. The lockout feature is much more powerful. Cameron, I couldn't have said it better myself. And I hope everybody out there, whether you use these tools or not, are finding success in your trading. And remember, you are in the driver's seat, and we are here just giving you the controls. Anyway, that's all you got for today's hashtag Fast Markets and Power Hour. Tag us all week long on the X, and we will continue to share them all week long here in Power Hour. Back to you, Andre.
Oh, no, let's go right to Braden. Braden, we got the headline coming out here, from European officials. Iran presses Houthis on Red Sea shipping. Seems to be some divisions among Houthis on next steps in Iran war. We're seeing a continued push higher here in the equities. Braden, you're watching like a hawk.
Yeah, I'm thinking about let it ride. I'm thinking about taking 3 off here at like I'm watching these 60s. I'm really just I want to see continued break attempts through the highs. As soon as I see this cool off, I want to get out because we're coming into the close. But this is exactly what you know what I mean? Kind of the idea of what I wanted to see. Squeezing into 200s now.
Yes, we are. I got along with you there, Braden. Have to. Still sell side in the MOC. Interesting what we saw. Crude, Jack, this initial reaction, Crude made Crude pop and print new highs.
Is Crude still on the highs?
It pulled back about 25 cents and popped new highs, $104, 35 cents.
I've got some to cover in the 70s here if we can pop the 70s. What did I say? 250s the closing price?
My guy, let's go get it. Let's get it. Let's go. Last trade in the NQ 23,158. 158. Braden Long. It's about 100-point banker. Braden, what's your P&L on this one? You're a bad man, dude. You're a bad man.
We're floating like 800 right now.
Let's go. All right, get out of these trades. This is the Braden show. Still sell side, about 700 mil. Sell side. Crude trading $104.07. Now 5 cents.
Really hesitating up here. I'm inclined to take 3 off. I'm going to take 3 off.
Thank you.
I like this though. Still looks great. I'm gonna let it ride.
What
into the close? Let's see if we get that bleed action into the close. Just keep bleeding up.
Squozing. He's squozing. It looks like perhaps the shorts are getting a bit squozing. Thank you, David Castillo. Thank you. Shorts are getting squozed. Okay.
Here we go.
All right, we flip buy side. Buy side here. We've got 2 minutes. 2 minutes till the closing bell. Let's take a look at these prices. We saw about 100-point sell-off beginning of power hour in the NQ, and are seeing about 100-point rally. Braden catching the momentum to the upside. 50 tilt. Not getting too much on the MOC. Braden, what do you got left? 3?
Yeah, 3 left. I'm just gonna let it go. I'm gonna let it. Yeah, I'm gonna let it ride here. Break even. We'll see. We'll see if we can catch that.
Very nicely done.
A lot of the times when you get like, yeah, this is a nice squeeze into the close. If we close on bullish strength, it can sometimes just keep kind of trending up even into the after hour. So that's kind of the idea. We'll let it go and probably TP high 100s, maybe low 200s. But let's see if we can close it really strong here.
Okay. That's why Braden's going to be on power players tomorrow. He's a power player. That was a power trade right there. Oh, man, Jack. I thought, watching Crude continue to pop there. Jack, you'll have Crude. You'll have MBT tomorrow?
Possibly. We will see.
Okay.
I'll re-up my data on those bad boys.
Let's go in the chat. Hey, Andre, what's the MOC number, bud?
Bud?
Yeah.
What is it, guy?
Regarding. All right. Don't worry about that. It don't matter because Braden, what do you got? You got long 3 here, Braden. Let us know what you get out at. Can we get another pop here? Let's pop this thing one more time, Braden. An absolute power move trade. That's power hour for you.
Yeah, this is a fun one for sure. This was a fun one.
Are we having fun, Braden? You have to answer. Are we having fun yet?
Yeah, this was fun. This was fun.
Are you still at? Did you get
fun
out?
Face.
Braden.
No, I'm gonna let it go, guys. I'm just gonna let it go. Put some limit orders. Let the break even stay in there, and we'll see if I can just get filled.
Fantastic.
Well, I got to be out of this by 3:10, right? So yeah, we'll see if we get a break to the upside. I'll put some sells in there, but yeah.
Thank you, Braden. Fantastic stuff. What a trade. What a trade. Braden, we'll see you in Power Players tomorrow. With that being said, Jack, good job. Braden, as always, that was incredible. That being said, shout out to all the Bellers. We're all in this together. Markets changing every single day. Velocity, volatility. Click like, click subscribe. With that being said, throw it to my main man, James. James, take us out of here and into At the Buzzer. What a power.
Yo, man, you got it. Hey, everybody, let's give it up one more time for Andre, Jack, and Braden for an incredible power hour. I know, Braden, we're all still waiting to see how that trade plays out for you. Also, guys, where's his Topstep hat? Don't worry, I'm going to yell at Andre after this. We're going to get that hat in the mail because, guys, come on, it's Braden. Anyway, guys, thanks for hanging with us all day. We're happy to start a whole brand new week with you guys. You know, it is an abbreviated trading week. We have Friday off, but for now, we're still hanging out. We're trading bell to bell with you guys all 4 days long. And the trading action doesn't stop now because up next is At the Buzzer. At the Buzzer with Coach Jay and Coach Paul. They're going to help you get ready for tomorrow's trading session by unpacking everything that happened today. Any market move, any headline news, you can bet that Coach Jay and Coach Paul are going to unpack it and go over what it means for the trading today and what it means for your trading tomorrow. Speaking of tomorrow, be sure to come back tonight because tomorrow's trading session starts tonight with Slow Markets with Coach Dakota. That's right, we saw Coach Dakota this morning on Fast Markets. Now you can catch him on his very own show, Slow Markets, tonight at 7 p.m. Central Time right here on the Topstep TV YouTube page. Then tomorrow morning, 1:30 a.m., London Trades with Aaron Trades will be back at his normal time of 1:30 a.m. Central Time as London has finally caught up with Daylight Savings Time. So you can catch Aaron Trades at 1:30 a.m. Central Time. And then at 5:30 a.m. Central Time, Deanna will be back with Metal Markets. So stay up, drink some coffee, and hang out with your favorite 5:30 a.m. streamer, Deanna, for Metal Markets. Then we're going to be back doing this whole thing all over again for you at 7:15 a.m. Central Time tomorrow morning. So be sure to get here early, grab a seat in line, get your popcorn, your coffee, whatever else you want to bring with you, and stick around for another bell-to-bell day of Topstep TV. Whew, guys, we've really enjoyed having you here, but let's go ahead and get you on over to At the Buzzer, and you know what I'm about to say now. I'm James Harden, you're the chat, this has been Topstep TV, and we'll see you tomorrow. Come on, guys, let's go.
Most people won't see it. Not the wake-ups, not the weight of repetition. Not the days that start cold and quiet. They'll see the win, the 1 second that worked, not the hundreds that didn't. This isn't about hype, it's about habits. I write it down. Every run, every trade. Not to remember, to refine. I've missed, I've fallen, I've lost, but I've always come back sharper. I don't train for motivation. I train for execution, over and over. Whether I'm in the pipe or in the market, I'm chasing the same thing.